Section 1 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Blinds down. What do you think, Mitty? All the blinds are down at Lilycoat, announced Miss Jane Tebbs, bursting open the drawing-room door and disturbing her sister in a surreptitious game of patience. In well-ordered households, the mistress is understood to have various domestic tasks claiming her attention in the morning. Cards should never appear until after sunset. Blinds down? Echoed Miss Tebbs, hastily moving a newspaper in the hope of concealing her ill-doing. Why are you in such a taking, Jane? I suppose the family are away? Rubbish! Exclaimed her relative, sinking into a chair and dragging off her gloves. Did you ever know them all away together? Of course Mrs. Shafto goes gladding, and Douglas is in Sandhurst, but he seldom stirs. It is my opinion that something has happened. The Shaftos have lived at Littlecote for 10 years, and I have never seen the blinds down before today. Oh, you are so fussy and ready to imagine things, grumbled Mitty, who meanwhile had collected and pocketed the cards with surpassing dexterity. I don't forget the time when the curate had a smart lady in his lodgings, and you nearly went out of your mind, rampaging up and down the village and telling everyone that the bishop must be informed, and after all your outcry she turned out to be the young man's mother. That's true. I confess I was misled, but she made herself up to look like a girl of 20. You can't deny that she powdered her nose and wore white shoes. But this is different. Drawn blinds are a sign of trouble, and there is trouble at Littlecote, as sure as my name is Jane. Then, in that case, why don't you go up to the house and inquire? The query suggested a challenge. Mitty, you know perfectly well that I have never been inside the door since Mrs. Shafto was so rude to me about the book club, when I wrote and protested against the loose novels she put upon her list. Why, you saw her letter yourself. Here a pause ensued, during which Miss Jane blew into every separate finger of her gloves and folded them up with the neatest exactitude. Presently she murmured with a meditative air, I was thinking of asking Eliza to run over. Oh, you may ask, rejoined her sister with a sniff of scorn, but Eliza won't stir. There's a beefsteak pudding for dinner, and that reminds me that this is the egg woman's day, and I must see if she is called. I shall want 3 dozen. And without another word, the elder Miss Tebbs bustled out of the room and abandoned her relative to solitude and speculation. Matilda and Jane Tebbs were the elderly orphans of the late vicar, and still considered the parish and community of Tadpole their special charge. Miss Jane was organist and Sunday school superintendent. Miss Tebbs held mothers' meetings and controlled the maternity basket and funds. Subsequent to their retirement from the vicarage, the sisters had known straitened circumstances, in fact, had experienced the sharp nip of real poverty. But no matter how painful their necessities, they contrived to keep up appearances and never withdrew from society, nor suffered their little circle to forget that their grandfather had been an archdeacon. In spite of anxious times and scanty funds, they clung with loyal tenacity to certain family relics in the shape of old silver, china, and prints, many of which were highly marketable. In those evil days, it was whispered that the Tebs had only one best dress between them, a certain rich black silk. As Miss Jane was at least 6 inches taller than dumpy Miss Mitty, difficulties of length were cunningly surmounted by an adjustable flounce. Needless to add that on festive occasions such as high teas, little dinners, and card parties, the sisters never appeared together, the one out of turn, invariably excusing herself with a toothache or a heavy cold. Although they argued and bickered in private, and had opposing tastes in the matter of boiling eggs and drawing tea, the Tebs were a deeply attached pair and presented an unbroken front to the outer world. After several years of brave struggle, during which the wolf of want prowled hungrily round Highfield Cottage, a substantial and unexpected fortune fell to the Tebs, restored them to comfortable independence, and to the notice of such far-sighted parents as happened to be in quest of useful and benevolent godmothers. The sisters made but little change in their style of living. They now owned handsome furs, a separate wardrobe, and not a few rich silks. They still continued to occupy the cottage, and retained in their service a certain tyrannical treasure, widely known and feared as the Tebs Eliza. Although an admirable and trustworthy servant, Eliza ruled the household, permitted no late hours, no breakfasts in bed, no unnecessary fires, no unnecessary guests. Her mistresses were obliged to do a considerable amount of household work. For instance, they made their beds and Miss Tebs dusted the china. She also had the charge of the linen and storeroom, whilst Miss Jane was responsible for the silver, the lamps, and, on Eliza's day out, the door. When the door was answered by Eliza in person, her manner was so fierce and intimidating that nervous callers complained that the Tebs maid looked as if she was ready to fly at and bite them. Ill-natured tongues declared that the tyrant was tolerably merely because she was a channel for the most far-reaching, fresh, and sensational gossip. But let us hope that this was a malignant libel. Highfield Cottage was old, two-storied, and solid. Elsewhere than Tadpole, it might have ventured to pose as a villa residence. But Tadpole, a fine 16th century, self-respecting, and historical village, tolerated no villas. If such abodes ventured to arise, they sprouted timidly in the fields beyond its boundaries. Moreover, the age and history of Highfield Cottage were too widely known for any change of name. The cottage was connected with the high road by a prim little garden and a red-tiled footpath. 8 long, narrow windows commanded a satisfactory outlook, including Lilycoat Hall, a square white mansion withdrawn in dignified retirement behind elms and beeches, in age the contemporary of its humbler vis-a-vis. Here resided Edward Shafto, late Fellow of Sir John's, Oxford, his wife Lucia, and his son Douglas. 10 years previously, the family had descended on Tadpole as from the skies, or as a heavy stone cast into some quiet mill pond. No one in the neighborhood could discover anything about them, though Jane Teb's exertions in the matter were admittedly prodigious and unwearied. The house agent proved disappointingly vague and could only inform her that a gentleman who happened to hear of the place had come down from London, inspected the house, liked its lofty, spacious rooms with their old mahogany doors. It recalled his home, was much taken with the gardens, and promptly signed the lease. Certainly it was an audacious step to invade a strange neighborhood without a social sponsor or reference. However, the community breathed more freely when they beheld the new tenant of Lilycoat, a middle-aged, distinguished-looking individual, and Miss Jane discovered, or pretended to discover, that he was one of the Shaftos of Shafton Court. Mrs. Shafto, who looked surprisingly young to be the mother of a tall lad of 10, had a pretty figure, quantities of lightish red hair, an animated manner, and a pair of hard blue eyes. She was fashionably turned out, and her hat of a remarkable shape was discussed in the village for weeks. The arrival of furniture, vans, horses, carriages, and a number of servants afforded unqualified interest to the Misses Tebbs, and moreover advertised the fact that the newcomers were well-to-do, and after allowing reasonable time for the strangers to settle down, the neighbors called. By and by these calls were returned by Mrs. Shafto in a smart victoria and a still smarter costume. Her husband was merely represented by a neatly printed card, which bore the name Mr. Edward Shafto, Athenaeum Club. Mr. Edward Shafto was rarely to be met beyond his grounds and garden, unless driving through the village to Bricklands railway station, en route for London. He did not sit on the bench, nor was he a church warden, the usual grounds of meeting. When he encountered, he was invariably agreeable and had charming, easy manners, but not much to say for himself and his acquaintance. Like the farmers and the claret, got no forerunner. Gradually the painful truth was accepted that Shafto did not care to know people. He never dined out. He did not shoot or hunt, but it was mysteriously whispered that he wrote. What, no one precisely knew, but one fact was common property. He was fond of horticulture, and the once famous gardens of Lilycoat had been delightfully restored. If Tadpole was held at arm's length by Edward Shafto, the community had no difficulty in making acquaintance with his consort, a pretty, vivacious lady who accepted all invitations and gave herself tennis parties, bridge parties, luncheons, and teas. For some time the neighborhood was disposed to her, although perhaps she was not quite off the top shelf, a little too demonstrative, loud, and unreserved. Then, by degrees, Mrs. Shafto fell into disfavor. Quiet folk were afraid of her. She enjoyed repeating ill-natured remarks, was capricious in her likes and dislikes, made a good deal of mischief, and separated chief friends. The lady was not disposed to be reticent respecting her family affairs. There was something satisfactory in this. People learned that her husband was really a Shafto of Shafton, and also that his elder brother, who actually reigned in the family place, was a brute. She volubly explained that they had deserted the border and moved south, partly because the pater wished to be within easy reach of London, his club and musty old libraries, and also because it was more convenient for Douglas, who was at Winchester. Then gradually it came to pass that the village bored the newcomer, bored her to death. She became restless and quarrelsome, had a coolness with the vicarage regarding a pew, with Mrs. Tremahere at the park about a housemaid, and actually cut Mrs. General Finch dead in the post office, owing to a mislaid visiting card. At the end of 3 years, Lucia Shafto had embroiled herself with almost everyone in her immediate vicinity, and found her true level and most congenial companions in the busy, bustling town of Bricklands, a rapidly growing and prosperous mushroom place situated 30 miles south of London, and within 2 miles of our ancient and respectable hamlet. Here she belonged to several clubs, bridge, tennis, and croquet, enjoyed being a Triton among minnows, entertained a third-rate set at Lillicote, and joined gay little theatre parties to London to do a play, and returned home by the last train. Housekeeping sat but lightly on Mrs. Shafto's graceful shoulders, for the Shaftos also possessed a family treasure named Hannah, an elderly woman who had been in service with the family and now managed the house, and looked after the comforts and buttons of her master and his boy. Mr. and Mrs. Shafto went their separate ways, and were rarely to be seen in one another's company. The lady assured her friends that her husband's health was indifferent, and that he did not care for society. For her part, she liked amusement, excitement, life, whilst he preferred to read, write, overlook his garden, and occasionally run up to London. She did not trouble herself much about her son, a handsome, active boy, resembling his father in looks. Between these there undoubtedly existed a deep affection. During the holidays they were frequently to be met walking or riding together, and Shafto père would so far emerge from his retirement as to be a proud spectator at cricket matches in Tremahere Park and elsewhere. Douglas and two of the Tremahere boys were schoolmates, and he was in continual request at their home. Unfortunately, these visits were displeasing to Mrs. Shafto, as was also his intimacy with the young people at the vicarage, and poor Douglas had an awkward part to play. He could not avoid or drop his friends. Yet, on the other hand, there were painful difficulties with his mother, who declared that he was a mean fellow to run after people who had insulted her, and one day, when in a towering passion, she had been overheard to scream that he was a thorn in her side, and a true Shafto. But all this time Miss Jane Tebbs remained stationed at the drawing-room window, watching the road with unwinking vigilance. For a long while she beheld no object of special interest, but at last, after seeing the grocer's cart, a travelling tinker, 2 cows and a boy go by, her patience was handsomely rewarded. To her delight she described Mrs. Billing, the doctor's wife, emerged from Lillicote, and hammering on the window to attract notice, she flew down to open the hall door. Mrs. Billing, a stout middle-aged lady, looked unusually hot and flustered as she waddled through the little green gate and entered the cottage. "Why, my dear, you seem quite upset," cried Jane, as she welcomed the visitor. "Come into the dining-room and have a glass of milk." But Mrs. Billing dismissed the proffered refreshment with a dramatic wave of her hand, subsided upon the only chair in the narrow hall, and gasped out, "I have just come from Littlecote. Mr. Shafto is gone. He died last night." End of chapter 1.
Section 2 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Audrey Gomez. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 2. What Hannah Said. On hearing this announcement, Jane Tebbs gave a little lurch and leant against the wall in speechless horror. And yet, in her heart, she had been more than half expecting, we will not say hoping for, some tragedy. Then she made a rush to the storeroom, where Miss Mitty, invested in a large blue apron, was methodically marking eggs. "Sister, sister, come out," she cried. "Mrs. Billing is here. She says Mr. Shafto is dead. I told you that something had happened." "Dead," repeated Mitty, staring blankly at her relative. Then she cast aside her apron and hurried into the hall. "Let us all go into the dining room," she continued, leading the way. "What a shocking thing, Mr. Billing," turning to her visitor. "Do tell us the particulars. I can hardly believe it. Why, I saw Mr. Shafto in Bricklands on Tuesday, and he looked as well as he ever did in his life." "That was the day he heard the news," announced Mrs. Billing, selecting an armchair and casting off her feather boa. "Bad news?" suggested Miss Jane. "Very bad indeed. Could not be worse. He heard he'd lost every penny he possessed in the wide world." "Great patience," ejaculated Miss Tebbs. "You don't say so. But how?" "Well, you know how he was always comfortably off. Indeed, one might say rich." "That's true. They keep 5 maids indoors and a charwoman 3 times a week, 2 men and a boy in the garden, and 2 men in the stables," glibly enumerated Miss Jane. "All that is not done on small means, and I happen to know that Mr. Shafto himself paid everything monthly, which is more than we can say for his wife, even her bridge losses." Here she halted on the brink of scandal. After hesitating for a second, Mrs. Billing continued. "Well, it appears, from what my husband can gather, Mr. Shafto trusted all his money and investments to a man who had managed his affairs for years, and in whom he had the most absolute confidence. He just drew his income regularly, lived his quiet life, and never troubled his head about business. It seems that for a considerable time, this agent had been speculating with the client's capital and paying them the interest to the day. He staved off the reckoning by every possible device, and when he could no longer hide his wickedness, when liabilities poured in and proceedings were instituted, he shot himself. Not much comfort in that for the families he has beggared. I believe he had a splendid establishment at Hampstead, greenhouses, pictures, motor cars, and entertained like a prince. He squandered the handsome fortune that was left to Mr. Shafto, and all that Mr. Shafto could be sure of, about £150 a year, belongs to Douglas." "Oh, my dear, never mind the money, but do tell us about poor Mr. Shafto," urged Jane. "What was the cause of his death? Suicide? This morning I thought I heard a shot." No. Heart failure," hastily interposed Mrs. Billing. "He was always troubled with a rickety heart, and on several occasions my husband attended him for rather dangerous fainting attacks. No doubt that was partly the reason why he lived so quietly, just taken up with his books, his garden, and when he was at home, his boy. It appears that when Mr. Shafto heard of the smash, he went straight up to London, interviewed a lawyer, and learnt the worst. He returned in the afternoon, very tired and excited, broke the news to his wife, and had a serious fainting attack. My husband was sent for, but he found Mr. Shafto sinking. He died at midnight. He himself had wired for Douglas, who arrived just in time for the end. Poor boy, he feels it terribly. Yes, assented Miss Mitty. Douglas and his father were such friends. The loss of money will make a sad difference to him. There will be no going into the army now. No more hunting and cricket. He will have to take a clerkship. Did you see him? Yes, he and my Freddie are great pals, so I know him pretty well. I declare he gave me a shock. He looked utterly heartbroken, and he said, "It is so sudden, so frightfully sudden." About the pater, the money may come back somehow or other, but he is gone forever. I'll never see him again. If he had only known me, or spoken to me. And then he just laid his head upon his arms and sobbed like a girl. And Mrs. Shafto, how does she bear this double loss? Inquired Miss Jane magisterially. She had one fit of screaming hysterics after another. If you ask me, I believe it's the money that touches her most keenly. My husband begged me to go up this morning and see if I could do anything. She has no intimate friends here, and I have sent to Mrs. Boomer and Mrs. Jake. They will be over from Bricklands immediately. The doctor has given a certificate, and has undertaken to see about the funeral, and sent the notice to the Times and Morning Post. From what old Hannah told me, it seems that Mr. Shafto and his family were not on terms. I believe the quarrel had something to do. She paused and glanced from one to the other of her eager listeners. With Mrs. Shafto, and I am not surprised, they did not approve of the marriage. It was a mistake. I'm afraid it was, agreed Miss Mitty briskly. They never appeared a well-matched couple. He, so reserved and aristocratic, and she, such a gabbling, fluffy, restless creature, crazy about bridge and dress. I wonder who she was. I can tell you that, was Mrs. Billings' unexpected reply. Mr. Shafto was a fellow of his college at Oxford, wealthy and distinguished. He had taken no end of honors. He was hooked. There is no other word for it. By the niece of a local bookseller. He was an important customer, and the girl always contrived to be there when he came in and out, and was so sympathetic, and bright and lively, as well as being uncommonly pretty, that the poor man lost his head, and with very little pressure from the uncle, married her. It was all scrambled up in a hurry, before his friends could turn around or interfere. Of course, he had to resign his fellowship and his beautiful rooms overlooking the garden, and he took his bride abroad. His relations dropped him, and he dropped his Oxford friends. Then he went and settled in the north. He must have lived there for years. His next move was here. And you have always known this? Demanded Miss Mitty, her countenance expressing injury and jealousy. Fancy Mrs. Billing knowing this story all that time and keeping it to herself. How sly. Oh, only lately, replied the visitor in apologetic tone. An old aunt of mine lives in Oxford, and I met her in town last Easter. Somehow the name of Shafto cropped up, and I heard the whole tale. I told my husband, and he said I'd better hold my tongue, and so I have, until now. When it's of no consequence, who knows? As of course Littlecoat must be given up, and the Shaftos will go away. Well, we have often wondered who she was, and how Shafto, who looked like a duke, came to marry her, said Miss Tebbs. Such an odd, flighty, uncertain sort of creature, always for strangers instead of her home. That poor boy never saw much of his mother. I believe he was hustled off to a preparatory school when he was about 7. And when he happened to be here for his holidays, it was his father who took him about. I am very sorry for Douglas. A handsome, cheery, nice fellow. she continued. Always with a pleasant word, even for an old woman like me. The rectory lads and the Tremoniers just love him. Luckily, there are no girls at the rectory, remarked Miss Mitty. Douglas is but 19 and really only a boy, protested Mrs. Billing. Well, this affair will make a man of him, or I'm greatly mistaken. More likely it will make him a slave, argued Jane. He is bound to support his mother, and £150 a year won't go far with her. And now I dare say she will have her wish and be able to live in London. I suppose there will be an auction at Littlecote? Yes, of course, assented Mrs. Billing, and that is sure to bring in a handsome sum, unless there are liabilities and debts. I've always admired that Crown Derby tea service, dark blue and gold. I know, rejoined Miss Tebbs, a beautiful long set, and there's a nice little old Sheffield tea urn that we could do with. I expect the kitchen things will go pretty cheap. We want a new preserving pan. Talking of the kitchen reminds me of food, remarked the visitor, rising. My husband will be back clamoring for his lunch, and I must run. And in spite of her size, Miss Billing was out of the house in less than no time, pursued by a volley of questions to the very gate. During that afternoon, there was an unusual amount of visiting and talking. The recent event had stirred the village to its depths. But beyond the facts disclosed by Mrs. Billing, everything was surmise and regret. The personality of the late Edward Shafto, though slightly known, was much respected. He was a gentleman. The statement implied a left-handed compliment to his wife. And his purse was ever open to the poor. It was said that he was a secret benefactor to various aged people and to the local charities. As the Misses Tebbs sat at supper the following night, a frugal meal of cocoa and bread and butter, Eliza tramped in, still wearing her hat. It had been her afternoon out. She seemed to be a little breathless, and was undoubtedly charged with some weighty intelligence. "Well, Eliza, what is it?" eagerly inquired Miss Tebbs. "I just thought I'd step out to Littlecote this evening and see Hannah." "Oh, priceless handmaiden." "Yes, and what did she tell you?" Eliza placed her hands on her hips, invariably preliminary to an important announcement. "She took me to see the corpse. He looked beautiful, just like a marble statue. And there, in front of the dead, what do you think Hannah told me? That Mrs. Shafto had killed him." She paused to contemplate the effect of this statement. Yes, his heart was always weak. He couldn't stand no shocks. And when he came back wore out from London, and told her as how he was ruined, the screams of that woman was enough to bring the house down. Hannah ran in, and there was he, lying back in a chair, and she standing over him with a face all worked up, and her hands clenched, shouting at him that it was all through his lunacy and laziness they were beggared, and she wished he was dead. I couldn't tell you all the awful things she said, but he fainted right away and never come to again. Now, what do you say to that?" And she surveyed her audience judicially. The sisters remained dumb. For once, speech had failed them. "As for caring," continued Eliza, "Mrs. Shafto doesn't feel no more than this table," rapping it with her bony knuckles. "All she minds is about the money, and already they say she has been routing among his papers, searching for his bank book. Oh, she is an awful woman. Her heart is just a stone. As for poor Master Douglas, now there's real grief. He hasn't tasted a bite or sup, and he looks crushed. Everyone in the place will be sorry for him, and for his father. But as far as Mrs. Shafto is concerned, when she's paid off the money she owes, The sooner the place can get shut of her, the better. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. The Closed House. The break-up of the home at Little Coat Hall was a speedy and complete affair. Miss Jane Tebbs, being practically on the spot, volunteered invaluable assistance. Always energetic and anxious to be up and doing, and with a sadly restricted field for her activities, here was a grand opportunity absolutely within her reach. The second Miss Tebbs had an immense acquaintance and correspondence, a fairly good business head, and, to her late enemy, Mrs. Shafto, she ultimately proved a veritable tower of strength. The recent sad catastrophe had melted Jane's heart, and she promptly appeared in Little Coat drawing room, waving a large olive branch, which her former adversary most thankfully accepted. In such a crisis as the present, there was no more helpless, hopeless creature than Lucilla Shafto, a woman who was always ready to transfer her burdens to others. Strange to say, she somewhat distrusted her intimates in Bricklands. It seemed to her that her questions and sympathy were chiefly founded on vulgar curiosity and greedy self-interest. How was she left? What had become of all the money? What was the boy going to do? Where would she settle? Would she not be glad to get rid of some of her smart summer clothes, now that she would be in weeds for at least 2 years? What about her sables? Jane Tebbs was totally different. An honest and single-hearted woman. She wrote business letters, interviewed the local agent, arranged for auction, and, oh, wonderful and miraculous achievement, was even instrumental in getting rid of the lease. It was not surprising in all these circumstances that Mrs. Shafto should cling as a limpet to Jane Tebbs, whom she had so often apostrophized in a meddling, mischievous, malignant old cat. But Lucilla Shafto was suffering from a violent mental shock. The sudden descent, as it were in one day, from comfortable affluence to a very narrow income had temporarily stunned her, and she had a secret conviction that if she were to leave her affairs in the capable hands of her nearest neighbor, all would be well. She therefore remained secluded in her own spacious bedroom, whilst busy Jane undertook her affairs, helped with the auction list, interviewed the tradespeople, and, accompanied by the boy, went up to London to confer with Mr. Shafto's lawyers. Douglas was subdued. He seemed a different creature, so silent and pale, but keenly anxious to put his shoulder to the wheel. He had withdrawn from Sandhurst, and, in conversations with the Tremenheres, informed them that his idea of going into the army was knocked on the head, and that he now intended to look out for some job in the city. It must not be supposed that Jane Tebbs, the indefatigable, was the only neighbor who had come forward with offers of assistance to the widow. The Tremhiers, the vicarage, and many other acquaintances had been sincere in their sympathy and goodwill, but somehow or other Mrs. Shafto would have none of them. She refused to see the vicar or his wife, and lay in bed most of the day bewailing her fate, scribbling answers to letters of condolence, and occasionally dipping into a novel. Read she must, she declared, as it diverted her mind from the too dreadful present. A good novel was the best of anodynes. The auction at Littlecote proved an important local event, and threw the annual church bazaar woefully into the shade. It lasted 3 summer days, and enabled a substantial sum to be placed to the credit of Edward Shafto's widow. Unfortunately, Edward Shafto's widow had considerable private debts, and, when these were settled, £500 was all that remained for investment. As is proverbial with respect to auctions, good and even valuable lots went in some cases for the traditional old song. It is on record that Mrs. Shafto's smart Victoria was sold to a job master for £6. Mrs. Billings secured a wonderful bargain in the Crown Derby tea service, and the Sheffield tea urn fell to Miss Tebbs for 10 shillings and 6 pence. On the other hand, rubbish was at a premium. The kitchen utensils were dispersed at an alarmingly high figure, and a Turkey carpet, aged 20 years, fetched more than its original cost. The sale was over. Needless to say, it had afforded enormous interest to the inmates of Highfield Cottage. Miss Jane could almost tell the price and history of each individual lot. In a short time, the great placards of advertisement were torn off the gate piers at Littlecote. The house was closed, and once more the blinds were down. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Road to Mandalay. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Marianne Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 4. Kicks and Halfpence. More than 4 years had elapsed since Mrs. Shafto and her son had driven away from Littlecote behind a pair of smart bay steppers. The widow was determined to keep up what she was pleased to call her position to the last. Immediately succeeding this dignified exit came a woeful change in their circumstances. Mrs. Shafto was obliged to make the best of boarding house and bus, and Douglas, thanks to the exertions of his friends, the Tremhiers, found a situation in a mercantile house in the city. There was no time for him to pick and choose. It was imperative that he should begin to earn without delay, and not, as his parent frankly remarked, look to a poor widow for support. This condition of abject poverty was, she declared, entirely due to his father's criminal carelessness respecting his affairs. She had what would barely keep her alive, £170 per annum, and that was all. As for Douglas, he must work. Although they were not congenial companions, Douglas faithfully accompanied his mother in her varied wanderings, supported her in action with enraged landladies, helped her out of a libel case, covered her reverses and retreats, and lived by command under the same roof. For the last 18 months, the pair had been established at a well-managed private hotel in Lincoln Square, Bayswater. W. Malahide was a flourishing concern. 2 substantial houses had been thrown into one. The rooms were spacious, clean, and adequately furnished. The food was plain but abundant. The double drawing room contained a fine piano, 1 or 2 sofas and card tables, also a sufficiency of sound and reliable chairs, but not an ornament, save 2 clocks, not one paper fan, nor a bunch of colored grasses, nor a single antimacassar, not even a shell. Such amazing restraint gave the apartments an empty but dignified appearance. Among its various advantages, Malahide was within a few minutes' walk of the Grove and Underground, a situation which appealed to men in business and to women whose chief occupation was shopping. Mrs. Shafto appreciated her present quarters for several excellent reasons. Here she had no giggling young rivals, and was, even at 45, the best-looking and best-dressed of all the lady boarders. Moreover, she had found a friend and admirer in her neighbor at meals, a certain Mr. Manasseh Levison, a widower, with a stout figure, somewhat fleshy nose, and a pair of fine, piercing black eyes. He was the proprietor of a fashionable and flourishing antiquities and furniture business in a well-known thoroughfare, and was considered one of the best judges of old silver and china in the trade. It exasperated Shafto to listen to his mother's table talk, and he made a point of sitting as far away as possible from her vicinity. She liked to impress Levison and other with highly colored reminiscences of her grand acquaintances. Even the Tremenheres, with whom she had quarreled so bitterly, were dragged in and shown off as intimates. More than once Shafto had felt his face burn as exaggerations and glorifications were unfolded in his parents' far-carrying and assertive treble. Besides Mr. Manasseh Levison were the 2 Mrs. Smith, twins, genteel, middle-aged spinsters, who, until the arrival of the sprightly and attractive widow, had alternately cherished high hopes of the wealthy Jew. Their chief energies were devoted to the task of blowing one another's trumpets, thereby drawing attention to particular virtues and modestly hidden accomplishments. For example, the elder would say, "Darling Ella is so clever at cooking, as good as any French chef. Her sauces and savories are too wonderful." They were. And Ella, in repayment, assured her listeners that Jessie had a perfect genius for gardening and housekeeping. And yet it was whispered that this effusively fond couple, when alone, quarreled and wrangled as cruelly as the notorious Kilkenny cats. Among other patrons at Malahide were 2 quiet, polite little Japanese gentlemen, Mr. Den and Mr. Yabe. Madame Galley, a shriveled old woman in a cheap wig, with sharp rat's eyes that nothing escaped, the soul of good nature, rich, miserly, and incredibly mischievous. There were several boarders who were in business in the city, and Mr. Hutton, a careworn man of 50, who spent his days working in the British Museum. Next to him at table sat Douglas Shafto, now a well-set-up, self-possessed young fellow, who still retains something of the cheery voice and manner of the public school boy. Thanks to his steadiness and fair knowledge of French and German, he was drawing a salary of $150 per annum. His neighbor to the left happened to be his own cousin, Sandy Larcher, older by 3 years and in the same office, but receiving a lower screw. Sandy was of the Canute tribe, a confident authority on dress, noisy, slangy, and familiar, much given to cigarettes and music halls. A slacker at work, but remarkably active at play, and on the whole, rather a good sort. Sandy's mother, Mrs. Larcher, the widow of a cab proprietor, was Mrs. Shafto's only sister, and in the days of that sister's glory had never obtruded herself. But now that poor Lucilla had come down in the world, she had advanced with open arms, and at Monte Carlo, the abode of the Larcher family, Mrs. Shafto occasionally spent a weekend. The go-as-you-please atmosphere, late hours, breakfast in bed, and casual meals recalled old and not unhappy times. Mrs. Larcher, who had never been a beauty, was now a fat woman past 50, lazy, good-natured, and absolutely governed by her children. Besides Sandy, the dandy, she had 2 daughters, Delia and Cassie. Delia was on the stage, musical comedy, petite, piquant, and very lively, a true grasshopper, living only for the summer. A loud, reckless, but respectable young woman who, having but 30 shillings a week salary, and to find her own tights, was ever ready to accept motor drives, dinners, or a smart hat or frock from any of her boys. Cassie, the stay-at-home, was round-faced and plump, a tireless talker and tennis player. She managed the house, held the slender purse, accepted her sister's cast-offs, and always had a case on with somebody. Cassie was exceedingly anxious, being the eldest of the family, to secure a home of her own, and made this alarmingly obvious. To Monte Carlo, Douglas, the highly presentable cousin, was frequently commanded by both mother and aunt. At first he had hated this duty, but nevertheless went, in order to please and silence his parent, whose hand plied the goad, and who otherwise nagged at him in public and in private. In private she pointed out that the Larcher family were his own blood relations, so different from his father's side of the house, which, since his death, had ignored both her and him, and never even sent a wreath to the funeral. By slow and painful degrees, Douglas became accustomed to Monte Carlo. At first the manners and customs of his cousins had a rasping effect, and it was more than a year before he really fell into line and visited his kindred without pressure. The girls were not bad-looking, in a flamboyant style, and effusively good-natured. They took his chaff and criticism without offense, and accepted with giggles his hints with respect to manners and appearance. When Douglas happened to be expected, they did not stroll about slipshod in dressing gowns, with their hair hanging loose, or bombard one another with corks and crusts. For his part, he brought them books and chocolates, watered the garden, mowed the tennis ground, mended the bells, and made himself generally useful. At first this flashy, muddling, free and easy household had disgusted him, and his cool assured manner and critical air irritated his relatives, whilst his attitude of superior comment had proved a vexatious restraint. But week by week Douglas came to see that it was to this particular class he now belonged. These were his nearest relatives, and he told himself he must endeavor to accommodate himself to circumstances, and them. Otherwise he was a snob, a beastly snob. His first Christmas holidays had been spent at Tremenhere, where he had received a heartwarming welcome. Other school friends had also claimed him, but his time was now mortgaged to the office, and by degrees correspondence and intimacy languished, or rather changed. His contemporaries had gone forth into the wide world. The army, the diplomatic service, and India had summoned them. Their paths in life lay far apart that of a mere correspondence clerk, and only the old birds remained in the nest. Those who were in England wrote and made arrangements for meetings in town, But Shafto found ready and real excuses, and generally withdrew from his former circle. He liked his friends. Nothing could offer him so much pleasure as their company, but he realized that in time they would arrive at the parting of the ways, and it was for him to make the first step in that direction. In such homes as Monte Carlo, he must in future find society and entertainment. Monte Carlo, 6 pence return, third class, from town, and 8 minutes' walk from the station, was a grotesque little red-faced abode, situated among a tangle of villas and roads. It stood detached in a garden, with, oh, theme of pride, a full-sized tennis court. There were also several flower beds and 6 unhappy gooseberry bushes, but the feature was the lawn. Here also were seats and a small striped awning. The grounds of Monte Carlo were only divided from its immediate neighbors by a thin wooden partition. There was no such thing as privacy or seclusion. Conversation was audible, and the boisterous jokes of Chatsworth and Travancore were thoroughly enjoyed at Monte Carlo. In the same way, Monte Carlo overheard various interesting items of news, some sharp quarrels, and, once or twice, unpleasant personal truths. On the last occasion, the remark was so unfriendly, it dealt with Cassie's methods, that when Chatsworth, ignorant of offense, sent the same evening an emissary to borrow 3 pints of stout, the reply was a harsh refusal. Within doors, space was naturally more contracted, but the click of the opposite gate, the sound of the next door dinner bell, and gramophone remained, as it were, common property. The tiny hall was choked with umbrellas, wraps, tennis shoes, and tattered sixpenny books. The drawing room, with its pink casement curtains, gaudy cretonne covers, huge signed photographs, jars of dusty artificial bowers, packs of dingy cards, and scraps of millinery, looked lived in, tawdry, and untidy. The big Chesterfield sofa, a wonderful bargain, had broken springs. Perhaps it was not such a wonderful bargain. And many hills and hollows. In the roomiest of these last, the mistress of the house was more or less a fixture, and the whole apartment, like a passé beauty, was to be seen at its best by candlelight. The dining room was chiefly notable for the heavy atmosphere of tobacco, and multitudes of empty black bottles under the sideboard. The kitchen, both in sound and smell, absolutely refused to be ignored. Such was Monte Carlo. The inmates of Malahide have received honorable mention, but nothing has been said of Mrs. Malone, the proprietress, who kept the establishment running, as it were, on well-oiled wheels. Joyce Malone was an Irishwoman who had met with cruel reverses. Well-born, well-educated, and an almost penniless widow, she thankfully accepted the post of housekeeper in a nobleman's family, and there remained until her savings and a timely legacy enabled her to set up for herself. From the first she had met with success. Her terms were moderate. Butter, eggs, and poultry came from her native land. There was no skimping of coals or hot water, and clients who became permanent flocked to Malahide. In appearance, Mrs. Malone was a tall old woman with a stoop, who shuffled a little as she walked, and always wore a black gown, a gold Indian chain, and a white lace cap with ribbon bows. She kept severely aloof from her guests, and had her own little lair on the second landing. It was, she said, her business to see to domestic matters, and not to gossip or play bridge. Nevertheless, she had her favorites, Mr. Hutton and young Shafto. Envy and malice declared that Mrs. Malone had no favorites among her own sex. She was drawn to the boy by his air of good breeding and admirable manners. Also she noticed with secret indignation how shamefully his mother neglected and snubbed him. She took far more notice of Jimmy Black or Sandy Larcher than of her own son. No doubt she disliked to be so unmistakably dated by this tall, well-grown youth, and her hostess mentally agreed with the gossip who declared that Mrs. Shafto didn't care a pin for her boy, rather the other way, and if she had kept her figure, she could never keep her word or a secret, and that was a hard, selfish, grasping woman. Although Shafto and his mother lived under the same roof, she, figuratively, sat with folded hands as far as he was concerned. It was kindly Mrs. Malone who looked after his little comforts, saw that his socks were mended, and made him a hot drink when he had a heavy cold. Also, as a special honor, she invited him to her den, gave him a cup of coffee or a glass of port, and talked to him of her Irish home and her young days. Once upon a time, she had been a capital horsewoman, and it was strange to hear this old lady and the bright-eyed youth comparing notable runs. One day in the Strand at luncheon hour, Shafto came face to face with his old friend Geoffrey Treeman here, looking bronzed, splendidly fit, and independent as a prince. "Hello, Douglas!" he exclaimed. "Well, if this isn't a piece of luck! How are you, old man?" "Ah, right. And you?" "I arrived from India yesterday and go up to Scotland tonight. The family are all on the moors. I've just been looking for a pair of guns. Come and give your opinion, and then we will lunch. I'm stopping at the Grand." "I'd like to awfully. I need not tell you, Jeff, but I've got to be back at 1:15 sharp. It's mail day." "Oh, hang mail day. Come along and lunch, and let us have a good old book." "I don't know what that means, but I'll be glad of lunch, and more glad of a bit of jaw." "Now, tell me all about yourself, Douglas," said his schoolfellow, as they sat vis-à-vis in the marble hall. "You don't look particularly chirpy. Still in the office?" "Yes, I expect to live and die there." "Poor old boy, and doing work you hate." "Oh, I'm getting used to it now. I shall manage to hang on." "And Mrs. Shafto, how is she?" "As usual, going strong. We live in the same boarding house." "Well, let me tell you this. You are in the black books at home. I hear you refuse all invitations and make monstrous excuses." "You know I'd love to go down to Treeman here, but how can I? My time is not my own, and I only got a week's holiday in August, and 3 days at Christmas. There's nothing to tell about my career. Let's hear yours." Thus invited, Geoffrey, a gay young officer in a crack regiment, broke into short and vivid descriptions of Indian quarters, polo matches, and capital black buck shooting in the central provinces, and gave a full and detailed history of his one tiger. Shafto, an eager and enthusiastic listener, exclaimed, "I say, how splendid! Do you know, Jeff, I'd give 10 years of this life to have a good chance of seeing the world, especially the East. Who knows? You might yet. Pigs might fly. Still, I must not grumble. I'm delighted you have had such a glorious time. When one's friends are enjoying themselves, it's next best to doing the same oneself. What leave have you got?" "Only 3 months, and every hour is priceless. This time tomorrow I shall be blazing away at a grouse drive." From grouse they fell to talking of shooting, of old scenes, of rabbiting and ferreting, of cricket matches, schoolfellows, and scrapes. Suddenly Douglas sprang to his feet and pointed to the clock. "Only 3 months, and every hour is priceless. This time tomorrow I shall be blazing away at a grouse drive." From grouse they fell to talking of shooting, of old scenes, of rabbiting and ferreting, of cricket matches, schoolfellows, and scrapes. Suddenly Douglas sprang to his feet and pointed to the clock. 1:30. I must run. Goodbye and good luck, old boy. Wringing his friend's hand, I shan't forget this lunch in a hurry. And he was gone. This little break and talk of old times and warm friends gave Shafto something pleasant to think of for many days. It was like a gleam of sunshine in his gray and joyless life. Richard Hutton, hack writer and ghost, sat next to him at table twice a day and proved a sympathetic neighbor. Hutton was a clever, cultured, and, when he pleased, a wholly delightful companion. Occasionally on Sundays the pair made little excursions together, visited the city churches and quaint bits of old London, or ventured a dash into the country or up the river. "You say Friday is a holiday in your office, Shafto," he remarked one evening. "How would you like to come for a prowl and see what we can find in the Caledonian market? It's an out-of-the-way place where once a week all manner of rubbish is shot, and now and then you pick up a really staggering bargain." "What's that?" inquired Shafto. "Well, I'm told that lately a woman bought a rusty steel fender for 2 shillings, and when she went to clean it, it turned out to be solid silver, a bit of loot from some old French chateau. I must confess that I've never found any spoil, but I only root among the books. Once I thought I'd got hold of a Coverdale Bible, but it proved to be a fake." "All right," agreed Shafto. "I'd like to try my luck. I'll go with you and look for a set of gold fire irons. I've nothing special on, only tennis in the afternoon. And the market is at its best in the morning. We'll start at 10. Friday morning found the couple roaming aimlessly round that great bare enclosure at the end of the Camden Road, known as the Caledonian Market. It was just 11 by the clock tower, and wares were still pouring in, arriving in all manner of shabby carts and vans, mostly drawn by aged and decrepit horses. Every variety of goods had its own particular pitch. In one quarter were piles of books, brown, musty volumes of all shapes and sizes, also tattered magazines, and of theological works a great host. Farther on, the explorers came to a vast collection of old iron. It was as if numbers of traveling tinkers had here discharged their stock. Fenders, gasoliers, stair rods, tin cans, officer swords, yes, at least a dozen, frying pans and saucepans. Old clothes were, needless to say, a prominent feature. Here you might suit yourself with a bald-looking sealskin, a red flannel petticoat, a soiled evening gown on graceful lines, or a widow's bonnet. Here also were black costumes, dripping beads, broken feathers, and hopeless hats. Old furniture had several stands and was an important department. Grandfather clocks, sideboards, chairs, Chippendale or otherwise, chairs in horsehair upholstered in woolwork, and framed family portraits solicited notice. Should anyone marvel as to what becomes of the rubbish and relics belonging to houses whose contents have been scattered after several generations, trifles that survived wrecked fortunes, odds and ends which, for sacred reasons, people had clung to till the last, let them repair to the market. The relics are there, lying on unresponsive cobblestones, a pitiful spectacle, handled, despised, and cast aside, the precious hoarded treasures of a bygone age. Delicately worked samplers, faded watercolors, portraits, old seals, snuff-boxes, and lockets attract the curio hunter. Here is a prayer book with massive silver clasps inscribed, "Dearest Mary, on our wedding day, June 4th, 1847, from Gilbert." There, in a red morocco case, is a miniature of a handsome naval officer. At the back, under glass, are 2 locks of hair, joined by a true lover's knot in seed pearls. Some ruthless hand will pick out those pearls and throw the hair away. For a considerable time, Shafto strolled about with his hands in his pockets, so far seeing nothing to tempt him. Meanwhile, his companion eagerly examined books and bargained over a tattered old volume. Shafto noted with surprise the number of well-dressed visitors poking among the stalls in search of treasure trove. There were a parson with a greedy-looking leather bag, an officer in uniform, and various smart ladies, hunting in couples. Among a quantity of jugs and basins, soup tureens and coarse crockery, Shafto's idle glance fell upon a frightful Chinese figure, the squat presentation of a man about 8 inches in height. "I say, did you ever see such a horror?" he asked, pointing it out to his companion. "A curio for ugliness, and just the sort of monster Mrs. Malone would love. I'll try if I can get hold of it. What's the price of the China demon?" he inquired of a wizened old woman who wore a bashed black bonnet and a pair of blue sand shoes. "5 shillings," she replied promptly. "5 shillings!" he exclaimed. "You're joking." "No time for jokes here," she retorted. "It's a good piece," picking up the figure, "and come out of a grand house. If it were in Bond Street, I'd ask you £5. I showed it to a man who said it was good, although there's no mark. And it might be worth a lot. But I've no time to be raking up things. My trade is a quick sale, and cash." "I'll give you half a crown," said the customer. "2 half-crowns, and it's yours, and a bargain. You won't know the old fellow when he's had a wash." "What do you say, Hutton?" inquired Douglas, turning to his friend. "Well, I think you might risk 5 shillings. You don't see such ugliness every day, and I should not wonder if it was a good piece. I've never come across one like it." "All right, then, I'll take the horror." And in another moment the bargain was effected. Douglas tendered 2 half-crowns, which the old woman carefully examined and pocketed. Then she wrapped up the figure in a piece of crumpled newspaper, and presently he and his friend departed, each bearing his booty. "There is little to find now," said Hutton, as they passed through the gates. "The market has become one of the weekly fashionable gatherings of the town, and is dredged by dealers from all over England, who look on it as a sort of a lucky bag. But the bag is nearly empty." Mrs. Malone was enchanted with the monster. She had a secret weakness for cheap little gifts, that is to say, from her own particular friends. More than once Douglas had brought her some trifling tribute, but his mother had felt deeply affronted by such uncalled-for generosity to a stranger, and when he ventured to exhibit the Chinese atrocity, she exclaimed with great bitterness, "Oh, for Mrs. Malone, of course. It's rather strange that you never think of bringing me a present." "But, Mother, you wouldn't care for this sort of thing," he protested, "and it was awfully cheap." "Cheap and nasty," she retorted. "If you had offered me such a hideous rubbish, I'd have sent it straight to the dustbin." End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Smiling Jade. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 5 Clouds. It was an abnormally hot summer. All London lay at the mercy of a fierce and fiery sun. Grass in the parks was brown. Plants drooped in window boxes, and there was not even a little breeze to stir the soft dust underfoot, nor one hopeful cloud in the blue vault overhead. But in the sky of Douglas Shafto's existence, dark and threatening clouds were gathering. The largest of these was a haunting fear that his mother intended to marry her admirer, Manasseh Levison, the prosperous dealer in furniture and antiquities, a wealthy man who owned, besides his business, a fine mansion at Tooting. This he had closed after the death of Mrs. Levison, when he had repaired to Malahide for society and distraction, bidden there by his lively old friend, Mrs. Moses Galley. The shriveled little miserly widow was his confidante, and for the illumination of Mrs. Shafto, she had drawn glowing pictures of Khartoum House and outlined an imposing sketch of the luxuries awaiting its future mistress. It was noticed as a significant fact that when Mrs. Shafto and Madame Galley went to Eastbourne for a week, at Mrs. Shafto's expense, they had been joined at the Grand Hotel by Manasseh Levison, who treated them to a special banquet, enlivened by the finest brands of champagne, and had subsequently motored them back to town. The idea that Levison should usurp his father's place overwhelmed Douglas with horror and shame. The prospect was intolerable. So were other matters. For instance, his monotonous office life, the want of variety and fresh air. For exercise, he belonged to a neighboring gymnasium, but this was not sufficient for a country-bred, energetic young man in his 24th year. As for the variety of amusements that satisfied and delighted his brother clerks, they left him cold. He was sensible of a tormenting thirst for a faraway different life and its chances, sick of this existence of continually going round and round like a squirrel in a cage. A change of surroundings and scene or a spice of adventure was what he longed for, as eagerly and as hopelessly as some fallen wayfarer in a desert land. His mother's flinty attitude and hostile nagging had frozen a naturally affectionate disposition, and Shafto passed several years of his youth without one single ray of woman's love, until generous Mrs. Malone had come forward and installed him in her heart. His usual routine was breakfast at 8, office at 9, lunch 12:30, freedom at 6, dinner at 7:30. On Saturday afternoons, he was expected at Monte Carlo to join the family at tennis and high tea, and here, over the little red villa, brooded yet another cloud. Cosie, the gushing and good-natured, had been given what her brother brutally termed the chuck by her young man. He had taken on another girl, and his repentance and return were hopeless. Shafto listened to Cosie's hysterical lamentations and outpouring with what patience he could assume, until by degrees the dreadful truth began to dawn on him that he was selected to replace the faithless Lothario. Of late, Cosie's manner had become jealously possessive. She seemed to hold him by a nipping, tenacious clutch, and pattered out to meet him at the gate, sat next to him at table, and was invariably his partner at tennis. Once arriving unseen, he had overheard her declaiming to another girl, "No, no, no, I won't have it. Douglas is my boy and my joy. Douglas belongs to me." "There will be two options about that," he muttered to himself, as he flung down his hat and entered the tawdry little drawing-room. But in spite of his stern resolutions, he found himself borne along by a strong an irresistible current of family goodwill. Sandy gave him cigars. Delia declared over and over again that he was a darling. His aunt became extra motherly, and Cozy endowed him with buttonholes, pairs of ill-knit shapeless socks, and sent him many notes. She seemed to appropriate him as a matter of course, and once, when they parted at the gate, had held up her face to be kissed. But this undesired favor he affected not to see. He noted, too, that when Cozy accompanied him to the same little gate, Delia and Sandy lingered behind with alarming significance. He began to hate Cozy and to revolt against the slapdash untidy menage. Delia and her train of rowdy boys, the shouting, the practical jokes, and the slang. Then suddenly, the Levison cloud burst. One night, when he was flying upstairs to his sky parlor, his mother waylaid him on the landing and, with an imperative gesture, beckoned him into her room. "Shut the door, Douglas," she commanded in her usual frigid manner. "I have something to tell you. Come over here and sit down." "Yes, mother, all right." But nevertheless he remained standing. "What is it?" She cleared her throat and replied in her sharp metallic voice. "Mr. Levison and I have at last made up our minds to be married. You see, we have no one to consider but ourselves." This announcement was followed by a blank and paralyzed silence. "He is absolutely devoted to me," resumed Mrs. Shafto, "and is a wealthy man, and, as you know, I was never accustomed to poverty. The wedding will take place in 6 weeks." "Well, why do you stand glowering there?" she demanded impatiently. "What have you got to say?" "I have got to say," replied Douglas, and then his voice broke a little, "that I don't see how you can do it, or put that fat Jew tradesman into my father's place." "Your father?" she screamed passionately, and a scar on her chin showed white against a suffused complexion. "Don't talk to me about your father. Before we were married, he often came to my uncle's shop and talked to me about books. I got up Haydn's Dictionary of Dates, bits of Browning, and Lamb's Essays, and Omar Khayyam. I had to study them in my own room at night so as to make him think I was well educated and shared his tastes. But I did not. No," she cried with a stamp of her foot. "I hated his tastes. Aristotle and Plato, yes, and Shakespeare, dull to the last degree. But I like him. He was so handsome, so thoughtful, such a gentleman, and I believed that as he was madly in love, I could easily twist him around to my way of thinking. But I was mistaken." She paused, momentarily out of breath, then resumed. "He soon found me out and was sick of me in 3 weeks. He disliked dances, theaters, and smart society, and buried me alive in the country. We had nothing in common. He was just a bookworm with a sarcastic tongue who left me a beggar. Now I'm free. I'm going to be a rich woman, marry a man who understands me, and lead a new life." "I see you are easily satisfied," remarked her son. "I am. And although Mr. Levison is a Jew tradesman, as you have remarked in your nasty, sneering way, he has been generous enough to offer you an opening as his assistant. He will take you into the shop and pay you 200 a year." "No, thank you," replied Douglas stiffly. I know nothing about old furniture. Only old family, I suppose. Well, you might do worse, and when you marry Kasi, as is probable, I will make you a small allowance. Shafto had relinquished his income of 150 a year and made it over to his mother legally, immediately he had come of age. I haven't the smallest idea of marrying Kasi or anyone else, he answered, with white-faced decision. Well, she, and indeed they all, expect it. I've never given them any reason to do so. Yes, you have, she contradicted sharply. You go there, sit by her, and take her into the garden. There's nothing in that, he rejoined, too chivalrous to add that it was his cousin who sat by, escorted him, and clung to him like the traditional limpet. She is 5 years older than you, I know, but very sweet-tempered and not a bad manager. She runs Monte Carlo. Kasi is absolutely nothing to me beyond a cousin, nor have I ever given her reason to think otherwise, or ever shall. Oh, you are wonderfully bold and courageous here with me. I should like to hear you telling them this at Monte Carlo. I know my sister has set her heart on the match. She has been talking to me about the trousseau and intends to give you table linen and a silver teapot. She has two. Even the silver teapot would not bribe me, declared Douglas with an angry laugh. Well, I can assure you that it's an understood thing, persisted his parent with spiteful emphasis. How can it be understood when I have never asked the girl to marry me and never shall? Kasi is straight enough and can tell you that herself. Oh, she has told me lots of things, said her aunt mysteriously. Well, to turn to another subject, am I to inform Mr. Levison that you refuse his offer of 200 a year? You may come to us for weekends if you like. He is doing up the house at Tooting and giving me a fine car. No, thank you. I prefer to remain where I am. And now, if you've told me everything you wish to say, I think I'll go to bed. And with a brief good night, he departed. But he did not go to bed when he found himself in his bare fourth-floor room, but sat on the side of his lumpy mattress and smoked cigarettes for a couple of hours. He must squash this Kasi question at all cost, even if it led to a disagreeable interview with his relations and made a complete breach between them. In one sense, this breach would mean freedom and relief, and yet he was rather fond of his dotty old Aunt Emma, and he also liked that slangy, slacker Sandy. He could not bear to give anyone pain or to appear shabby or ungrateful. Of course, he ought to have taken a firm stand weeks ago and repelled advances that had stolen upon him so insidiously. He saw this now. Yet, how can you refuse to accept a flower from a girl, or be such a brute as to leave her notes and telephones unanswered, or rise and desert her when she nestles down beside you on the sofa? He felt as if he was on the edge of a precipice and must make a desperate, a life-or-death struggle, be firm and show no weakness. To be weak would establish him with a wife, house linen, and the teapot, in some dingy little flat near his office, where, plodding monotonous round like a horse in a mill, he would probably end his days. Always too anxious to please and to be liked, he had enjoyed lounging about at Monte Carlo and chaffing his cousin, but the price now demanded was exorbitant. He recalled Cossie, stout and smiling, with rather pretty eyes and a ceaseless flow of chatter. She had ugly hands and thick red lips. Her hair was coarse but abundant, and she frequently borrowed her sister's rouge. Cossie was immensely good-natured and affectionate, and he would be sorry to hurt her feelings, poor little thing. Then, as to his mother and her marriage to Levison, he hated to think of it. He could not endure his future stepfather. Between them there existed a bottomless chasm of dislike and distrust. Levison considered Shafto a conceited young cub, but a clever cub, and Shafto looked on Levison as a purse-proud tradesman, ever bragging of his finds, his sales, and his titled customers. Douglas had never felt so abjectly miserable since the time of his father's death. His depression was such that he wished he was dead too. But fate was in a kindly mood, and although he was unconscious of the fact, the clouds were lifting. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Smiling Jane. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 6. An Empty Offer. The night that Shafto subsequently spent was wakeful and seemed endless. He tossed about on his hard bed and thumped the irresponsive pillow, paced his room from end to end, drank all the water in the carafe, and even encroached on the ewer. He felt as if his vitality has been sapped, that he had no energy with which to face his new position. Nothing to which he could look forward, nor gleam of hope, and, as it turned out, no appetite for breakfast. Seated at table, he proved infectiously depressing and gloomily silent. On the way to the underground, Sandy Larcher, who happened to be in exuberant spirits, noticed his cousin's grave face and chaffed him about Cossie. Sandy, a coarse-grained creature, knew no reserves, did not profess to be a gentleman, and had never heard of the word tack. "And so, you couldn't sleep for thinking of her, eh? Ate no breakfast, only a bit of toast and half a kipper? Quite in a bad way, poor old chap." "Come now, Sandy, none of that," angrily protested the victim. "You are a sensible fellow, though you do play the ass, and must know as well as I do myself that you are talking through your hat. I swear on my word of honor I have never made love to Cossie. I would as soon think of making love to the parrot next door, and I have not the remotest idea of marrying her. Imagine marrying on £150 a year." "Oh, well, I couldn't face it myself, old man," generously conceded his companion. "But the mater and the girl are dead nuts on the idea. They are awfully fond of you, and say you are so mortal clever, so well-bred, and such top-hole style, that you are bound to rise in the world, and Cossie is getting rather long in the tooth. Of course, I know as well as if you told me how she rushes a chap and writes silly notes, manicures his nails, and gives him flowers and cigarettes. She overdid it with Freddie Soames and got the knock, and now he is formally engaged. I expect she is mad keen to show that two can play at that game." "I'm not for it, and that's certain," declared the other. with an emphasis that was almost violent. I like Cassie right enough as a cousin, but I'm not a scrap in love. Why, we've not one single taste in common. Bar tennis and walnut pickles. I hate saying all this to you, old man. It seems monstrously caddish. Really. Oh, don't apologize, interrupts Sandy. I know Cassie and her little ways. You are not the first by a long way that she's tried it on with. Couldn't you drop her some sort of gentle hint? Do like a good chap and say a word to my aunt? I would stay away from Monte Carlo, only that I'm drawn to play in this confounded tournament. No good. They wouldn't listen to me. You must do the business yourself, Douglas, old man. Come on, hurry up, or we'll miss our train. And Sandy began to run. Shafto had not long been perched on his office stool and invested in his office coat and paper cuffs when he received a message that Mr. Martin, the head of the firm, wished to see him in his private room. This is the limit, he said to himself as he followed the messenger into the cool, luxurious apartment. Now I'm going to get a slatting over that French correspondence, and it was Fraser's job. Well, if that's the case, I'll enlist. I'm sick of this life. He found Mr. Martin temporarily idle, seated in front of his large writing table, scanning the financial news. He raised his eyes as Douglas entered and said, "Hello, that you, Shafto? I have something to say to you. How would you like a little promotion?" "Very much indeed, sir," he replied after a moment's hesitation due to amazement. "You've been over 4 years with us as correspondence clerk?" "Yes, sir." "I believe you know Mr. Teman here?" "Yes." "So do I. He had called here to see me about you. What would you think of going abroad for a change, say, to Burma?" "Burma, yes, sir, all right," assented Shafto, with a glowing face. Something within him had always craved for the East. "It's like this," continued the other, leaning back and placing his fingers together, tent fashion. "Our house in Rangoon wants a smart, healthy young fellow, quick at numbers and able to manage bills of lading. You would soon pick up that. It will be chiefly an out-of-door job on the wharves." "I would like that." "The pay offered is 400 rupees a month, and house rent, not much, I admit, considering the fall of the rupee and Rangoon prices. But we have been compelled to modify expenses. Our profits are run so fine, thanks to an active German mercantile element. Well, what do you think, Shafto?" Shafto thought Mr. Martin a species of genie, who was offering him a magic carpet that would transport him into the great, hurrying, active world, into the land of sunshine he had longed to see. He would have jumped at the proposal if the salary had been halved, and he replied, "I shall be glad to accept." "Then that's all right. I was afraid you might have some ties to this country. Of course, in time you're bound to get a rise, and I believe there are boarding houses in Rangoon where they make you fairly comfortable." "When do you wish me to start?" "As soon as you can get under way," was the unexpected reply. "One of the BB line sails on Saturday week, and that brings me to another matter. You have to pay for your own passage and outfit. The passage money is 600 rupees. The outfit, good English boots, cool clothes, a solar topi, and a revolver, and a medicine chest might come in handy. No doubt some of your relations will help or give you a loan. You see, You are getting a big rise and a capital opening in a new line." "That's true, sir," replied Douglas, whose face had considerably lengthened. "But I'm afraid I cannot manage the ready money, near £100. Is my salary paid in advance?" "No, that is out of the question, in a province where cholera carries a man off in a couple of hours. I'm sorry about the passage. At one time we did pay, but now we have to pinch and consider our expenses. No doubt you would like to talk over the matter with your people?" "Well, yes, I should, thank you," he answered, staring fixedly at the door. "Then let me have your decision before mail day. I may tell you, Shafto, that irrespective of Mr. Termenhere's interests, you have given us entire satisfaction, and for this chance, and it is a chance, you have only yourself to thank. You can take a couple of days' leave and let me hear from you definitely on Friday morning." It was only 11 o'clock, an oppressively warm July day, and Douglas walked up to Lincoln's Inn Fields, took a seat in the cool shade of the finest trees in the largest square in London, and there endeavoured to think out some plan. "I say, what a chance!" he muttered to himself. "What a stroke of luck! A new start in life offering change and freedom. Yet he must lose it, and all for the paltry £100. Paltry, no. To him it represented a huge and unattainable fortune. There wasn't a soul from whom he could borrow, not from the Tebbs, nor the Termenheres, and his associates at Malahide were, with one detestable exception, as poor as himself. After long meditation, entirely barren of inspiration, he went down to the Strand and lunched at Slater's, and then took the tube to Bayswater Public Library, where he got hold of some books on Burma. Burma, the land of the pagoda and golden umbrella. Somehow the very name fired his imagination and thrilled his blood. After sitting in the library, greedily devouring information, he strolled back to Lincoln Square in time for dinner, and all that evening he kept his great news to himself. It would have seemed natural for an only son to carry such important tidings to his mother, but Mrs. Shafto was the last woman to welcome his confidence. She was entirely without the maternal instinct, and, armed with a certain fierce reserve, held her son inflexibly at arm's length. A stranger would scarcely have discovered the relationship, unless they happened to note that the pair walked to church together on Sunday, and that she pecked his cheek of a night before retiring. As a matter of course, she made use of Douglas, and, insisting on maternal claims, thrust on him disagreeable interviews, sent him messages, borrowed his money when short of change, and allowed him to pay her taxis. Honestly, she did not care for the boy. He was too detached and self-contained. He had such odd ideas and resembled his father in many respects, especially in appearance, though Douglas' expression was keener and more animated. He had the same well-cut features, fine head, and expressive dark grey eyes. Yes, he recalled too forcibly a dead man whom she had neglected, detested, and deceived. And as for Douglas, for years he had been sensible of the smart of a baffled instinct, a hunger for a mother's love and affection, which had never been his, and never would be his. In the drawing-room, after dinner, The boarders were amusing themselves as usual and making a good deal of noise, yet somehow the circle presented an air of rather spurious gaiety. Mrs. Shafto, in a smart black and gold evening frock, was smoking a cigarette and playing auction bridge with Mr. Levison and two Japanese. The Mrs. Smith and the various casual boarders were engrossed at Coon Can. Another group was assembled about the piano. Douglas Shafto sat aloof in the window seat, absorbed in the book on Burma and acquiring information. For even if he were never to see the country, it was as well to learn something about it. Rangoon, the capital, that fact he already knew, once a mere collection of monasteries around the great pagoda, was now assumed to be the Liverpool of the East, the resting place of Buddha's relics, and an important industrial center. As his reading was disturbed by the boisterous chorus at the piano and the shrieks of laughter from the Coon Can set, he tucked the volume under his arm and slipped out the room as noiselessly as possible. He could rest at peace up in his cock loft and endeavor to puzzle out some means of reaching the land of the golden umbrella, even if he worked his passage as a cabin steward. In passing the door of Mrs. Malone's den, some strange, unaccountable impulse constrained him to knock. Yes, he suddenly made up his mind that he would confide in her, and why not? She was always so understanding, sympathetic, and wise. In reply to a shrill "Come in," he entered and found the old lady sitting by the open window with a black cat on her lap. The room was small and homelike. There were some shabby rugs, a few fine prints, a case of miniatures, and, in a cabinet, a variety of odd bits which Mrs. Malone had picked up from time to time. "So it's you, Douglas," she exclaimed. "Come over and sit down. I'm always glad to see you. You know you have the private entree." And she laughed. "What have you been doing with yourself today?" As he muttered something indefinite, she added, "What's your book?" holding out her hand. "Burma, I declared. One does not hear much of that part of the world. It's always connected in my mind with rice and rain, Douglas," suddenly raising her eyes. "I believe you have something on your mind. What is it? Come now, speak out. Is it a love affair or money? You know I'm safe." Thus invited, in a few halting sentences, he told her of his friend's good offices, the offer, his supreme delight and subsequent despair. £100, yes, well, it's a tidy sum, she admitted, and you will want all that. I think Gregory and Company might pay your passage, as the salary is not large. "No," agreed Shafto, "but I'll be only too glad to earn it. It's this blessed ready money that stumps me." He began to pace about the room with his hands in his pockets, then suddenly broke out, "Mrs. Malone, I'll give one of my eyes to go, to be up and doing and get out into the world, especially to the East. Isn't it hard lines, one moment to be offered a splendid chance and the next to have it snatched away?" "I suppose you couldn't borrow?" she suggested, looking at him over her spectacles. "No, who would lend me money? I have no security and no wealthy friends." "Well, I am not a wealthy friend, Douglas, but I will lend you £100. I've saved a good bit, and I can—" "No, no, Mrs. Malone," he interrupted. I couldn't accept it. I know how hardly your money has been earned. I know all your hateful worries, your brothers with servants and coal, your trampings into the grove and up and down these confounded stairs. But Douglas, you can pay me back by degrees. No, you would run a poor chance of seeing your £100 again. Mr. Martin informed me the firm never paid in advance, as cholera carried off people in a few hours. Cheerful, wasn't it? And if I were carried off, where would you be? Here, my boy, and in the deepest grief. Well, thanking you all the same, I will not touch a penny of your money, but I know you are long-headed and may think of some scheme for me. I've got nothing to sell of any value. I parted with my father's watch, and it's still at the pawnbroker's. Worse luck! His pitilessly selfish mother had borrowed £10 and forgotten the debt, and he had been compelled to apply to his uncle. Shafto found his salary a very tight fight. £11 a month seemed to melt away in board, clothes, washing, and those innumerable little expenses that cropped up in London. Anyhow, you have till Friday, you proud, obstinate boy, and before that I may be able to trash out something. I have noticed that you don't look yourself the last few weeks. Not my dear lively Douglas, tearing up and down stairs, whistling like a blackbird. Tell me the reason. And she laid a well-shaped wrinkled hand upon his arm. Then walking up and down the room, he frankly unfolded his troubles, the approaching marriage of his mother. This was no news. And, in an agitated and incoherent manner, his desperate predicament with regard to Cossie Larcher. The poor boy, said his listener to herself, that man-hunting, determined little cat has got her claws into him. I have seen the vulgar made-up minx without education, fortune, or modesty trying to carry off her gentleman cousin. But she shan't have him, no. By hook or by crook, he must be got out of the country, as sure as my name is Joyce Malone. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. The Monster. For a considerable time, Mrs. Malone sat, stroking her long nose with her long forefinger and thinking profoundly. There fell, in consequence, an unusual silence. At last this was broken by the old lady, who exclaimed with an air of triumph, "Douglas, my boy, I do believe I have got hold of a bright idea." "That's nothing new," he rejoined with a smile. "Come now, none of your blarney. You know the queer little monster you brought me some time ago. You see him there grinning at us out of the cabinet? Well, a friend of mine noticed him yesterday. She is a bit of a connoisseur, and she said that, if genuine, that diabolical object has considerable value. Tomorrow I will take it round to a shop in the Grove, and get an opinion. Let us hear what the expert says, and if the object is good and marketable, I'll sell him, and you shall have the money. Now, raising a hand authoritatively, I warn you not to say no to me again, for if you do, I'll just take the poker and smack the deformity into 1,000 atoms. Oh, well, I suppose that puts the lid on, said Douglas. But I ask you if anything in the whole world can be meaner than to give a present and to take it back. However, I'll consent to commit that outrage to save the monster. I don't believe he is worth a sovereign. Stop! I hear them moving in the drawing room. So, my dear boy, fly up to your roost at once. You know how it vexes your mother to see you spending your time with me. Good night, my dear child. And rising, she laid her hands on his shoulders and kissed him on the cheek. The very next evening, shortly before dinner, Mrs. Malone sent for her favorite boarder. I've grand news for you, she announced. I've had the ugly figure valued, and a man has offered me £110. £110? Repeated Shafto. Come, this is one of your good old Irish jokes. Alas, it must be here recorded that warm-hearted Mrs. Malone was not joking, but lying. She had never been to any expert. The £110 were to come out of her own lean pocket. This had been her bright idea when she contemplated the monster in the cabinet. She was sincerely fond of Shafto. During the time he had been under her roof, she had never known him to do a mean or ungentlemanly action. He was considerate, unselfish, and generous. Poor as he was, also he opened doors, handed chairs, treated age with deference, and, in short, conducted himself like the people among whom she had lived most of her life. Richard Hutton was of the same type. So were the two Japanese, but Leviston, her most valuable guest, Larcher, and other young boarders had, in her opinion, no manners at all. They smoked where and how they pleased, barring the drawing room, left cigarette stumps all over the house, kicked off their boots in the hall, were late for meals, loud in talk, arguments and complaints, and supremely indifferent to the comfort of their companions. In some extraordinary and inexplicable manner, the story of the monster had leaked out. At any rate, it was in the air. Perhaps the monster himself had blazoned forth the fact of his own value, or Michael, the handyman, had caught a whisper from Maggie, Mrs. Malone's right hand. However it was, Mrs. Malone was not a little startled when Mr. Levinson, in his loud, resonant voice, shouted at her down the dinner table. So I hear you've come in for a wonderful find, ma'am. A Chinese figure valued at a handsome sum. Do you know I'm something of a judge of such stuff? Old porcelain is rather my line, and I'd like to have a look at the prize after dinner, if you don't object. And if the bargain is not clinched, perhaps I might go one better. Mrs. Malone colored like a young girl, or was it the blush of guilt? Would her sin find her out? No, no matter what the dealer said, She determined to stick to her story. She would not allow him to see the figure. She knew Manash Levingston to be a persistent, overbearing sort of man. Nevertheless, she was resolved to defeat him. If the worst came to the worst, she would go to bed and either take the figure with her or hide it up the chimney. But alas for her plans. Manash, scenting a good thing immediately after his cigar was finished, boldly followed the old lady into forbidden ground, her sitting room, and did not even knock, but just turned the handle of the door and walked in. He discovered his hostess and young Shafto evidently holding a weighty conference with the figure on the table between them. "Mr. Levingston," she exclaimed, "are you aware that this is my private apartment and that such an intrusion is unwelcome?" Levingston, not the least abashed, had snatched up the figure and critically examined it, glass in eye. For an appreciable time he stood silent and transfixed, obviously gloating over the article in his grasp. Yes, gloating with the absorbed expression of a devotee. At last he spoke, raising his voice almost to a shout. "And are you aware, madame, that this piece in my hand is a most glorious specimen of old Kang He? An altar vessel, too, a most perfect, complete, and unique specimen of Chinese enameled porcelain, dating from the Kang dynasty? By George!" handling it and turning it about with tender, loving care. "What an astonishing find! I've never come across such a piece, and I've seen a good few in my time. How did you get a hold of it?" "Mr. Shafto gave it to me," replied Mrs. Malone in her stiffest manner, "and I picked it off in a stall in the Caledonian market," supplemented Shafto. "What luck! What incredible luck!" exclaimed the dealer, nodding his big head. "Well, Mrs. Malone, will you please inform your other customer that I will pay you £300 down for this piece? That rather snuffs him out, eh? I'll give you a check in the morning." And carrying the monster as reverently as if it were some holy relic, Mansa Levingston, expert and connoisseur, marched out of the room in triumph. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 8. Bound for Burma. It was some minutes before Mrs. Malone recovered her breath and composure. The invasion and purchase had been so startlingly abrupt. At last she found her tongue and her wits, and after a lengthy and animated discussion, it was ultimately decided that she and Douglas would each take £100. Privately, she determined to invest her share for his benefit, and hand the remaining 100 to the old woman in the black bonnet at her stand in the Caledonian market. The journey to Rangoon was now likely to be accomplished, thanks to the Chinese monster. When Douglas picked it off the cobblestones, from among coarse common crockery, how little he dreamed what a factor this figure would prove in his future. It had been the means of shaping his destiny. On Friday morning, he sent in a formal acceptance of Mr. Martin's offer and, having obtained leave, hurried away to the Caledonian market in search of the old rag and bottle female. It was 12:30 when he arrived. He was late, and her pitch was empty. Had she departed already? On inquiry, he was informed that old Mother Doak had departed for good, was, in fact, dead. Yes, she were run over by a motor trolley 10 days ago, announced the woman in the next stall. She was terribly old and blind and a real wicked miser. There was no one belonging to her. Her clothes were just lined with bank notes, and there was a whole lot of papers and bonds in her mattress, and a lovely silver tea set up the chimney. She grudged herself a penn'orth o' milk, or a drop o' brandy, and she worth thousands of pounds. Being no heirs, the Crown takes the lot. Thank you, sir, accepting a tip. I suppose I could not tempt you with a splendid fur-lined overcoat. Cost 100, but you can have it for 6. It belonged to a lord. I got it off his man. Well, maybe it's a bit warmish, but it's dirt cheap and would come in next winter. Since Mother Doak was not defunct, her share divided gave Douglas another £50, and he felt quite a wealthy man. The first use he made of the monster's money was to take his father's watch and chain out of pawn. The next, to secure his passage in the Bibi line to Rangoon. Then he spent a long morning at the stores and bought a new outfit, saddle and bridle, steamer trunks, and a steamer chair. The purchase of the Kang He piece and its price were naturally not withheld from Mrs. Shafto. She pounced upon Douglas in the hall and drove him before her into the empty dining room. Well, I've heard all about your wonderful luck, she began excitedly, and how Mr. Levinson has actually paid you £300 for that frightful figure. Yes, so he did. It's a true bill. And now, my dear boy, you will be able to help me with my trousseau, said this daughter of a horse leech. I must really get good frocks. Mr. L is so sharp and notices everything, and can tell the price of a gown to a sixpence. He has wonderful taste, and is very particular. You must let me have 50 or 60 to begin with. It's not much out of £300. What a windfall! Oh, but I have already divided it with Mrs. Malone, replied Douglas. She insisted upon my taking half. You see, the figure was hers. Divided it with Mrs. Malone, screamed his mother. What a mean, grasping, greedy old hag! I shall speak to her about it and make her disgorge. She has no right to your money, whilst I am your mother. I do beg you won't interfere. Mrs. Malone is the most generous woman I know. Generous? Echoed Mrs. Shafto. The greatest old skinflint in London. She charges me 6 a day for having my breakfast in bed, and— Well, you will soon be out of it, interrupted her son impetuously, and so shall I. And I am glad to have an opportunity now of telling you that I have got promotion in the office and am going to Burma. Oh, are you? Burma? Burma? Why, that's abroad, someplace near India? Or is it the West Indies? You are thinking of Bermuda. Burma is east of India. I have to pay for my passage and outfit. And this unexpected windfall is a wonderful bit of luck. If I hadn't got it, I never could have accepted the post or made a new start. And when do you leave? In a week. So soon, she exclaimed cheerfully. I wonder what Causey will say. It is not of the slightest consequence what Causey says. She has nothing to do with my plans. Causey won't think so. And when she hears you have been promoted and are off to Burma, she will stick you like a burr. But, my dear mother, what is the use of her sticking to me? Protested Douglas. I haven't the faintest intention of being engaged to Causey. If she imagines that I am in love with her, she is making the greatest mistake in her life. Causey is a foolish girl, admitted her aunt, and has made heaps of mistakes. But if she sees her way to bettering herself, she can be as determined as anyone. Of course you will have to run down and say goodbye. Yes, I shall go tomorrow. I must say I don't envy you the visit, declared his mother with a malicious smile. No, I dare say it will be disagreeable, but Aunt Emma will see me through. In Causey's case, it is not a matter of deep attachment. She only wants to play me off against that fellow Soames. Ah, here is Michael jingling his tray outside. He wants to lay the cloth, and we had better clear. In some respects, the dreaded farewell at Monte Carlo was even more trying than Douglas had anticipated. His relatives had learned and digested his news. To them, it seemed an uplifting of the entire connection. After pushing congratulations and some high-flown talk respecting the delights of his future career and position, the girls, as if by mutual agreement, rose and left him alone with their mother. This abandoned to a tete-a-tete after a lengthy silence, Mrs. Larcher, sitting among the collapsible springs, began to speak in a shaky voice. Ahem. We have all seen, Douglas, how devotedly attached you are to Causey, and the marked attentions you have paid her. Of course, on such a small salary, you were too honorable to say anything definite. Ahem. But now that you are in a better position, with splendid prospects, I have no objection to an engagement, and as soon as you are comfortably settled in Rangoon, Causey will join you. Douglas instantly lifted himself out of his chair and confronted the unfortunate cat's paw. Standing erect before her, he said, My dear Aunt Emma, kindly understand once and for all that I am not in love with Causey. I have never made love to her, or ever shall. I like her as a cousin, but no more. Even if I were madly in love with her, I could not marry. My screw will barely keep myself. Oh, but you'll get on, interposed his aunt eagerly. They all do out there. And you, who are so well educated and gentlemanly, will soon be drawing high pay and keeping dozens of black servants and a motor, and you know poor Cassie is so fond of you. I am truly sorry to hear you say so. I cannot imagine why she should be fond of me, or why, quite lately, she has gotten this preposterous idea into her head. Naturally, it is a delicate subject to discuss with you, Aunt Emma, but I declare on my honor that I have never thought of Causey, but just as a jolly sort of girl and a cousin. But you have given her presents, my darling boy. Yes, and written to her, urged the poor lady, clinging to the last straw. I have given her chocolates and a couple of pairs of gloves, and answered her notes. And if Causey imagines that every man who gives her chocolates and answers notes about tea and tennis is seriously in love with her, she must be incredibly foolish. Causey knows in her heart that I have never cast her a thought, except as a relation. And, as a matter of fact, of the two girls, I like Dahlia the best. I don't want to say unpleasant things when I am on the point of going away, probably for years. I hope to have spent a jolly long day among you, but from what you have just told me, I really could not face it, and I must ask you to say goodbye to my cousins for me. I will write to you, Aunt Emma, as soon as I get out to Rangoon. You have always been very kind and made me feel at home here. You may be sure I won't forget it. And he stooped down suddenly and gave her a hearty kiss. Then, before the poor stout lady could struggle out of the cavity which her weight had made in the Chesterfield, Douglas had departed. She heard the close of the hall door, immediately followed by the click of the garden gate. Yes, he was gone. And Causey, who all the time had been listening on the top of the stairs, instantly descended like a wolf on the fold. She would have run out bareheaded after Douglas, but that her more prudent sister actually restrained her by violent physical force. And then, what a scene she made! Oh, what recriminations and angry speeches and reproaches she showered upon her unhappy parent. You told me to sound him about an engagement, and I did. Oh, but it was a hateful job, and here's my thanks, whimpered Mrs. Larcher. He looked awfully white and stern, and said he only likes you as a cousin, and that he had no intention of anything, and I believe him. It was only in the last 2 months, since Freddie Soames broke it off, that you've gone out of your way to hang on to Douglas. I'm sure I wish there had been something in it. He's a dear good boy, and I could love him like a son, and the poor lady sobbed aloud. You bungled the whole thing, of course, cried her ungrateful offspring. I might have known you would put your foot in it. You've let him slip through your fingers, and just ruined my last chance. Oh, if I'd only talked to him myself. I'd have been on my way to Burma in 6 months. Then Causey broke down, buried her head in a musty cushion, and wept sore. However, after a little time, the broken-hearted damsel recovered. Her feelings were elastic, and she allowed herself to be revived with a stiff whiskey and soda, and a Deresky cigarette. On the following day, she had so far recovered as to be able to make a careful toilet and walk out, to call upon her 2 most intimate pals in order to inform them, in the very strictest confidence, that she was engaged to her cousin, Douglas Shafto, who had just got a splendid appointment in Burma, and would come home in 2 years. Then she added impressively, I don't want this given out. Mother would be furious. But the first time you come across him, I don't mind if you whisper the news to Freddie Soames. Causey sent her cousin a heartbroken letter of farewell, full of underlined words and vague expressions of despair, a portion of which she had copied from a dramatic love scene in a novel. She implored him to write to her, and remained his devoted till death Causey. Shafto thrust his devoted till death Causey's letter into the waste-paper basket, with a gesture of excommunication, and barred the doors of his memory upon his round fat face. Preparations for departure proceeded satisfactorily. He received a number of good wishes and not a few gifts. The Tremenheres sent him an express rifle. The Tebbs a dispatch box. Mrs. Malone gave him a silver cigarette case and a warm rug. Mrs. Leigh gave him her blessing, and his mother gave him advice. On the appointed day, a bank of friends traveled down to Tilbury to take leave of Douglas Shafto. These included Mrs. Malone, Mr. Hutton, the 2 Japanese gentlemen, and several of his fellow clerks. Mrs. Shafto had excused herself, declaring that her feelings would not endure the strain of a public leave-taking. Shortly before the Blankshire, Bibby line, sailed, Sandy, alas, accompanied by Kazi, hurried down the gangway, for Kazi was allied to the stamp of the British soldier, who never knows when he is beaten and entirely refuses to accept defeat. She wore her best hat, a conspicuous affair with enormous green wings, a somewhat murky white fur, and carried a presentation bunch of wilted flowers. The new arrival, chattering like a magpie, took immediate possession of her cousin, snatched her away from poor Mrs. Malone, who was looking very old and sad, and insisted on inspecting his cabin and as much as was possible of the ship. When the bell rang and the moment of parting arrived, she burst into wild, unrestrained sobs and clung, in the best melodramatic style, to her unresisting kinsman, who was compelled to accept her kisses and tears. In fact, as her brother rudely stated, she made a shameless show of herself, slobbering over Douglas before all the passengers, and he was sorry for the poor chap, who was covered with blushes, and not for her at all, as anyone could see with half an eye. However, Kazi returned home by the underground, fortified with the conviction that the party who had witnessed her farewell were bound to realize that Douglas Shafto was her affianced lover. The last signal Shafto received, ere the group of friends had dissolved into a blur, was a frantic waving of Kazi's damp handkerchief, and he turned his face towards the bows of the Blankshire, now heading down the river, with the happy exultation of freedom and a grateful sense of escape. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 9, The Blankshire. The Blankshire was a full and well-known boat. Not a few of the passengers had made several trips in her, and some, as they met in saloon and corridors, exchanged loud, hearty greetings and hailed one another as old friends. These were chiefly planters and officials from Ceylon, southern India, and Burma, who herded in parties both at meals and on deck. It was not to be expected that Shafto would see one familiar face, and he felt completely out of it, as he took a seat at a draughty table between 2 elderly people, whose interest was entirely concentrated upon their meals and the weather. The second day proved rough and wet, and the smoking room was crowded. Here Shafto made an acquaintance with a well-set-up, weather-beaten young man, his neighbor. Finding they had similar tastes with regard to cigars and boots, they proceeded to cement an acquaintance. Hoskins was the name of Shafto's companion, and after half an hour's lively talk, he exclaimed, "I say, look here, we must dig you out of the potter's field and bring you to our table." "What do you mean by the potter's field?" "Why, to bury strangers in. We bury dull folk and such like in the table near the door, but I'll speak to the head steward and get you moved." And before the next meal, Shafto's transition was an accomplished fact, and he found himself one of a merry and congenial circle. In his novel and detached position, he realized a sense of independence. He was breathing a new existence, an exhilarating atmosphere, and enjoying every hour of the day. At table and in the smoke-room, he picked up a certain amount of useful information respecting Burma, listened to a many don't with polite attention, and was offered the address of a fairly good chummery in Rangoon. As he could play bridge without letting down his partners, was active at deck sports, and invariably cheery and obliging, he soon gained that effervescent prize, board-ship popularity. Here was a different fellow from Douglas Shafto of Malahide. He seemed to have cast off a load of care. The cramped, monotonous life, his mother's hard indifference, the octopus-like Kazi, All had slipped from his shoulders and were figuratively buried and in the heaving, dark blue sea. What delicious hours of tranquil ease were enjoyed in a steamer chair, hours when he looked on the past 5 years as a distant and fading dream. As he paced the deck with a companion, he learned many strange things, odd bits of half-told stories, confidences respecting some girl or some ambition, and now and then a warning. "You are so new and green to the East," said Hoskins, his first friend, a police officer returning from short leave. "You had better keep your eyes skinned. Rangoon is not like India, but a roaring busy seaport, where every soul is on the make. You will find various elements there, besides British and Burmese. Tribes from Upper Burma, Tibetans, Hindus, Malays, Chinese, and above all, Germans. They do an enormous trade, and have many substantial firms and houses, and put through as much business as, or more than, we do ourselves. No job is too small, no order too insignificant for their prompt attention. They have agents all over the country, who pull strings in wolfram and ruby mines and have a finger in every mortal thing. I'll say this for them, they're most awfully keen and industrious, and stick at nothing to earn the nimble rupee, underselling what they can and grabbing contracts and trade secrets. Some of these days they will mine us out of Burma." "So I see they needn't go to you for a character," remarked Shafto. "Oh, they're not all tarred with the same brush. I have some good pals in the German club. Fellows that are as straight as a die. Is this your first journey out of England?" "Yes, bar winter sports in Switzerland when I was a kid." "Well, you will see a small bit of the world this trip. As soon as we collect the passengers at Marseille, and once the awnings and the moon are up, things will begin to hum." "How do you mean hum?" "We shall have sports, dances, concerts. This has always been a gay ship, and the purser is a rare hustler. We are due at Marseille tomorrow morning, and we take in a cargo of the lazy, luxurious folk who abhor the bay and have traveled overland. I'd have done the same, only am frightfully hard up. 3 months at home having a good time comes pretty expensive." "I hope you will be a fixture in Rangoon?" "I'm afraid not. I'm going straight up to Mandalay. But I shall be down later, and meanwhile I'll do my best to settle you in that chummery. I'll send a line to Fitzgerald of my service. He lives there, a rattling Irishman with lots of brains in his handsome head, and a good sort. There's also Roscoe, a clever oddity, and McNabb of the Irrawaddy flotilla, a wonderful golfer. Most of the fellows in business in Rangoon are Scotch. Murray was in the same chummery. There were 4 chums till May." "And number 4 has gone home?" "He has. To his long home, worst luck. He broke his neck fooling over a log jump." On this fresh October morning, the Blankshire lay moored at her usual berth in Marseille Harbour, and the overland passengers were streaming aboard in great numbers. Hoskins and Shafto, leaning over the bulwarks, watched the long procession of travelers, followed by porters, bearing their light baggage. "There are a good few, you see," remarked Hoskins. "This is a popular ship and date. We won't have an empty berth, anyway as far as the canal. Most of this crowd," waving a hand, "these with maids and valets, are bound for Egypt. There will be a big contingent for Colombo and southern India. I'm a bit curious to see our own little lot. Ah, here comes one of them." He indicated a stout, imposing person who was majestically ascending the gangway. "That's Lady Puffle, the consort of one of our bigwigs. Very official and dignified. Keeps old Fluffy in grand order. The next, the tall, handsome woman, is Mrs. Pomeroy, wife of the Judicial Commissioner, a real lady, and, hello, she has brought out a daughter. Not as far as I can see, up to her mother's sample. Too much nose and too much bone. And next we have Mrs. Flint, of Flint & Co., a big house. She gives the best dinners in Rangoon. The little fair lady with the small dog is Mrs. Maitland, a wife of the general commanding in Burma, and the one with her must be her sister or sister-in-law. Here comes the great Otto Bernhard, junior partner in the house of Bernhard Brothers. As you see, a fine handsome man, with the most all-highest mustache, and also owns a heavenly tenor voice, but I would not trust him farther than I could throw him." "And that would not be far," said Shafto. "He weighs every ounce of 14 stone. "Yes, a big man in every way. Trades on his voice and his good looks, as well as in teak and patty. An unscrumptious devil where women are concerned. The lady he is escorting is Mrs. Lacey. You would not think to look at her, so slim, gracious, and smiling, that she is a noted man-eater." "What do you mean?" "Well, perhaps the expression is a bit too strong. She has a subtle way of attracting mankind. It amuses her, and in the long run does no harm. Wait till you see how they will collect about her on board, like flies round a pot of honey. Shall you be one of the flies? Possibly. I enjoy being fascinated, and I like honey. She's very amusing and dances like a moonbeam. Those are 2 coffee planters, wonderful pals and bridge players. And here comes a strange lady, probably a tourist, rich too. Shafto looked and saw a handsome gray-haired woman with a round smiling face, wearing a long sable coat and an air of complacent prosperity. Why, for a wonder, I know her, he declared. It's Mrs. Millward. Her sister was our neighbor at home. I've met her often. Who is she? A widow. Very rich, I believe. I think her daughter is married to a man in India, or Burma. Is this the daughter following up the gangway? No, I've never seen her before. I say, what a pretty girl, and a ripping figure. Once seen, never forgotten, eh? When you have claimed the chaperone, you must present me to the young lady, especially as you are out of the running yourself. Out of the running? What do you mean? Merely that I happened to witness that tender parting at Tilbury, the little girl in the green hat who was crying her eyes out. She was my cousin, protested Shafto, nothing more. Oh, come, rejoined Hoskins, with a knowing sidelong glance. Upon my honor, nothing whatever to me but that. Well, I suppose I'm bound to take your word for it, but it looked uncommonly touching. So like the real thing, and yet merely a case of strong family affection. Yes, that's all. Well, let us descend and make ourselves presentable for lunch. Nothing like first impressions. After lunch, when the newcomers had found their places and scattered about, watching the shores of France recede, Shafto approached Mrs. Millward and bowed himself before her. Why, Douglas, she exclaimed, this is a surprise, a delightful surprise. What on earth are you doing here? Making a voyage to Rangoon. Rangoon? So am I. An amazing coincidence. Now come and sit down at once and tell me all about yourself. I think you have heard all there is to know. Yes, that you had become so distant and reserved, and so like an oyster in its shell, and there was no getting you to Tremen here. But I was not my own master. I was in an office. My dear boy, where there's a will, there's a way. There is no way of taking leave, unless you wish to get the key of the street, he retorted with a laugh. And what takes you to Rangoon? A post in a big mercantile house. I've to thank Mr. Tremen here. I owe it to his interest. It's a splendid chance for me. Well, I'm sure you deserve it, my dear boy, if ever anyone did. You don't ask why I'm on the high seas. I'm en route to Mandalay. Ella is there. After I've paid her a visit, I'm going on to India to stay with your old friend Geoffrey. He and you are about the same age, are you not? Yes, where is he now? He's in the White Hussars at Lucknow. He was at Sandhurst with you, wasn't he? Shafto nodded, and the lady continued. I'm bringing out a girl, such a darling. She's down unpacking in our cabin. A dear child. Her mother is an old friend of mine. Her father was a rector of our parish. I drop her in Rangoon. Oh, do you? Her name is Sophy Leigh, and she's going out to stay with an aunt, who's something of an invalid. Her husband is in business, a German, said to be rolling in money. That sounds all right. And Sophy can't speak a word of German, though French like a native, and she plays the piano delightfully. Her father died some years ago, and Mrs. Leigh and the girls live in town, Chelsea. Not rich, but have enough to go on with, and are a very happy trio. One day a letter came from the German uncle asking for a niece, and, if possible, a musical niece, so Sophy was sent. Anyway, her sister is engaged to be married and was not available. My friend, Mrs. Leigh, was very sorry to lose her girl, even for a year or so, but it seemed such a chance for Sophy to see the world and make friends with her rich and childless relatives. I expect she will have a good time in Burma? Bound to, for she's one of those fortunate people who make their own happiness. Here she comes. As she concluded, a tall, slim girl, with a face of morning freshness, wearing a rose silk sports coat and fluttering white skirt, approached, and Shafto instantly realized that such a personality was likely to have a good time anywhere. Miss Leigh's dark eyes were lovely, and she had a radiant smile. She smiled on Shafto when he was presented by her chaperone. Sophy, this is a most particular friend of mine. I've known him since he was in blouses, a boy with sticky fingers who refused to be kissed. Mr. Shafto, Miss Leigh. Mrs. Millward was a handsome, impulsive, kind-hearted woman of 45. Her arched dark eyebrows and a wonderful natural complexion gave her a fictitious air of youth. slightly discounted by a comfortable and matronly figure. Some declared that her round face, short nose, and large eyes produced a resemblance to a well-to-do pussycat, but this was the voice of envy. She had a clever maid, dressed well, and with the exception of the loss of her husband, had never known a care. There was scarcely a line or wrinkle on her charming soft face. Now, with her girl happily married, and her boy in the army, she felt a free woman, and was anxious to try her wings, and her liberty. Though popular with rich and poor, she was by no means a perfect character. Extraordinarily indiscreet and rash in her confidences, there was no secret cupboard in her composition. She threw open all her mental stores and all those of her intimates. Aware of this failing, she would deplore it and say, "Don't tell me any important secrets, my dear, for I can never keep them in spite of my good resolutions. They will jump out and play among my latest news and good stories." That night in their cabin, as she and her charge talked and discussed their fellow passengers, the life history of Douglas was her principal topic. With considerable detail, she related his happy prospects and the shattering of these, told of his cultured father and odious, underbred mother, whom she particularly detested, spoke of his withdrawal from old friends, lest he might seem to sponge, and how, instead of being in the army serving his country like her own boy, enjoying his youth and a comfortable allowance, he was stuck in a gloomy city office, drawing a miserable salary and enduring the whims and temper of an empty-headed, selfish parent. "She married again the other day," added Mrs. Millward, "a rich Jew. I'm not a word to say against the Jews, a marvelously clever race. In fact, I think a little Jew blood gives brains. And as to riches, of course, there's no harm in them. But this Manasseh Levinson is so common and fat, and seems to reek of furniture polish and money. I've seen him at the Mulberry at tea, gobbling cakes like a glutton and making such a noise. Oh, what a contrast to Mr. Shafto, so aristocratic and so courteous. A man who it seemed almost a privilege to know." And in this strain, Mrs. Millward, reclining in her berth, chattered on, whilst her companion brushed her heavy dark hair, and imbibed a strong feeling of interest and pity for the good-looking hero of her chaperone's impressive sketch. Quite unintentionally, this voluble lady had enlisted the mutual sympathy of these young people. She had laid, so to speak, a match. Whether a mutual liking would ignite it or not was uncertain, but the prospect was favorable. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 10, The Land of Promise. As the voyage progressed, various groups thawed and amalgamated, even the Pottersfield experiencing a temporary resurrection. Theatricals, bridge tournaments, and concerts brought the passengers into touch with one another, the sole member who held herself augustly aloof being Lady Puffle. She remained secluded in her cabin, or occupied an isolated position on deck, appearing at dinner with a brave show of appetite, diamonds and airs, paralyzing her neighbors with a petrifying stare. Occasionally she accorded a bow or good morning to her sole and necessary acquaintance, the ship's doctor, whom she informed that in her position she was debarred from mixing with the crowd, as later in Rangoon these people might presume on the acquaintance. One of the special events of the voyage was the 2-day sports, and here Shafto distinguished himself by winning a severe obstacle race. He was a nimble, muscular youth, who, thanks to school games in the gymnasium, climbed, ran, and leapt with inspirited agility, and when at last he touched the winning tape, breathless but exultant, there was a spontaneous outburst of clapping and cheers. Prize-giving was the occasion of his triumph. This was his 5 minutes, when he advanced to receive from Lady Puffle a clock, set of studs, and a thermos flask, all carefully laid in at Malta by the Provident Amusements Committee. Shafto bore his honors modestly, and was glared on by Bernhard, who, drawn up beside her ladyship like an imperial guardsman, presented an alarmingly militant and stern appearance. Between him and this particular Englander, no love was wasted. Once, when they had collided on the companion ladder, Shafto's agility alone had saved him from a heavy fall, and the obstructor had neither looked back nor offered apology. Probably he concluded that charming Miss Leigh, who accompanied his songs with such delicate sympathy, accorded too much of her society to this young man. And, after all, what was he? A London clerk going out to begin at the bottom of the ladder as one of Gregory's assistants. Naturally, he disliked Gregory's, a rival and substantial house, which, like his own, dealt largely in paddy, and this casual, outspoken, clear-eyed youngster was just the type of person specially abhorred by the Prussian Junker. Now that the music room had two such efficient performers as Bernhard and Miss Leigh, Shafto and others abandoned the bridge tables and enjoyed a rare treat. Miss Leigh presided at the piano and appeared to have complete command of the instrument. She could read anything at sight, no matter how it bristled with sharps and accidentals. Her repertoire ranged from Beethoven, Bach, Grieg, Chopin, to the latest ragtime, and her playing had a crisp, ringing touch that was delightful. Hoskins, who was endowed with a good baritone, sang quaint Burmese songs with gratifying effect. There was something weird and yet musical in the solemn and majestic Tuong Sobu Bine or Yama Kayo from a native opera and the royal boat song as sung by the king's boatman when rowing His Majesty on state occasions. Mrs. Maitland's contribution was a beautifully trained light soprano, but the Caruso of the company was Herr Otto Bernhard. Amazing that a man of his sensual nature and proclivities should be gifted with a voice fit to swell heaven's choir. He sang Wagner, Gounod, Schubert with absolute impartiality, as well as numbers of melting German Lieder and touching English ballads. He brought smarting tears to the eyes of comfortable matrons, and swept their thoughts back to poignant memories of long ago, to youth and first love, to moonlight nights, entrancing meetings, and heart-rending farewells. As for the younger and less emotional generation, even they were moved out of their everyday composure, and hung upon the singer's words with breathless appreciation. There was a number of young people on board the Blankshire, and since the good old days of Tadpole, Shafto had never enjoyed himself so thoroughly. It was the first time since he had arrived at man's estate that he had been associated with girls of his own class. There were no fewer than 30 on board. Of these, 11 were brides-elect, but the prettiest of all, and to him the most attractive, was Miss Leigh. He looked for her the first thing when he stepped on deck in the mornings, and in the evenings watched her departure with wistful regret. Meanwhile, between morning and evening, he contrived to see as much of the young lady as possible, though when out of sight she was never absent from his mind. Was he about to fall in love? He was conscious of a vague wonder and sense of alarm. A hopeless attachment would be a fatal misfortune to a fellow beginning a new life, a life that required the whole of his mind and the best of his energies. But, like the moth and the candle, he still continued to hover round Miss Leigh, and Miss Leigh was not averse to his society. Together, they talked and argued, played quoits, and danced. A stern, inward voice assured Shafto that, luckily for him, there was a fixed date for the terminating of his enchantment, the day when the Bankshire entered the Irrawaddy River and was moored to her berth. Then Miss Leigh would go her way to be the joy and the light of wealthy relatives, he to begin his new work at the very bottom of the ladder. Another voice also made itself heard, which said, "One is young but once. Make the most of these shining hours. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." When in a placid temper, the Red Sea is favorable for dances and theatricals, and much against his will, Shafto was dragged into the Neptune company by Hoskins, a resolute, determined individual who filled the thankless office of stage manager. Shafto was cast for the part of an old gentleman, the role being softened and alleviated by the fact that he was to undertake to play uncle to Miss Leigh. Although Bernhard had no part in the piece itself, being an authority, he superintended its production, and on several occasions addressed Miss Leigh's temporary uncle in a manner that increased Shafto's natural aversion to what Hoskins termed the great blonde brute. The play proved to be a success, and there was little or no jealousy or friction. Amazing to record, Miss Pomeroy and Miss Leigh, the two principal ladies, still remained the very best of friends. During rehearsals, Shafto and his niece exchanged a good deal of dialogue that was not in the piece, thanks partly to Mrs. Millward's introductions and revelations, and partly to a mutual attraction. They now knew one another rather well. They sat with their chaperone and listened to her incessant flow of talk with appreciative sympathy, played deck quoits, walked and danced together, and were for looks and accomplishments the most prominent couple on the Blankshire. "Tell me, dear lady," said Mrs. Maitland, sinking into a deck chair beside Sophy's chaperone, "do you intend anything to come of that?" And she nodded at a pair who, with heads fairly near, were leaning over the side, engrossed in watching the divers at Aden. "What do you mean? It's rather a case, is it not? First love and an early marriage? If you mean Sophy and young Shafto, why, they haven't a bad sixpence between them. No?" And Mrs. Maitland looked gravely interrogative. "Well, perhaps I've been incautious, indiscreet, now that I look back." Yes, and with a sense of guilt she recalled her talks to both, her praise and her explanations. "But the fact is that, though they have never met till now, I've known them both as children, and I could not well avoid bringing them together. But I don't think there's any harm done. They are as simple and open as the day. There's no flirting. They're just enjoying the new surroundings and these golden hours. But I'll be more careful and put a stop to their after-dinner promenades. I'll take your hint. I hope it won't be a case of locking the stable door when the steed has been stolen." "No, but whoever steals Sophy will get a prize, and she does thoroughly enjoy every hour of the day. She's so pretty and transparent and sweet. She makes me think of a lovely flower, floating serenely on a summer river. I expect she will be a great success in Rangoon." As there was no immediate answer on the part of Mrs. Maitland, she added quickly, "Don't you think so?" "Well, yes, I hope so. But, you see, Miss Leigh is going to live in rather an odd home." "Odd?" "Oh, it's absolutely respectable, but out of the world. Our world. Mr. Kraus is a German and said to be rich. He does not belong to a firm or house, but is on his own. Of course he is a member of the Gymkhana and all that, but he keeps to the German set and lives among them over in Cokine. Then his English wife, once a celebrated beauty, is a semi-invalid, and he never, they say, does anything without some well-considered reason, and is always on the make. I hope to goodness he has not decoyed this charming girl to Rangoon merely to be her aunt's nurse, and his housekeeper." "I should hope not indeed," exclaimed Mrs. Millward. "My cousin Mary Gregory must have an eye on my young friend. I'll see to that. I shall be stopping with Mary for a few days before going up the river, but I think Sophy will be all right. After all, Mrs. Kraus is her own aunt." If Shafto and Sophy had become friendly over games, discussions, and little special teas with Mrs. Millward, Bernhard cemented his acquaintance by means of their mutual love of music. But it seemed to the girl that after he had heard her destination, ere Bernhard's manner had undergone a subtle change. The protégé of a wealthy woman, who wore wonderful rings and priceless pearls and carried herself as a high-born dame, was another person from the mere transitory companion who, once at Rangoon, would be handed over to Karl Kraus, her uncle. Incredible! Uncle by marriage, yes, but still an inmate of his home. "And so I hear you are niece to Herr Kraus," he began abruptly, as he lounged against the bulwarks. "I know him well." "And my aunt?" "Yes, I've met her 2 or 3 times. She must have been splendidly handsome once. Now she looks broken up. It's the climate. No woman should remain in Lower Burma for 8 years without a change." "I did not know the climate was so bad. I'm afraid I know very little about Burma. It seems so far away, much farther off than India." "Yes, and a far more beautiful country. A land flowing with rivers and riches and full of charming people, who live for the day, like so many butterflies, and do no work." "Then who does work?" "The Madrasi, the Sikh, the Chinese, and above all, the European. Rangoon has an enormous trade. I wonder what you will think of it." "I feel sure that I shall like it. I have always longed to see the East." "Ah, that is a common wish. The sun rises in the East. We Germans like the East. The East likes us. We own Burma." After a moment's pause, which gave his companion time to digest this surprising statement, he went on. "Have you ever seen Herr Kraus?" "No. When my aunt came home, he always went to Germany. To Frankfurt, I think." "So his acquaintance has yet to be made. It is what you call a pleasure in store. I wonder what you will think of the unknown uncle. Perhaps some day you will tell me." Then he gave an odd laugh and walked away, still laughing. Bernhard's place was speedily filled by another man. Most people considered Miss Leigh the beauty of the ship, but this novel and agreeable prominence had not spoiled her, and she was always ready to oblige, to accompany a song, amuse the children, pick up and rectify a piece of knitting, promenade the deck, play quoits, or dance. The various other girls on board, with whom she was popular, had assured her of the joys awaiting her and them in Rangoon. Dances, picnics, concerts, paper chases, in short, no end of gaiety, all to be enjoyed in that yet unknown and romantic country, the land of the golden umbrella. Often the girls sat in one another's cabins, discussed and described frocks and beautiful toilettes, at present unseen and packed away in the baggage room. Also, they talked over their fellow passengers, not forgetting the young men, and when Shafto's name was mentioned, an occasional sly glance or hint would be thrown at Sophy, of which she endeavored to appear serenely unconscious. Early one morning the passengers awoke to find themselves at anchor in Colombo Harbor, and the soft warm air brought them a delicious whiff of the celebrated cinnamon gardens. Many were landing for southern India, and a quantity of cargo had to be discharged. As this was bound to be a lengthy process, the remnant who were bound for Rangoon had nearly a whole day ashore. Mrs. Millward and maid, and her young friends, Miss Leigh and Mr. Shafto, Herr Bernhard, the Pomeroys, Mrs. Lacey, and several of her satellites, breakfasted at the Gaia Face Hotel, and subsequently made trips in rickshaws, shopped in the bazaar, and had afternoon tea at Mount Lavinia. It was, as everyone agreed, a most delightful break. On that same evening, as they steamed out into the moonlit Bay of Bengal, Sophy and Shafto paced the half-deserted deck, gazing on the Southern Cross, and the former suddenly said, "That was our last stopping place. When I leave the Blankshire, where I have been so much at home, I shall feel rather astray." "So you would like a home on the rolling deep?" suggested her companion. "No, indeed. Shall I ever forget that day we had off Crete? But I have never been long away from mother. I am going to a new country, a new life, and almost new relations. It all seems so strange and vague." "But your aunt cannot be a stranger," suggested Shafto. "You know her, don't you?" "Oh, yes, but I have not seen her for 8 years. The last time she was over, she stayed with us for a few weeks. I remember her as handsome and beautifully dressed, with wonderful toilet arrangements in ivory and silver and bottles of heavy Indian scent. She was very kind and had such soft, caressing manners, and gave us lots of chocolates and nice presents. I recollect the beautiful emerald ring she wore, but I cannot recall the color of her eyes." "Oh, well, that oversight will soon be repaired." Aunt Flora was fond of gaiety and theaters. We lived in Chelsea, and as our small house could hardly hold her big boxes, and we had no telephone, she went to the Carlton, where she was more in the middle of things and could entertain her friends from India and Burma, but she came to see us 2 or 3 times a week. "And where was her lord and master?" "In Germany. I have never seen him." "How did your aunt come across him?" "In Hong Kong, of all places. She was married at 18 to a young officer. They ran away, and I believe Grandpa never forgave her. He was a general, a strict old martinet, and she was his favorite daughter. After they had been married a couple of years, Aunt Flora's husband was killed in an accident, and she was left rather badly off. People out there were very kind to her. She had been hurt in the accident and was laid up for months. Then this rich German asked her to marry him, and as she was reluctant to return home and face Grandpa, she said yes. But perhaps it was love match number 2. Yes, perhaps it was. That all happened 20 years ago, and since then Aunt Flora has made her home in the East. China, the Strait settlements, and Burma. You see, her friends and her interests are mostly out there. She and Mother always write to one another. We do her commissions in London, and she sends us Burmese silks and umbrellas and curry stuff. But we were immensely surprised when, without any little hints or preparations, Uncle Carl wrote and invited me to pay them a long visit. And so here I am. I do hope I shan't be a fish out of water. I've never been accustomed to living with wealthy people, and I'm told that Uncle Carl is immensely rich. You need not consider that a drawback. It is better than being immensely poor, for instance, like myself. You don't look poor. She smiled as she glanced at his well-cut suit and admirable brown shoes. I'm not exactly a whining beggar selling bootlaces and matches, but I am uncommonly glad to have got this job, which brings me in about $400 a year. In London I was a clerk at less than half, and here's my chance to see the world, and I am bound to make the most of it. Mrs. Millward said you were to have gone into the army. Yes, but if you can't get what you like, you must like what you can get, was the philosophic rejoinder. I suppose your people were very sorry to part with you. My poor mother cried for nearly 3 days. My sister, I know, will miss me dearly. This is not sheer vanity, as you might suppose, but we have always done things together, and there is only a year between us. Well, my mother did not cry much, and I have no sisters to mourn for me. No sisters, she echoed, as if the fact struck hot as unusual. No, nor brothers either, only cousins. Sometimes they do just as well. Are they pretty? No, he answered rather curtly, as Kazi's round complacent face rose before his mental eye. After a short pause, he changed the topic and asked, Do you ride, Miss Leigh? Yes, but not since we've come to London. I love riding. In the country in Father's lifetime, I rode a cob. He went in the cart, too. He was such a dear, but very tricky. Once or twice he ran away with me. I didn't tell Father because I knew I'd never again be allowed to ride alone. And I do enjoy riding by myself. I'm sorry to hear that, for if I can rise to the price of a guy, I was hoping you would allow me to join you occasionally. I should be delighted, but... And she hesitated. Oh yes, he added quickly. I know what you're going to say. How about a chaperone? Perhaps they don't keep chaperones in Rangoon? Oh yes, my dear, they do, declared Mrs. Maitland, who, as she joined them, had overheard the last remark. And extra fierce specimens, I can assure you. Miss Leigh, they want me to sing Gounod's Ave Maria. So will you be an angel and come and play my accompaniment? As Miss Leigh was always ready to be an angel at a moment's notice, she offered no resistance when Mrs. Maitland took her by the arm and led her away to the music room. Shafto and Miss Leigh were usually among the first to appear on deck, both being early risers. She, in order to leave a clear field for Mrs. Millward's prolonged toilet, and the elaborate operations of her clever maid. The pretty gray hair had to be taken out of pins, brushed, back-combed, and deftly arranged, as the frame to its owner's beaming and youthful face. Lacing, buttoning, and hooking also absorbed considerable time. As for Shafto, he was no lie-a-bed, even in those dark, raw winter days at Lincoln Square, when breakfast was served by electric light. He was always punctual, and one of the first to descend and retrieve his boots through the smoky atmosphere of the lower regions. What a contrast were those murky hours to these glorious mornings in the tropics! The green translucent sea, the soft golden light, the salt, the stimulating air, all shimmering and melting together. The day really dawned for Shafto when a certain Panama hat, crowning a beautiful head, emerged from the companion ladder, and the smile in a pair of bright dark eyes greeted him like a ray of sunshine. One morning, as the couple paced the deck before breakfast, accompanied by Mr. Hoskins, an excited fellow traveler accosted the trio. I say, he began, have you heard? They've just signaled land ahead. Oh, where? Cried Sophy eagerly. Do you see over the starboard bow, that faint, dark streak upon the skyline? She nodded. Well then, he announced impressively, that is Burma. Shafto snatched up a pair of glasses and gazed at the long line of coast, and, as he gazed, he felt as if he stood upon Pisgah, and a whole new world lay open before him. He was figuratively surveying the promised land. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 11. A Burmese Hostess. Early in the same afternoon, the Blankshire picked up her pilot at Elephant Point and entered the famous Irrawaddy. Long before her destination was in sight, 20 miles from the sea, the glorious Shui Dagon, a shining golden object, towered into view, flashing in the sunlight against a background of impenetrable woods. Rangoon, on a river navigable for 900 miles, is a large and important seaport, and, as the wealth of one of the richest countries filters through its ports, naturally the approach is thronged with shipping. Our incoming liner met or overtook cargo steamers, tank ships, battered tramps, and heavily laden windjammers in the tow of straining tugs,
not to mention steam launches, barges, and swarms of the local sampan or small boat. At the wharf, where, amidst deafening yells and hoarse shoutings, the Blankshire crept to her berth, crowds of different races, brown, black, yellow, and white, awaited the English mail. Passengers were eagerly claimed by their friends and hurried away to motors and carriages. All was excitement and bustle. Alas! Board-ship friendships soon evaporate, and presently Shafto found himself standing on the aft deck with his gun case and cabin luggage, deserted and forgotten. No, for here came Hoskins, the police officer, hot and breathless. "I say, look here, old chap," he panted. "I'm just off to catch my train to Tonghu, but I've had a word with Fitzgerald. It will be all right about the chummery. They can take you in on Monday. I see Salter on board, one of the head assistants in Gregory's. I expect he has come to meet you? Well, I must run. So long." This good-natured fellow passenger was immediately succeeded by a cabin steward. "Been looking for you everywhere, sir," he said. "There's a gentleman come aboard asking for you." As he concluded, a spare, middle-aged man, wearing a large toupee and a dust-colored suit, approached and said, "Mr. Shafto, I believe?" and offered a welcoming hand. "Yes," assented the new arrival. "I'm Salter from Gregory's. Manders, the head assistant, asked me to meet you. I'll be glad to help you get your things ashore and take you to the Strand Hotel, where I have booked you a room." "That is most awfully good of you," replied Shafto. "On Monday I believe I'm to get quarters in a chummery." "Ah, so you are settled, I see. Now if you will show me your baggage, I have a couple of coolies here with a cart and a taxi for ourselves." Mr. Salter proved to be remarkably prompt in his measures, and in less than 10 minutes, Shafto found himself following his flat, narrow back down the steep gangway and setting his foot for the first time on the soil of Burma. He halted for a moment to look about. Here was a landmark in his life. A new sphere lay before him. The street was humming and alive with people, and he stared at the jostling, motley crowd of British, Burmese, Chinese, mostly a gaily clad, ever-changing multitude. Among them were shaven priests in yellow robes, Shans in flapping hats. Right in front of him stood a stalwart Burman, wearing a white jacket, a pink silk handkerchief, twisted jauntily around his bullet head, and a yellow lungi, girded to the knee, displayed a 3-tailed cat, tattooed on the back of each substantial calf. And what a curious, soft and penetrating atmosphere, moist and loaded with unfamiliar, aromatic odors. However, Mr. Salter, a man of action, had no time to spare for contemplation, and briskly hustled the stranger into a waiting taxi. For the old days of the rattling, shattered gharry are numbered. "I suppose this is all new to you," said Shafto's acquaintance as they struggled up the crowded Strand, lined with imposing offices and vast godowns or warehouses. "You may say so," he replied, eagerly gazing at the dense passing throng. Animated women with flower-decked hair, square-shouldered, sauntering men, carrying flat umbrellas and smoking huge cheroots, khaki-clad Tommies and yellow-faced John Chinamen. "Oh, there's lots to see in Burma," continued Salter. "An extraordinary mixture of people and races, and a most beautiful country, such splendid rivers and forests. But here in Rangoon, everyone has but one idea." In answer to Shafto's glance of interrogation, he said, "We are a commercial community, and our sole aim and object is to work, to get rich, and to go home." "But that doesn't apply to the native?" "No, the Burman does not work. He is merely a spectator. The industry of others amuses him. His chief object is to enjoy life. Well, here's the hotel. Let us go in and have a look at your quarters." After the baggage had been disposed of, and Shafto's room inspected and criticized, his companions still lingered talking. To Salter, the proverbial eccentric, this newcomer appeared to be an intelligent young fellow, whom he would like and take to. There was no superior, just out from London to the back of Godspeed, air about him. On the contrary, he appeared to be genuinely interested in his surroundings and insatiable for information. It struck him, too, that the forlorn stranger would put in a mighty dull and solitary evening, and, stirred by a benevolent impulse, he said, "Suppose you come back and dine at my diggings? I may be able to give you a few hints, as I am an old hand." "I should be delighted," assented Shafto, "if it won't be putting you out." "Oh, no, not a bit. Mrs. Salter is accustomed to my bringing home a stray guest. Had I not better dress?" Certainly not. Come along with me now, just as you are. Thus the matter being arranged, the pair once more entered the taxi and were presently steering through the traffic of various thoroughfares and teeming bazaars. All at once, with an unexpected lurch, the car turned into a wide, well-shaded enclosure and halted before a low, heavily roofed house, supported on stout wooden legs, an old-time residence. "Do you go up," urged Shafto's host. "Whilst I pay the taxi, you can settle with me later." Here spoke the canny Yorkshire tyke. Shafto, as requested, climbed the stairs leading up to a wide veranda, on which opened a sitting room, lined with teak wood and lighted by long glass doors. Here he was confronted by a little Burmese woman with a beaming face. She wore a short white jacket, an extraordinarily tight satin petticoat, or tamain, of wonderful butterfly colors, enormous gold earrings, and a flower stuck coquettishly behind her left ear. At first he supposed her to be a picturesque attendant, but when she extended a tiny hand, loaded with rings, and murmured, "Pleased to see you," he realized that he was addressed by the mistress of the house. "This is my wife," announced Salter, as he entered. "Leigh, here's Mr. Shafto, one of our new assistants, just out from England. I hope you can give him a good dinner." "Oh, yes, it will be all right," and once more she beamed upon her guest. "I will go and see about it now." And in spite of her tight skirt, Leigh glided out of the room with an air of surpassing grace. "I dare say you are surprised to see that Mrs. Salter is of this country," said her husband as he sank into a chair. "But it is by no means an uncommon match here. Burmese women are very good-humored and capable. They make capital wives, and there is no denying the satisfaction of the Burmese girl. Always so piquant and smiling and dainty. They have also a wonderful capacity for business and money-making, and a real hunger for land. Some of the best plots in and about Rangoon have been picked up by these shrewd little creatures. The menfolk, on the other hand, are incurably lazy. They loaf, gamble, and amuse themselves and leave their womenkind to trade, or to weave silks and manufacture cheroots. Numbers of them are in business. Leigh, my wife, owns and runs a good-sized rice mill, and if you were to look into the back compound, you'd see it entirely surrounded by her matted paddy bins, bidding a rise in the market. A yet further surprise awaited Shafto, in the shape of a little sallow girl, with clouds of crimped golden hair, beautifully dressed in European style, in a white embroidered frock and wide silk sash. Rosetta had inherited the high cheekbones and short nose of her mother's race, the blue eyes and firm jaw of her Yorkshire parent. On the whole, she was an attractive child. Miss Rosetta Salter received the strange gentleman with overpowering condescension and spoke English in a thin, squeaky voice. In a flatteringly short time, she had descended from her high horse and accepted Shafto as a friend, revealed her age, 8 years, and told him all about her French doll and her new brown boots, also from Paris. The dinner, which was announced directly after the return of Mrs. Salter, proved to be excellent, well cooked and a novelty. For the first time, Shafto tasted real curry, also mango fool. The appointments were exclusively European, with the exception of a massive silver bowl, filled with purple orchids, which adorned the center of the table. 2 snowy-clad Madras servants waited with silent dexterity, and conversation never flagged. Salter discoursed of chummeries and the Blankshire passengers, and Mrs. Salter thoughtfully prepared the new arrival for the alarming insects of Lower Burma, whilst Rosetta, for her part, kept up an accompaniment on a high chirruping note. During a momentary pause, Shafto was startled by an odd sound, an imperious, unnatural voice that called, "Tuck-two, tuck-two, tuck-two." "What is it? Or who is it?" he inquired anxiously. "Oh, it's only a large lizard that lives under the eaves," explained Salter. "One of our specialties. In the rains, when he is in good voice, he's deafening." "He brings good and bad luck," added Mrs. Salter. "Oh, yes, that is so." And she flipped the air with her 2 first fingers, a favorite gesture among Burmese women. "How do you mean luck?" Shafto asked. "If he gives 7 tuck-twos without stopping, that is luck, great big luck. But if he goes on, he brings trouble." "Only if he stops at an odd number," corrected the child. "I see you know all about it," remarked the guest. "Oh, yes, our tuck-two never goes beyond 7. I think he's old, and Mother says that gnats are kind to us." The cats are kind to you, ejaculated Shafto, but why not? No, no, hastily broke in Salter. Gnats are spirits, good spirits or bad, who live in the trees. You will hear enough about them before you are a month in Burma. Their worship is the natural faith. But I thought Buddhism, began Shafto, and hesitated. Oh yes, ostensibly and ostentatiously, but wait and see. I am a Catholic, announced the child abruptly. She was excessively self-conscious and anxious to show off before Shafto. Are you really? He said with an incredulous smile. Oh yes, I attend the convent school. I'm learning French and dancing. I go to Mass. Mother goes to the pagoda festivals. Mother is a heathen. Rosetta, mind what you were saying, sharply interposed Salter. Your mother's no more a heathen than yourself. Rosetta is a nasty little girl, said Mrs. Salter, rising. She forgets herself before company and must go away to be... A succession of shrieks interrupted the verdict. Oh, do forgive her, please, implored Shafto. I ask it as a favor, a special favor. Meanwhile, Rosetta clung to her mother, apostrophizing her in an unknown tongue. Then, with piercing screams, entirely regardless of her beautiful clean frock, she flung herself flat upon the floor. If Shafto had been inclined to meditation, he might have reflected on the future of the offspring of two such divergent countries as the West Riding of Yorkshire and Pegu. At one moment, the prim, well-mannered English girl, the next, an impulsive, emotional daughter of the Far East. When she grew to woman's estate, which of the races would predominate? Meanwhile, as Rosetta lay prone and kicking upon the durry, her father murmured apologetically, "When the lassie is a bit overfired and excited, she doesn't know what she is saying." Leigh raised her struggling offspring, was about to bear her away and give her tap-tap, when again Shafto interposed. "Oh, I say, do forgive her this time, please, Mrs. Salter. This is my first day in Rangoon, and I ask it as a particular favor." Leigh, an adoring parent, was by no means reluctant to grant his petition, and when the tearful culprit was released and set down, she turned to Shafto and said in her piping tremble, "Thank you, nice gentleman, but she would not have hurt me much. It was not I who said mother was a heathen savage, but Ethel Lucas, and I slapped her, so I did. And sister gave me a bad mark. I, too, go to the pagoda festivals and like them awfully much. There are bells and beads and flowers and priests, the same as in the convent." "Now that peace has been declared, Rosetta, here is a chocolate," said her father, "and you can go to bed. Shafto, we will adjourn into the veranda to smoke, watch the rising moon, and listen to the hum of the bazaar. A new sound for your ears." In a few minutes, both were extended in comfortable, long cane chairs, no doubt experiencing an agreeable sense of bien-être. The outlook, with its heavy foliage, was restful to the eye, and the air was charged with a spicy warmth. Presently, Salter began. "On Monday, you are due at the office to report yourself. You need not be scared at the head, although he has a stiff, discouraging sort of manner, and they say that, like the east wind, he finds out all your weak points in the twinkling of an eye. He is just and impartial, and no man is more respected in the whole of Burma than George Gregory. I suppose you know that Gregory's is one of the oldest established houses here?" Shafto nodded. He had learned this fact on board ship. "We do a great trade and employ a number of young fellows, mostly from public schools and universities. One or two other firms do not engage gentlemen, for reasons that, perhaps, you may guess. Out of business hours, our house keeps a sharp eye on their employees. A young chap can get into any amount of mischief in Rangoon. Rangoon is full of temptations." "Oh, is it?" muttered Shafto indifferently. "What could its temptations offer in comparison to London? Anyhow, it seems a huge stirring sort of place," he added, as he watched motors, bicycles, and gharries whirling past the entrance. "Stirring? Why, you may say so. It's humming like a hive day and night. There are so many taps to turn in this wealthy country. Timber, rice, wolfram, jade, tin, oil, rubies. A man with a little capital, if he does not lose his head, can make a fortune in 10 years, especially in paddy. Our particular trade is teak and paddy. That's rice, you know. I expect your work will be on the wharf and pretty heavy at first. Well, anyway, it's an open-air job. Yes, you have the pull now. This is our cold season, October to March, but the hot weather is no joke. As for the rains, you might as well live in a steam laundry. We get 100 inches here in Lower Burma." 100 inches, echoed Shafto. "You're not serious." Yes, it pours down as if the sea were overhead, and goes on steadily for days. Frogs flop round and round your room, and you can almost hear the trees growing. In the rains, the forests are a wonderful sight, such dense masses of foliage and flowers. Can you imagine great trees entirely covered with exquisite blooms and garlands of pink and lilac creepers interlacing the jungle? How gorgeous! Perhaps I may see all this some day, said Shafto, after I've explored Rangoon itself. Well, I hope you may, assented his companion. And now I want to ask you a strange question. All right, ask away. You have only been a few hours on shore, and I'm curious to know if you have received any impressions of the place and people. You know, first impressions go a long way. Yes, although I have only just rattled through the streets and along the Strand. The impression I gathered is that the Burmese appear to be an amazingly happy crew, with no thought for the morrow. They were all laughing and chattering as if life was a splendid joke and they enjoyed it thoroughly. The joie de vivre simply hits me in the eye. I can explain all that, said Salter, putting down his cheroot and sitting forward in his long chair. The Burman has no fear of death, but proclaims an intense consciousness that it is a mere passing over to another existence, one of a chain of many future lives. And I think I may say that this belief is universal. They also declare that a man's present life is absolutely controlled by the influence of past good or bad deeds, and that in the next world they may possibly be better off than they are in this. Although a Burman gives alms, worships at the pagoda on appointed days, and repeats the doxology he has learnt at school, he governs his life by the gnats, spirits of the air, the forest, streams, and home, who must be propitiated. I never heard of these gnats until now, said Shafto. No, but as I have said before, you will hear a good deal about them here, especially if you mix with the Burmans. I certainly hope I shall see something of the people of the country. You will find them interesting, a full-blooded, pleasure-loving race. They have curious, original ideas, drawn from their ancient and sacred books, and an amazingly generous notion of time. For instance, they talk glibly of worlds 100,000 years old, and believe that this very planet has been destroyed no fewer than 65 times, chiefly by fire, on 10 occasions by water, and once by wind. According to them, as in the New Testament, 1,000 years are but as yesterday. And yet they do not acknowledge the existence of a supreme being. The highest glory is annihilation. At this moment, a light little figure flitted up the stairs, leaving an impression of slender elegance and satin silk. Ah, there goes Ma Cheat, my wife's cousin, explained Salter. And I must be taking my departure, said Shafto, rising. What you have been telling me is extraordinarily interesting, and I would gladly sit on for hours, but it is 10 o'clock. Yes, and we workers are early birds. I hope you will come and see us again. I have been 20 years in the country, and I can tell you many a curious tale. Tomorrow will be Sunday, and if you like, I will call round and take you to do a bit of sightseeing, the pagoda and the lakes. I should enjoy it of all things. Perhaps you will have tiffin with me at the hotel? No, you must come to us, 12 o'clock sharp, and afterwards we'll make a start. Then I'll just go in and say goodbye to Mrs. Salter. When they entered the sitting room, where lamps had been lighted, they found the lady of the house in an ecstasy of admiration, gesticulating with her tiny brown hands as she gloated over a length of rose and silver brocade. Standing beside her was the proud owner of this magnificence, a slim, graceful girl, wearing heavy gold ornaments and flowers in her hair, and, in spite of an extravagant use of pearl powder, undeniably pretty. Her slanting eyes were long-lashed and expressive, and her little mocking mouth wore a bewitching smile. "Look at my tamain, Papa Salter," she cried. "A piece of the best satin, just enough for a skirt, 1 yard and a half. Herr Bernhard brought it to me from England." "Splendid indeed, Machit," he replied. "You will cut them all out at the big festival and the Pois. Leigh, Mr. Shafto wishes to say goodbye." Leigh took a somewhat preoccupied leave of her guest, her eyes and attention being riveted upon the gorgeous material in her hand. But Machit accorded the young man a gay salutation and a splendid view of her beautiful white teeth. Salter accompanied his guest to the entrance gate, giving him careful directions as to the whereabouts of his hotel. It was an exquisite starlit night. The roar of the bazaar, the clang of the trams, and the whistling of launches were in the distance. The compound itself was so still that the sudden thud of a fallen jackfruit made quite a startling sound. As the men exchanged last words, Their attention was arrested by a charming tableau in the lighted sitting room. Two figures were outlined in strong relief against the dark teak walls, both absorbed in conversation. Machit presented a particularly attractive picture with her rose-crowned head, graceful posture, and waving hands. Even as they gazed, her rippling laugh drifted seductively towards them. In this country, great is the tyranny of temptation, and there is one of the temptations, gravely announced Salter. Rangoon is full of these fascinating cheats, who have no morals but are witty, good-tempered, and gay. Machit, the name means my love, is said to be irresistible and the prettiest girl in the province. She is Bernhard's housekeeper. His housekeeper, repeated Shafto. Why, he told me he lived at the German club. That may be, but he has a fine house in Kokine. It is not an uncommon situation, that sort of temporary marriage. Machit looks after his interests, rules his household, and makes him comfortable. Her people acquiesce. All marriages are easily arranged and easily dissolved among the Burmans. A young man may offer sweets, serenade a girl a few times. If he is acceptable, there's a family dinner, with much chewing of betel nut. And that constitutes the ceremony. What a happy-go-lucky country, exclaimed Shafto. Happy, yes. Lucky, I'm not sure. Well now, don't lose your way. First turn to the right, second to the left, and there's the strand. Good night. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mary Ann Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 12, East and West. The first and principal site in Rangoon is the great Shwedagon Pagoda, and on Sunday afternoon, Shafto and his new acquaintance passed between the golden lions at its base, and slowly ascended flight after flight of steep brick steps, lined with flower-decked shrines and blocked by dense masses of worshippers who were swarming up and down. The temple stands in imposing majesty on a wide platform and dominates the town. In fact, apart from the trade and business element, the pagoda is Rangoon. The splendid edifice is entirely encased in plates of solid gold, and the T, which rises from the inverted begging bowl, is studded with priceless precious stones, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, which flash and glitter in the sun. These have been presented by pious pilgrims from all parts of the province and beyond, for, with the exception of the Kaaba at Mecca, no earthly shrine attracts such multitudes or receives such generous largesse. Shafto and his companion, having toiled up the steps, worn hollow by millions of feet, halted on the plateau, which was half covered with little stalls whose keepers were selling flowers, candles, flags, dolls, and images of Buddha, made in Birmingham. Here were hundreds, nay, thousands of joyous, gaily clad worshippers, moving to and fro, truly a brilliant pageant of passing life. It was difficult to say which were more strikingly dressed, the men in brilliant turbans and silk waistcloths, or the women in satin skirts of endless pattern, their chignons wreathed with flowers, wearing a profusion of gold ornaments, and attended by many children. "Ah, I see you are struck with the spectacle," said Salter. "Isn't it an orgy of color? Rose, orange, purple, scarlet? There is nothing more picturesque than a Burmese crowd." "Yes, a great show," rejoined Shafto. "In gala costume. I can now understand why the national emblem is a peacock." As they made their way through the throng, there was a clanging of melodious gongs and sounds of loud continuous chanting, whilst overhead the faraway sea breeze stirred the bells on the T to a silvery tinkle-tinkle. To Shafto this scene was amazing and impressive. the wonderful golden pagoda with its crown of jewels, the vast multitudes and many-hued garments, the flowers, fluttering flags, colored lights, all as it were attuned to the accompaniment of merry voices, sonorous Gregorian chanting, and deep-toned gongs. And what a labyrinth of shrines! Hours might be spent examining their rich carvings. At one of the principal of these shrines, a service was proceeding. To Shafto it recalled the celebration of Mass in a Roman Catholic chapel, for here were shaven priests intoning prayers on the steps of a decorated altar. Here also were incense, lights, and a multitude of devout people, kneeling, rosary in hand, chanting the responses. Among the worshippers, Shafto recognized Leigh and her cousin Machit, attired in what no doubt were their festival toilettes. Leig's white jacket was fastened by diamond buttons, and large diamonds sparkled in her little brown ears. As for Machit, she was adorned with the national gold necklace, or dalizan. In her sleek black hair were artfully arranged sprigs of scarlet hibiscus, and between her tiny hands, glittering with rings, and uplifted palm to palm, she held a beautiful flower, which, when her devotions were accomplished, she laid on the shrine with an undulating movement of adoration and grace. "You see, my wife follows her own religion," remarked Salter, "and I make no objection. I was brought up as a Baptist, in the very strictest sense of the word. Rosetta, as you already know, is Roman Catholic. Sometimes Leigh brings her here. The service and the spectacle are attractive enough, though never so to me. My nonconformist blood leaves me cold to this sort of display. Leigh is a good religious woman. When you come to think of it, the East is far more devout than the West. She insists that our faith is a mere feeble copy of Buddhism, which had 600 years the start of Christianity. There is no doubt that the Buddhists preach most of the moral truths that are to be found in the Gospels, and Buddha was a deliverer who taught the necessity of a pure life of self-denial and unworldliness. He exhorted his disciples to practice every virtue. But here is the difference between Buddhism and Christianity. Buddha brings a man by a thorny path to the brink of a huge black chasm and drops him into annihilation." "It seems unsatisfying," said Shafto. "Yet by all accounts Buddhism is a wonderful religion. I heard a fellow on board ship discussing its code and the extraordinary way in which it has fastened on mankind and spread. He declared that every fourth human being who came into the world was a Buddhist." "So they say," replied Salter with a careless shrug. "I doubt that the assertion would hold water. At the same time, Buddha has an enormous number of followers in China, Tibet, India, and Ceylon. They too have traditions of a holy mother and child, of a fast in the wilderness, and here, even now, crucifixion is the form of capital punishment." "And what do you think about Buddhism in Burma?" inquired Shafto. "Buddhism will hold its ground in spite of many converts among the Karens. The Burmans are a sunny, happy people, as you see, who hope for a good time here and a good time in the worlds to come. They held the same expectations and creed and wore the same clothes 2,000 years ago. Time does not appear to touch them. They are as gay and irresponsible as so many butterflies. You know Kipling's lines to Rangoon?" Before Shafto could reply, Salter quoted in a sonorous monotone, "Hail, mother, do they call me rich in trade? Little care I, but hear the shorn priest drone, and watch my silk-clad lovers, man by maid, laugh 'neath my shui dagon." From the Song of the Cities, rather appropriate to the occasion, eh? "Yes, fits it to a T," assented Shafto, as his eyes wandered over the vast assemblage on the plateau, talking, joking, laughing, smoking, absolutely content with the day, without a thought for the morrow. The atmosphere felt heavy with the scent of incense, flowers, and cheroots. Little bells still tinkled gaily, and the air was full of silver music. "Now I would like to show you the reverse of this scene," said Salter. "It won't take you long." And he led his companion away to a solitary, deserted place at the rear of the pagoda. "Here," he said, indicating some dilapidated, moss-grown stones, "are a number of totally forgotten English graves. There was desperate fighting all round this very plateau when we first came to this country, some 70-odd years ago. These dead, forgotten pioneer fellows struck a stout blow for the British flag. British and German trade, thanks to them, have flourished like a green bay tree. Ships and railways carry all before them, and the days of the caravan are numbered. Well, now we shall move on to the Royal Lakes and Delucy Park, and see all we can, for after today you won't have much spare time for doing the tourist. You will be a cog in the machine." The scene presented by the Royal Lakes proved an uncompromising contrast to that at the pagoda. Save for the eastern background of palms and bamboos, the gathering might have been in London. Here were motor cars, smart carriages, pretty women wearing the latest fashions, men in flannels and tweeds. There was but little color in their clothes or their complexions, no brilliant orange or flaming scarlet, no bells, gongs, buoyant vitality, or merry laughter. The community were languidly discussing the mail news, the latest bridge tournament, and the approaching race meeting. By the lakes you encountered Europe, more particularly Great Britain. At the Shwe Dagon, you found yourself in touch with an older world and face to face with the silken East. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Road to Mandalay by B.M. Croker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Marianne Hadley. Chapter 13. Keep an Eye Upon Her. Gregory's proved to be a vast and imposing concern, occupying a prominent situation on the Strand and evidently doing an immense trade. All this the new assistant readily gathered as Salter steered him in the direction of the manager's sanctum. Here he found the head of the firm, a tall individual with grizzled hair covering a fine square head, a hard, clean-shaven face, and a pince-nez, which pince-nez he invariably removed when about to make a disagreeable remark. He received the new employee with an air of cool detachment and shook hands in a manner that implied you must not expect this sort of thing every day. Being taller than Shafto, he appeared to tower over him as he questioned him respecting the firm in London, which was but a small and insignificant offshoot of the great house in Rangoon. Then he made a few perfunctory remarks on the subject of the voyage out, and said, "I understand from Salter that you have found quarters in a chummery. I hope your housemates will prove congenial." He paused and added as a sort of afterthought, "Mrs. Gregory is usually at home on Thursdays from 3 to 6. "Thank you," murmured Shafto. The principal then struck a handbell which summoned an elderly man to his presence. "Lowcroft," he said, "this is Mr. Shafto, who will take over Mr. Shaw's share of the landing business. You had better show him round and give him instructions. By the way," turning to Shafto, "I suppose you don't know a word of Burmese or Hindustani?" The new arrival announced his complete ignorance of either language. "Then you must see about getting a munshi at once." and with a nod the new assistant found himself dismissed. On the very first Thursday after his arrival in Rangoon, Shafto presented himself at the barn, a residence purchased many years previously for the use of the then reigning Gregory. The house was large but unostentatious. The well-matured, beautiful grounds and gardens were notable even in Rangoon. A recent acquaintance, who escorted Shafto, presented him to Mrs. Gregory, a smart, sandy-haired little lady of 5 or 36, with an animated, expressive face, intelligent gray eyes, and slightly prominent white teeth. She was exquisitely dressed in some soft pale blue material, and wore a row of large and lustrous pearls. Among the crowd of guests, the newcomer discovered, to his great relief, several of his fellow assistants, and not a few passengers from the Blankshire, including Mrs. Millward, who hailed him with a radiant countenance and plump, uplifted hands. "My dear Douglas, how I've been longing to see you. I'm off to Mandalay tomorrow morning." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." "And I'm so very sorry to go. There's such a lots to do and see in this surprising place, but Ella has nailed me down to a date. Have you seen anything of Sophy? I mean," correcting herself, "Miss Leigh?" "No, I've been tremendously busy fitting on my new harness and have had no time for calling." "And yet you are here," she protested with arched brows. "Oh yes, but this is official. Gregory as good as ordered me to wait upon his consort." "Hush, hush, Douglas. She is a great friend of mine, my own cousin, and a dear. Of course, I knew that George looks as if he had swallowed the fire irons, but that really means nothing. He is obliged to keep all you naughty boys in order." "You think I'm a naughty boy?" "Oh, well, I didn't mean that, my young Sir Galahad. Now come away with me, and I'll show you the wonderful ferns and the orchid house. I must have a good, comfortable, private talk." As soon as the pair found themselves alone in the fernery, she turned to face him and said with unusual animation, "Now I want to tell you about Sophy. I'm miserable when I think about her." "Miserable? But why?" "When you've been to call at Heidelberg, I may tell you it's miles and miles away. You'll see for yourself. It's my opinion that she has been decoyed out to this country under false pretenses." "Oh, but surely Mrs. Krause is her own aunt." "She is, and more or less an invalid, utterly broken down by years of Burma. Mrs. Krause is apathetic, dull, and boneless, and looks as if you could fold her up and put her in a bag. Herr Krause is a fat, loud-talking, trampling German, not a gentleman, but a man with a keen eye to business. His wife's half-caste maid, who waited upon her, managed the house, and was with her for years, has married and gone to Australia, and poor Sophy has been imported to replace the treasure, that is, to nurse her aunt, run the house, and play the old bounder's accompaniments, for he, like Nero, is musical. He is also a friend of that odious Bernard's. Bernard is a well-known Prussian, I'll say that for him. The other is of the waiter class, who has made his money in China and Burma. Oh, come, I say, this is rather bad. What's to be done?" "I only wish I knew. The Krause abode is large and gloomy. It looks like a house in a bad temper, and stands in the heart of the German community. The servants seem a low-class lot. The rooms were dark and untidy, and smelled of mold and medicine. But Sophy was just as bright and cheerful as usual, apparently delighted with everything, loyal, of course, to her own blood. Now, I know that you and Sophy are friends, and I want you to keep an eye on her," concluded this injunctious matron. "I'm afraid my eye will not be of much use," protested Shafto. "I am most frightfully sorry for what you tell me, but Miss Leigh has a lot of pals. There are the Pomeroys, Maitlands, and—" "Yes, that's true," interrupted Mrs. Millward impatiently, "but she has no way of getting about. Kraus takes the car and is away in it all day. I gather that he has the strict German idea about a girl's being brought up to cook, to sew, to slave, to find all her interests in her home. In fact, he told me so plainly. He also added that he had paid for Sophy's passage and implied that he intended to have the worth of his money, his pound of flesh." "Brute!" ejaculated Shafto. "Agreed. I have enlisted one friend for the poor child, Polly Gregory. She is so clever, clear-headed, and decided, and will be a rock of strength. She is sure to like Sophy, eh?" "Oh, yes, that will be all right." "I put in a good word for you, too, Master Douglas." "That was kind," and he swept off his straw hat. "I wonder if that's meant sarcastic. Perhaps you think good wine needs no bush?" "Yes, and I've told Polly I knew you as a boy, and how, instead of quill driving, you hope to wear a sword." "Hope told a flattering tale," he answered with a laugh. "Don't forget that the pen is the mightier of the two." "No," she dissented. "I backed a sword, though it's rarely drawn now, thank goodness. Well, I've said my say, and given you my impressions and instructions. We must go back and join the Burma Mems. I shall write to you from Mandalay and see you later, when I pass through to Calcutta. Now you had better go and try to get a set of tennis," and, with a wave of adieu, Mrs. Millward strolled away across the grass, an attractive personality with her fresh complexion, soft round face, dark penciled brows, and bewitching mauve toilette, which toilette was subsequently tabooed by her daughter as too young. "George," said Mrs. Gregory to her husband, "that new importation is a nice boy. Millie Millward has known him since he was in blouses. He has had rather hard luck. His father was swindled out of a comfortable fortune, and he has to turn to and earn his bread." "What we all do," growled George. "Yes, but in some ways we are so much more agreeable than others. His profession was to have been along the path of glory." "What was that?" "Why, the army, of course. And now his profession is checking inventories and cargoes. As he is new to the business, he will have his hands fairly full for the next few months. So, my dear Polly, don't turn his head just yet." "As if I ever turned anybody's head." "I cannot answer for others, but you certainly turned mine." "Ah, but that was 12 years ago. I'm afraid my fascinations have faded since then. Joking apart, George, Millie has left me 2 legacies, 2 protégés to befriend. Shafto is one. I am to invite him to tea and talk to him with wisdom, and win his complete and entire confidence." "Oh, and the other?" "The other is Miss Leigh, whom she chaperoned from home. She is living with an aunt who is married to a German named Kraus." "Yes, I know. A poisonous chap." "So she seems to think, and that this girl, who by all accounts is very pretty and charming, and a marvelous pianist, has been lured out to act as maid and housekeeper, and save the pocket of Herr Kraus. Now, as I have 2 legacies, I want to know if you will take one of them off my hands." "As if my hands were not full?" "Yes, officially. Only, now I offer you your choice. Which will you have, Shafto or the girl?" "You need scarcely ask. I'll take the girl, of course, and leave you Shafto." "Oh, you are an old silly," she exclaimed, ruffling up his grizzled hair. "I wonder which one of us will have the better bargain." With regard to the subject of Mrs. Gregory's conversation, Douglas set to work with the proverbial enthusiasm of a new broom, and soon became, as Salter had predicted, a cog in the whirling wheels of a machine. But Thursday being the station holiday, he hired a taxi and had himself driven out to Cokeen in order to call on Mrs. Krause and Miss Leigh. Unfortunately, his journey proved to be a waste of time and money. The leisurely servant who emerged from the entrance of Heidelberg, salver in hand, accepted his visiting card with a salam, and then announced with stolid unconcern, "Mrs. can't see." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Marianne Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 14. The Mantle of Fernanda. During the long and weary wait whilst the blank shear was being made fast, Sophy, Leigh, and her girlfriends had collected in a group, taking leave of one another and making plans for future meetings. "I must say I envy you," said Lena Morgan, the elder of the two plain, pleasant sisters, whose father was something in timber. "You will be the darling of enormously rich relatives, have several motors, and horses galore." "I'm not so sure," she gaily rejoined. "Galore is such a big word, but from what my aunt has told us, I believe I shall have what is called a good time, and I hope every one of us will share it. I expect Aunt Flora will be here to meet me," she added with happy certainty. "Why, of course she will," assented Eva Pomeroy. "She does not have a niece out every mail. I dare say she has already bought you a nice saddle horse. You will be riding every morning, and we can meet and arrange all sorts of jolly picnics and expeditions. I shall come round and look you up as soon as I've unpacked and settled." At this moment a heavy bang announced the letting down of the gangway, over which a crowd instantly poured and scattered about the decks. Among the first to appear aft was an immense individual wearing a loose tussore suit, a huge pith topee, and a black and yellow cummerbund. His face, with its great jowl, wide lipless mouth, short chin, and pair of goggle eyes, was distinctly of the frog type. "Which of you is Miss Leigh?" he demanded in a loud voice as he approached the group of girls. Sophy stood forward, and before she could evade the outrage, this ugly fat man had put his hands on her shoulders and given her a smacking kiss on each cheek. Even in this exciting moment of imminent departure, the circle paused for a moment and stared aghast. Such an appalling person to claim and kiss Sophy Leigh! What a frightful shock for the important girl! Whilst the sensations of several young men on the verge of the group are better imagined than described. Herr Kraus, for his part, had received a surprise of a far more agreeable nature, being entirely unprepared to welcome such a pretty, fashionable young lady in the character of his wife's niece. Flora had invariably spoken of her relatives as ugly, dowdy little things, but then she had only known them at the awkward age, and, being herself remarkably handsome, was supercritical with regard to beauty. "Now come along and show me your luggage," urged Herr Kraus, releasing his new acquaintance, "and I will see about it. The Handgepäck can go in the car." With a sense of dazed bewilderment, Sophy took a hasty leave of her friends and prepared to follow her leader. As she kept close behind him, whilst he forced his way through the crowd, she noticed his short, thick neck and powerful, aggressive shoulders. She also noticed that he allowed her to carry all her parcels herself. When at last they reached the car, he stepped in with surprising agility, and said as he seated himself, "Now come along, put your things, umbrellas, wraps, and parcels here. My man," nodding toward a native, "will look after the heavy baggage. Better stick your dressing bag in front, as there is not much room. I take up 2 shares, ha ha!" This remark was painfully true. His burly form occupied most of the back seat, and Sophy with difficulty squeezed herself in beside him. As they glided slowly away through the dense throng, she looked about her, her curiosity as raw and eager as that of Shafto. "What a wonderful busy place!" she exclaimed. "I see you have telephones and trams in all directions." "Oh, trams!" Krause echoed contemptuously. "We have everything in Rangoon, great shops and offices, public buildings, a cathedral, a mosque, theaters, clubs, sawmills, rice mills, banks. Oh, yes, it's a fine place and so rich." And he smacked his lips and he added, "Burma is the land of opportunity." "How is my aunt?" inquired Sophy. "Only middling. She will be glad to see you, and I expect you will do her good. We live a long way out, in Cochin, where Germans herd together, and I take this chance of a talk. I am a busy man, particularly of late, and time with me means money, so I'll tell you what I have to say in as few words as possible." Sophy nodded her head in agreeable assent. "Some years ago my wife met with a bad accident, a fall, out paper chasing. It did not seem much at the time, though she lost her nerve, but it came against her later. During the last 2 or 3 years her health has broken down. She suffers from chronic neuralgia in head and spine, and for days she lies like a dead woman." "Oh, poor Aunt Flora, how very sad." "Yes, you may say so. Well, for the last 10 years she has had an invaluable maid, Fernanda, a Portuguese half-caste, a treasure, who waited on and nursed her, and took entire charge of her housekeeping. Fernanda understood my taste to a T, the curries and stews and blood sausages that I am fond of, and was a rare hand at coffee. Then came a blow. Fernanda made up her silly mind to marry a Scotch engineer and go to Australia. I was at my wits' end the day she gave notice. I said to myself, 'Ach Gott, what can we do? No maids in Rangoon, and mein liebe Flora is so helpless.' Then a splendid thought came into my mind. Her nieces! Flora is fond of her family, and has often talked of your mother and of you, so I wrote off at once, and here you are." Sophy was about to speak, but he laid a heavy restraining hand upon her arm and continued, "There are just 1 or 2 things I wish to say. Your aunt has a clever ayah who knows what to do, and when she has her attacks, I leave her alone, by her own wish. Also, she doesn't like to have her health noticed, though everyone knows that she's more or less an invalid. I believe if her mind were diverted and occupied, she would be better." "I'm a pretty good nurse," began Sophy. "I've a Red Cross certificate, and I like nursing." "Oh, that is of no use," he interrupted impatiently. "You must nurse her mind, amuse her with cards, reading, games, music. That is your job. Well, then, there is the housekeeping. You will have to take the place of Fernanda. She looked after the servants, the mending, the stores, and the cooking. You shall step into her shoes. Of course, it will be an immense responsibility for a young girl." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at his vis-à-vis with a glance which seemed to imply that he was endowing her with an empire. "Of course I am aware that you English are slatternly, ignorant, and extravagant managers," he continued pleasantly, "but my excellent friend and neighbor, Frau Worm, has promised to take you in hand." "But I'm afraid I could not undertake all this," protested Sophy. "I know very little of housekeeping in a large establishment. I can knit and sew, make coffee and savories, arrange flowers, and that's about all. Gott! Can you not make confitures and cakes and salads? Confiture I must have with every meal. A nice saucer of cherries or raspberries or greengages. So good with meat. Well, never mind. You shall soon learn. Frau Worm will teach you much. We no longer see company, just 2 or 3 men to dine and smoke. Your aunt has dropped her English circle. The English community changes, and many of our old friends have gone away or died. And a good job, too. We live in the German quarter, and we are surrounded by compatriots. You speak German, of course. No, only French. German is so difficult. Chich, chich, chich! How lazy you English are! We all speak English, and as for me, my mother was English. You could not tell that I was not born an Englishman. Apart from his appearance and guttural R's, this claim was justified. I suppose you made lots of friends on board ship? Yes, a good many. Girls, I suppose, idle girls, who will come buzzing round to coax you to play with them. That is all they are good for, but you will have your work, as I have pointed out. If you are industrious, I shall lend you a horse that was your aunt's. He is not up to my weight. And I will take you to our fine club when I can spare an afternoon. At present I am immensely occupied, engaged in collecting wolfram. Do you know what wolfram is? No, I have never heard of it, humbly admitted Sophy. Well, it is ore used for hardening steel, extremely scarce and valuable. It comes from Tavoy, but business connected with it takes me up and down the river, and even as far as Calcutta and Singapore. Now with you to look after the house and your aunt, I shall feel so free and easy in my mind. Ah, here we are. This is Heidelberg, he said, as the car swung in between 2 tall gate piers. Heidelberg was a good-sized residence with spacious surroundings. Palms, bamboo, and crotona abounded, and a wonderful collection of gigantic cannas, red, yellow, and orange, gave color to the compound. A crowd of lazy retainers who were hanging about gaped in silence upon the new arrival. "Now I will take you to your aunt at once," said Kraus, descending heavily from the car, but making no effort to assist his niece. Then he led the way upstairs, striding along the veranda with a heavy despotic tread, and through a large dim drawing-room, where Sophy caught an impression of much carved furniture, the figure of a large alabaster Buddha gleaming through the shadows, and a stifling atmosphere of dust and sandalwood. Pushing aside a tinkling bamboo screen, they entered another apartment, which was yet gloomier and more obscure, and here on a wide sofa, propped among large silk cushions, lay a sick and wasted woman, who turned on Sophy a sallow face and a pair of drowsy dark eyes. "Here is your new treasure, mein Schatz," announced her husband. "I brought her straight up." "Oh, dear child," she murmured, "this is one of my dreadful days. So sorry, so sorry, so sorry." And she slowly closed her eyes upon her pretty niece. Sophy stooped and lifted her hand, which was limp and clammy, to her lips, and said to herself as she did so that poor Aunt Flora was woefully changed. She recalled her as a beautiful vision, beautifully dressed, and so gay. Now her face was yellow and withered, and she looked positively old and gaunt. All at once a buxom ayah advanced, a stout, straight-backed Madrasi, with her black hair in a chignon, a ring in her nose, jeweled rings in her ears, wearing a handsome blue and gold sari, coquettishly draped round her ample form, the usual short silk bodice or choli, and numerous heavy bangles. She salaamed to Sophy with both hands, and Sophy, who had never before beheld such an apparition, gazed in admiring silence. The ayah's carriage, her gait, and sheeny protuberance recalled to mind a prosperous pouter pigeon. "My miss is plenty sick today," said Lily. "Never seeing people, that no good. Tomorrow she may be all right, but now she must sleep, and I will take the new missy to her room." Sophy's room, which was large and rather bare, overlooked the stables, cookhouse, and servants' quarters, and here she was introduced to her own attendant Moti, a timid creature in white, who seemed to rise as it were out of the floor. "Moti is best lady's ayah in Rangoon," explained Lily with an offhand air. "She understands Miss Sahibs. She will pack and unpack, dress hair, and hold her tongue." After giving Moti some directions, unpacking her favorite hats and changing her dress, Sophy went forth in order to explore her new home. The whole establishment had a squalid, neglected appearance, and sadly lacked the eye of the mistress. The compound or garden, with its masses of gorgeous tropical trees and plants, was overgrown and jungly. Poultry wandered about at their own sweet will, and even invaded the veranda. Yet apparently there was no lack of staff. On the contrary, from her bedroom window she had observed groups of men talking and smoking, presumably servants, as several wore silver badges on their turbans, and soiled white linen coats, and among these were some jovial Burmans and one or two wide-trousered Chinamen. No doubt Fernanda the treasurer had kept the house in working order, and now that she had abdicated, her scepter lay in the dust in every sense of the word. Was it her, Sophie's, duty to raise it? She noted quantities of litter and cobwebs in the drawing-room, but there were no flowers or knick-knacks. The silver teapot that appeared with tea at 5 o'clock was nearly black. It was not a luxurious meal, a weak Chinese mixture, and a plate of fossilized biscuits. The morning after her arrival, Sophy was awakened by a soft, tremulous touch on her hand. She opened her eyes and beheld her aunt stooping over her. She was clad in a shabby, splendidly embroidered red kimono, and appeared to have made a temporary recovery. Mrs. Krause offered her niece a warmly affectionate welcome and many caresses, and then, sitting on the side of the bed, asked eager questions respecting her mother and sister, their mutual relations, and all the family news, but made no allusion to the state of her own health or to the dirty and neglected condition of her establishment. "So Carl met you himself," she said, "although he is so busy. That was nice. He has a kind heart, and I do hope you will like one another." "Yes, I hope we shall," assented Sophy, but her conscience protested that this hope was in vain. Already she disliked him. "He looks to you to step into Fernanda's shoes, but of course I won't have that. Fernanda had enormous wages. Oh, dear child, I can't tell you how I miss her," and tears stood in her dark eyes. "Carl has such odd, old-fashioned German ideas. You must not mind him, though he is getting more German every day. He says a woman is just a housefrau, who must sew and cook, and do whatever a man orders. She is to have no mind of her own, and very little amusement." "Then, Aunt Flora, one thing is certain. I shall never marry a German." "I dare say it strikes you as strange that I should have done so, but Carl has always been devoted to me. I suppose your mother has told you that when I was 18, I ran away to marry Charlie Bellamy, whose regiment was under orders for Hong Kong. We were fearfully poor and fearfully happy. Then in a dog-cart accident, Charlie was killed, and I was taken up for dead. But I recovered, as you see. The Hong Kong people were angels to me. One's own country folk always are when you are in trouble abroad. I was laid up for months. When I was better, Carl came forward and implored me to marry him. I was almost penniless and loathed the idea of going home, so that was how it happened. Carl was wealthy in those days, but afterwards he lost his money. Our fortunes go up and down like a seesaw. I am afraid he is too fond of speculating and taking huge risks. He likes to be a man or a mouse. Just now he is not a mouse, but very, very rich. Well, my dear, I'll leave you to have a bath and dress. We shall meet at breakfast. It is many a day since I appeared there. Do you know, I feel as if you've done me good already." And with a clinging embrace she departed. As hours and days wore on, Mrs. Crouse became more and more charmed with her companion. It did not take her long to discover her unselfish character, amazing adaptability to these strange surroundings, and, above all, her gift of music. The invalid would lie prone on her sofa with a handkerchief over her face, rather suggesting the idea of a laid-out corpse, motionless and spellbound. When she spoke, it was merely to murmur, please go on, Sophy darling. Your music is wonderful. You are my David, and I am gloomy Saul. Oh, my dearest child, your exquisite gift has given me new thoughts and opened the door of many delicious and half-forgotten memories." Besides soothing her aunt with dreamy and enthralling melodies, Sophy remembered her job and endeavored to interest her in patience, in puzzles, and the latest stitch. But Frau Krause had no taste for cards or puzzles. She was, however, profoundly interested in Sophy's pretty frocks, examined them, priced them, and tried them on. Otherwise she preferred to lounge among her cushions and talk, whilst her niece, who busied herself mending table linen, proved an invaluable listener. "You are a treasure, my sweet child," she remarked. "I have so often longed for a companion of my own class and nation. All my neighbors are German. Here in Cochin is a German colony. They all dine and have music and gossip together, and I am rather out of it. Of course I speak German, but not very fluently. There are 2 or 3 uncommonly smart women who speak English as well as you do, and their children have English names, but all the same they hate us in their secret hearts and often give me a nasty scratch. So I needn't tell you that I don't open my heart to them. The English live in another direction, down the Halpin Road or out by the Royal Lakes, and I have really grown too lazy and careless to go among them. Besides, what is the good? My friends return to England, new people come, but as for poor me, I stay on forever." "And of course you would like to go home, Aunt Flora, would you not?" "For some things, yes, but how can I leave Carl? Also, I feel that this country has got such a hold on me. Oh, such a hold!" And she closed her eyes and sighed profoundly. 3 whole weeks had elapsed since Sophy arrived, and during that time she had not been outside the compound. Herr Krause had departed up country and taken the car with him. In the meanwhile, Sophy had contrived to carry out some improvements, and induced her aunt to dismiss and replace several worthless servants. There had been a grand cleaning, dusting, and polishing. The drawing-room was rearranged, the compound cleared and tidied, flowers decorated the sitting-rooms, and the hens had been interned. All this Sophy had not contrived to manage without assistance and advice. Several German ladies had been to call, to inspect, to offer instruction, and to criticize. There was Mrs. Muller, a remarkably pretty, smart young woman, wife of the head of an important firm, who spoke English perfectly, played bridge and the violin. She and Sophy had an interesting musical talk, and arranged about duets and practisings. It was she who helped with regard to weeding out the staff, finding substitutes, and engaging a dersey to mend and make. Augusta Muller was a born administrator, and the head of the neighboring community. Another visitor was Frau Wendell, a dowdy middle-aged woman who wore a hideous check cotton gown, much too short, green spectacles, and velvet boots. She stared hard at Sophy and asked her many personal questions. There was also the Baroness, a little lady with small, patrician features, faded light hair, and a brisk manner. And last, but by no means least, Frau Worm, who daily arrived to fulfill a promise to Herr Kraus, and every morning for 1 solid hour imparted to Sophy instruction in the management of native servants, the reckoning of bazaar accounts, the coinage, rupees and pice, and the proper way to keep house linen in stores. She also gave her lessons in cooking on the oil stove in the veranda, not invalid delicacies, but dishes that were favorites with the master of the house, including confitures and Russian salad. Frau Worm was a competent teacher, practical and brisk. She drew up a list of menus, of shops to be dealt at, and hours for different tasks. As she worked, she talked incessantly in excellent guttural English. Her talk consisted of a series of personal and impertinent questions. Her curiosity was of the mean and hungry class, and to every reply, satisfactory or otherwise, she invariably ejaculated, "Ach so!" Among other matters, she desired to know Sophy's age, the age of her mother and sister, if their washing was given out, who had paid for her passage and outfit, where her mother lived, the rent of her house, and number of servants. "So she keeps 3 servants?" she exclaimed. "Ach, but I thought she was poor." "No, not poor," replied Sophy. "Mother has a pretty good income." "Ach so, and that is the reason, I suppose, that you cannot cook or make your own frocks or do anything useful. Are you engaged to be married?" "No," replied Sophy with a laugh, "not yet." "Ach so! I do not think your uncle will permit you to marry any of those silly young English officers who play games all day and are ashamed to wear uniform. Have you any relations in the army?" "Yes, I have 2 cousins, one in the flying corps and one in a submarine." "Ach so! That is most interesting. Some day you will tell me all about them, will you not? I like to hear about submarines." "Very well," said Sophy, who was busy mixing a pudding according to an elaborate German recipe. "Yes, you are getting on," admitted Frau Worm patronizingly. "You will be a good little housekeeper before I have finished with you. Tell me, how is your aunt today?" she asked abruptly. "She seems better, much better." "Yes, much better. Better since Jan came. You rouse her, though she doesn't get up now till 11 o'clock. She suffers from such a strange complaint. Very mysterious," she added with a significant sniff. "I don't think there is anything mysterious about neuralgia." "Oh, yes, there is," rejoined Frau Worm, lowering her voice. "We often talk it over and wonder. Long ago she was as others. Now she is different, and seems but half awake, always so jaded and feeble and vague. There was only one who understood the case. That was Fernanda, and she has gone away. Ach so!" Sophy found her present life unexpectedly strenuous. The mornings were devoted to incessant housekeeping, writing lists and making pickles and German condiments. In the afternoons her aunt absorbed her time. She did not seem to come to life till then. "I know I am selfish," she confessed as she looked through a number of invitations and cards which had been left for Sophy. "I do so want to keep you to myself. I don't wish to share you with the Maitlands and Morgans and Pomeroys. You have brought me a new lease on life. Of late I have felt like a half-dead creature, without even the energy to open a book, much less to get up and dress. I have the Burma head, and take no interest in anything." "Then do please take an interest in me, Aunt Flora," said Sophy coaxingly, putting her arm about her and smiling into her haggard eyes. "Very well, my dear, I will, and at once. I shall take you out and amuse you. No time like the present. Today I shall telephone for a motor, get Lily to look out my smartest clothes, and you and I will make a round of calls. You know it is the duty of a new arrival to wait on the residents." Sophy nodded. "We will go in the afternoon when they are all out, and so get through a number. There are no end of sets here. The government house, the civilian, military, the legal, and above all the mercantile. They really count, these merchant princes, being numerous, wealthy, and so generous and charitable, and can snap their fingers at precedents. Then there is the German set to which I should belong, but I don't. I tell Carl that my father was an English general, and I am English, a real Englander. We differ in so many ways from these German women, in what we eat, like, and believe, and how we make our beds, do our hair, and even how we knit." Dressed for making a round of visits, Mrs. Krause presented a different appearance from that log-like invalid her niece had first beheld. She was a picturesque, graceful woman, with a pair of heart-rending dark eyes, while a little touch of color on her faded cheeks illuminated a face that still exhibited the remains of a remarkable beauty. Mrs. Krause, in a hired and luxurious motor, made a rapid round of calls among the principal memsahibs, who, as predicted, were not at home, and wrote her own and Sophy's name in the government house book. The last house they visited was the barn. Mrs. Gregory received them and gave Mrs. Krause and her niece a genial welcome. She and Mrs. Krause had known one another for years, but had never been really intimate or close friends. Mrs. Gregory was energetic, modern, and vivacious. The other, a somewhat lethargic beauty, was not interested in the burning questions of the day, and had long ceased to take part in local gaieties. But her niece, as Milly said, was charming, and Mrs. Gregory felt immediately inspired by a liking for this pretty, graceful, unaffected girl. Sophy, for her part, was delighted with this large, English-looking drawing-room, with chintz-covered furniture, quantities of flowers, books, an open grand piano, and a pile of music. The hostess, too, Mrs. Millward's cousin, attracted her and made her feel at home. "And what do you think of Rangoon?" inquired Mrs. Gregory. "Oh, do not ask her," interposed Mrs. Krause, with a dramatic gesture. "She has been with me for more than a fortnight, and this is the first time she has been beyond Cochin. It is all my fault. She has had such a lot of housekeeping to see to and take over, and she is such a delightful companion that I have not been able to bear her out of my sight." "But, dear Mrs. Krause, we cannot allow you to appropriate Miss Leigh altogether. I hope you will spare her to me now and then. Perhaps Miss Leigh could come with me to the Gymkhana dance next week." "I should like it very much indeed," said Sophy, glancing interrogatively at her aunt. "Well, if I cannot make it myself, I shall be glad if you will chaperone Sophy. She has not had any amusement yet, and one is young but once. And now we must go. No, thank you, we won't wait for tea. I intend to rush the child round the lakes. She has not seen them, and then do some shopping in the bazaar." After the departure of her visitor, Mrs. Gregory stood in the veranda and watched them as they sped away together, the dark, faded beauty, the pretty, fresh girl, and said to herself, "I wonder." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Ann Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 15. The Chummery. The chummery to which Douglas Shafto had been introduced was a rambling old bungalow and the edge of the cantonment, sufficiently close to offices and work. Although by no means modern, it boasted both electric light and fans, and the rent was fairly moderate. The landlord, Ah Kin, a Chinaman, called for it punctually on the first of every month, but closed his slits of eyes to various necessary repairs. Among the three chums already established was Roscoe, a dark, well-set-up man of 5 or 6 and 30, with a clean-shaven, eager face, artistic hands, and a pair of clever eyes. Roscoe had been in turn a junior master, a journalist, an actor. Dissatisfied and unsatisfactory in these situations, his friends had found him an opening where he would be at too great a distance to trouble them. In short, a billet in Burma Oil Company in Rangoon. Amazing to relate, the post suited him, and the Rolling Stone came to a standstill. Well-educated and intellectual, endowed with a curious eye and a critical mind, he was anxious to see, mark, and learn the life of his present surroundings. Out of business hours, Roscoe devoted himself to this task with such whole-souled enthusiasm that at times he actually imagined that he had his finger upon the pulse of this strange new world. The oldest and least prosperous of the fraternity, his companions liked him and spoke of Roscoe as a queer fish, but a rare good sort. Patrick Ormond Fitzgerald, police officer, a genial native of County Cork, was about 30 years of age, handsome, generous, and hot-headed, who enjoyed every kind of scrap and sport, including chasing dacoits and smugglers. He diffused an atmosphere of good humor and confidence, was universally popular, and invariably in debt. Chum number 3, James McNabb, hailed from bonny Scotland, a spare, sandy, canny individual who, far from being in debt, was carefully amassing large savings. He had a pretty fiancée in Crieff, who sent him weekly budgets, and the Scotsman. He owned a sound, steady ambition, and seldom made an unconsidered remark. Mac was an employee in the Irrawaddy Flotilla Company, where he was rapidly rising, so to speak, to the surface. Each chum had a room to himself, but they took their meals together in a wide open veranda, and were catered for by a fat Madrassi butler, who did not rob them unduly, seeing that his accounts had to be inspected and passed by thrifty Mac, who ruthlessly eliminated all imaginative items. In their large compound their cook kept game fowl, long-legged fighting cocks from Shanghai, and other poultry, including the curly feathered freaks of Arakan. Here Fitzgerald stabled his horses, a capital pair, trust an Irishman for that, and Roscoe a stout elderly Shan, ironically named later on. McNabb rode a bicycle, a useful mount, that required neither oats nor groom. The three chums soon made Shafto feel at ease and at home. They were lively companions, too. Roscoe was a capital mimic, and kept his company in roars of laughter. Fitzgerald drew notable caricatures, and could tell a story with the best. The McNabb, who had a certain dry wit, took the stranger firmly in hand with regard to finance, namely the furnishing of his room and other expenditure. "Bide a wee, go slow at first," he advised. "Just hire a few sticks from Whiteway and Laidlaw, and wait your chance for picking up bargains at Balthasar's auction rooms. Anyway, you don't want much. A bed, a couple of chairs, table, washstand, and tub. I have a chest of drawers I can let you have cheap. In the rains, the pictures fall out of their frames, the glue melts, the rugs are eaten by white ants in a few hours, and your boots will grow mushrooms." "That's a cheerful lookout," exclaimed Shafto. "Well, I have nothing to tempt the white ants." Shafto was adaptable and soon found his feet. At first his entire time and energies were concentrated on his new job and on learning an unaccustomed task. He spent hours on the wharves along the Strand or across the river at Dala, standing about in the glare and dust and blazing sun amongst struggling, sweating coolies and swinging cranes. He had also to supervise his Eurasian subordinates, see paddy shipped, and keep a sharp lookout for the delinquencies such as receiving palm oil or overlooking damages. In the midst of his daily work, Shafto was not insensible to his surroundings, but on the contrary, acutely alive to the strange, bewildering glamour of the East, where life dwells radiantly. He was interested in the ever-changing shipping, the crowds of strange craft lying by the wharves or moored to buoys in the great impetuous Irrawaddy, and the swarms of sampans darting in all directions. Overhead was the hot blue sky, blazing upon a motley crowd, which included the smiling faces of the idle, insouciant, gaily clad Burmans, most genial and most engaging of nations. Down by the go-downs, where Shafto worked, the stir and press of commercial life was tremendous. On every side roared and dashed trams, motor lorries, traction engines, and, curious anachronism, long strings of heavily laden bullock carts. Here was trade from the ends and corners of the earth. Out of her abundance, this rich country was shipping to the nations wood, oil, rice, metals, cotton, tea, silken stuff, ivory, jade, and precious stones. Masses of cargo lay piled on the wharves, amid which a multitude of noisy coolies, busy as ants, went to and fro incessantly, whilst in the distance the sawmills screamed, the steam dredgers clanked, and tall factory chimneys blackened the heavens. All this amazing, restless activity seemed strangely out of its natural perspective. The scene should have been laid in Liverpool or Glasgow instead of displaying a background of palms, tropical trees, gilded pagodas, and a circle of gaily dressed, idle natives. Although the British and German residents did not assimilate, Shafto saw a good deal of their mercantile element. At 10 o'clock every morning, hundreds of Teuton clerks poured into Rangoon from the surrounding neighborhood, and he could not but admire their indefatigable business activity, tireless industry, and worldwide radius of action. Long, long after British firms had closed for the day, and their employees had rushed off to amuse themselves at football, golf, or boating, the German was still sticking to it and hard at work. But there was another feature of which Shafto was aware and could not applaud. This was the spy system. There were rumors of an active gang, manipulated from Berlin, whose business it was to discover what English firms were doing in the way of large contracts, and subsequently to enter into competition, cut out, and undersell. It was said that their methods were both prompt and ruthless. It was also hinted that one or two firms winked at contraband, offered irresistible bribes, and made fabulous profits. The individual characteristics of his fellow inmates were soon impressed upon Shafto, and the interest they evinced in him, a mere stranger, was undeniably agreeable to his amour propre. McNabb, who was sincerely concerned about his financial affairs, instructed him in many clever economies, and the localities of the cheapest shops. He was also emphatic on the subject of cautious outlay, and full of warning against the horrors of a rainy day. Fitzgerald, on the contrary, was eloquent in favor of the best that was going and hang the expense. "You'll want 2 horses, my boy," he announced. "If you're going in for paper chasing and gymkhana, you might chance on a bargain, too. I heard of a fellow who got a wonder for 300 rupees, an ugly, ewe-necked brute, but he carried off the gold cup and every blessed thing he was entered for. On the other hand, such a windfall is a very outside chance. Then you must have a small car for the reins. I believe you would get a nice little Ford for 600 rupees. Shafto received this advice with a shout of laughter. A racer and a car on 400 rupees a month? Fitzgerald, you are raving mad. If I followed your advice, he paused. You would soon be shunted out of Gregory's, supplemented McNabb, who, with impassive face, was lolling in a long chair, a silent but attentive listener. "Ah, don't be minding that fellow," protested Fitzgerald. "Sure, he'd sell up his father's gravestone if he ever had the heart to put it up." "Well, I pay my way, Fitz, and can walk down Fair Street. At my case, whilst you—" He paused significantly. "Oh, well, I own a few bills, I know. 600 rupees a month goes no way here, but it'll be all right when my ship comes in. Anyhow, I'll have a good time. I'll have that to look back upon when I'm an old fellow upon the shelf. Now you," suddenly turning to stare at McNabb, "never spent a rupee. You wouldn't take a taxi to save your life. Never go to a cinema or a concert. Nothing that costs money. You just bicycle and drink lemon squashes and ride home." "Oh, if you want to ride in taxis and go to cinemas, you might as well be in London," put in Roscoe, who had joined them. "I wish to the Lord I was," declared Fitzgerald, "standing at the corner of Piccadilly Circus this blessed minute, and making up my mind whether to go to the Criterion Grill or to Prince's. But as you happen to be in Rangoon and not Piccadilly Circus, why don't you open your eyes and see the place and enjoy it?" "Enjoy?" repeated Fitzgerald, with a dramatic gesture. "See it? I see a deal too much of it. While you fellows are in bed, I'm turning out filthy liquor shops, drug stores, tea houses, and stopping Chinese fights, smuggling and murder." "Yes, we all know that," rejoined Roscoe. "You look into the dark, Shafto, and I see the bright side of this country." "Oh, yes, you're a bright pair. And here, I'm off," exclaimed the police officer, and suddenly caught sight of a mounted orderly and thundered down the stairs. Roscoe was neither economical nor yet extravagant. He patronized the theaters and shows, made expeditions into the country on Later On, read many books, and occasionally took a trip up the river in a cargo boat. Shafto and Roscoe had one taste in common, a craving to see, know, understand, and, as it were, get under the skin of this wonderful land. An impossible achievement. From the first, they had been drawn together. They were searching in an eager way for the same object. They had both been at a public school, and once when Shafto dropped a word about Sandhurst, Roscoe said, "I was intended for the army, but I couldn't pass the doctor. Rather a facer after scraping through the exam. When that was knocked on the head, I got a post as assistant master, but I couldn't stick it for more than a couple of years. After that, I was in a newspaper office. Then I got badly stage struck and went on the boards. Unfortunately, I was not a success. I never could do the love parts. I neither bellowed nor whined. At last my people got fairly sick of me. I was so often resting, and they made a combined effort and hustled me out here into the oil business. And here I am, in my element." "I can't say you look particularly oily," observed his companion. "Perhaps not, but I dare say to lots of young fellows I seem a dry old stick. Anyhow, I was a stick in the profession." Occasionally Roscoe invited Shafto to accompany him of an evening, and introduced him to strange and wonderful sights, wrestling, cockfighting, puppet plays, or plays in the Burmese character. These were acted by little figures wonderfully manipulated by strings behind the scenes. The holder of the string also supplied any amount of dialogue, not always the most decorous description, and also all the latest and coarsest jokes from the bazaar. To the Europeans, these entertainments offered scanty amusement, but to natives they proved enthralling. An audience would sit spellbound and motionless for a whole night, soothed and cheered by the strains of the Burmese band, that unique and original collection of sounds and instruments. In former days, explained Roscoe, as he and his companion sat staring at the bedizened actors and shrill little figures on a long, low stage, these plays took place in the open air, on a Maidan. All the world was welcome, and there was no charge. Naturally, all the world was present. They were usually given by some rich Burman or widow in honor of some offering or anniversary. An uncle of mine was quartered here years ago, and I remember him saying that he suffered sorely from these plays. One play lasted for 3 consecutive nights. The Burmese brought their bedding. The great Maidan outside his bungalow was a seething mass of people whose families were encamped. The place resembled a huge fair. Some were bartering, gambling, or eating horrible-looking refreshment, and altogether thoroughly enjoying themselves. Rows and rows squatted motionlessly on the ground in front of the stage. Of course, sleep, with such a fiendish commotion, was out of the question, and so my uncle was obliged to get up and wander about among the masses until daybreak. He said he never could make head or tail of the play, but said one of his brother officers loved it. He engaged an interpreter and squatted for hours in the front of the stage, enjoying what he considered a priceless treat. Shafto, like Roscoe's uncle, failed to appreciate plays, which were now held within stated bounds. He preferred out-of-door entertainments, as the heat, the smoke, the smell of raw plantain skins, the band, and the jabber were too much for him. Roscoe, his cicerone, had contrived to learn a little of the difficult Burmese language, and knew the town to a certain extent, including something of the vast underworld, and even Fitzgerald admitted that old man Roscoe could tell a thing or two, if he liked. Before he had been long in Rangoon, Shafto had also a glimpse into its depths. One night, returning from a sing-song, as he reached the bottom of the outer stairs, he was startled by a voice from the pitch-dark space beneath the house. A voice that said in a husky whisper, "Is that you, Joe? Joe, for God's sake, stop and give me a couple of rupees." "It's not Roscoe," said Shafto, striking a match. "Who are you?" The flickering and uncertain light discovered a gaunt and unshaven European in the shabbiest of clothes. "Roscoe's out. What do you want?" he brusquely demanded. "Only a couple of rupees," was the hoarse reply. "I'm ashamed for you to see me. I'm down and under, as you may guess." "Drink?" suggested Shafto, lighting another match. "No, drugs. 2 devils, cocaine and morphia." "I say, that's bad. Can't you take a pull at yourself?" "Too late now." "Nothing's too late," declared Shafto. "Believe that and buck up. Well, here are 4 rupees for you." And he put them into a shaking hand, and the match went out, and the loafer noiselessly melted away into the soft and impenetrable darkness. Next morning, Shafto informed Roscoe of this strange encounter. "Such a waterlogged derelict was never seen. One of your underworld friends, I take it?" "Worse than that," rejoined Roscoe. "He's my own first cousin." In reply to Shafto's exclamation, he added, "His father was the officer I told you about, who was so terribly worried by the plays. This chap was erratic, but a clever fellow, and great at languages. He passed into the woods and forests out here, and enjoyed the wild jungle life for a good many years. Now you see what he is, a wild man of the bazaars. "But I say, Roscoe, can you do nothing?" "Absolutely nothing. A cocaine case is hopeless. Opium you might tackle. The other is beyond the power of man or woman." "But how does the fellow live?" "God knows," replied Roscoe. "Most of these chaps keep body and soul together by stealing. There's a lot of smuggling going on in Burma, and I shouldn't be the least surprised if my cousin Richard had a hand in that." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Mr. and Mrs. Abel Salter. Shafto had been 6 weeks in Rangoon and, thanks to his chums, was beginning to feel completely at home, as is sometimes the case with adaptable young people in a strange and fascinating country. His neighbors, the Salters, who were hospitable and friendly, had lent him a hand to find his bearings. Occasionally, of an evening, he and Roscoe would stroll over there after dinner and sit in the deep veranda discussing many matters with the master of the house. Roscoe and Salter were more nearly of an age and mutually interested in subjects that to Shafto seemed deadly dull and obscure. He liked to hear about sport, the country, and the Burmese. To all such topics he was an eager and ready listener. But when philosophy and sociology were on the tapis, he would join Mrs. Salter indoors to discuss the paddy crop, inspect her great rice bins, and argue over prices and sales. Or he would listen to blood-curdling tales about gnats or house spirits related by his hostess in animated broken English and with appropriate gesticulations. Leigh had a high opinion of the young man, and this was shared by her daughter, for Shaft, as she called him, helped her to fly her kite, mended broken toys, and brought her chocolates such as her soul loved. During one of their prowling expeditions, Roscoe had imparted the life history of Salter to his chum. Salter's forebears were Yorkshire folk, thrifty, self-respecting, stiff-backed, nonconformists. His father and grandfather belonged to what is called the old school, when parents ruled their families with an iron rod, and the meek, downtrodden children accepted punishment without question. Salter's grandmother had dismissed grown-up sons from table and kept a rebellious daughter for weeks incarcerated in her room. Salter's father had inherited her stern, Spartan spirit. He gave his heir a first-class education in the neighborhood of London, and when he was 20, recalled him to Bradford, there to take his place in the works and live at home. But Salter, Jr., having tasted the delights of liberty, found home life unspeakably irksome. The laws against drink, dancing, smoking, and the theater were draconic. He hated the long chapel service on Sunday, the endless hymns and emotional exhortations. The day concluded with family worship, which lasted 3/4 of an hour. The young fellow dreaded the Sabbath and rebelled against its gloomy, comfortable, middle-class home, where he had no individuality, no rights, and no latchkey. At last he broke loose. The flesh and blood of 22 years old revolted. At 12 o'clock one night he found himself locked out, and, as the first bold peal of the bell elicited no reply, he never again applied for admittance, but, with £4 in his pockets and a good saleable watch, launched his little skiff upon the great wide world. Behold him now, comfortably established in a foreign land, occupying a responsible position in a well-known firm, the husband of a clever, thrifty woman who was actively engaged in building up his fortune. After an interval of some years, the Salters at home discovered that their prodigal had undoubtedly killed and thriven on his own fatted calf. The usual little bird had informed them that Abel was much thought of and prosperous, had a grand home in Rangoon, dozens of servants, and was married. Friendly letters were dispatched, for nothing succeeds like success, and a brisk correspondence ensued. Information and photographs were promptly exchanged, and the family received a nicely finished presentment of Rosetta in her smartest and shortest frock. They were much impressed by the grandchild born to them in Burma, and she was immediately installed in a handsome silver frame, introduced to all their neighbors and to most of their chapel friends. But what would have been the sensation of these worthy people if they had received a portrait of Leigh in full festival costume, flowers in hair and white cheroot in hand? On the subject of Mrs. Abel Salter, there was but scanty information. Her old maid sisters-in-law were given to understand that she sent them her best good wishes. She also forwarded silks and jars of Burmese condiments, but her husband declared that she was very lazy about letter writing and constitutionally shy. Her maiden name, they were told, had been Mary Leigh, and this information had sufficed. Besides having the entree to the Salters' domestic circle, Shafto had been elected a member of the Gymkhana Club, where he made various new acquaintances, and these increased in number as his prowess in tennis and cricket became evident. Then, with the advice, and indeed almost under the compulsion, of Fitzgerald, he purchased a smart stud-bred mare, certainly no longer in her first youth, but sound and clever and full of go. She was not called upon to shine on the race course, but carried her master admirably in station paper chases on Thursday afternoons. By the McNab, this investment was looked upon with a dubious and unfavorable eye, although he was aware that the price of moonshine had come out of a small nest egg which her owner had brought from home. He pointed out the enormous price of Graham or English oaks, and he earnestly entreated Shafto not to be led into follies by other people, meaning Fitzgerald, but to keep his head and go slow. During this month of November, Shafto had frequently come across his fellow passengers in the Blankshire. Even Lady Puffle had acknowledged his existence with a bow. Not once had he beheld the desire of his eyes, Miss Leigh. She appeared to have vanished as completely as a summer mist, and, it was whispered, had been swallowed up and submerged by the German colony. Mrs. Krause had vouchsafed no notice of his visit and card. Her niece was never to be seen either at the Gymkhana or on the lakes, the principal meeting places for young and old. More than once he imagined that he had caught sight of her in the cathedral at evening service, but she looked so different in smart Sunday clothes, a feathered hat and gauzy gown, that he might have been mistaken, and he heard from McNabb, the gossip of the chummery, that Krause had brought forward a remarkably pretty niece, who had recently played in a concert at the German club and made a sensational success. When Shafto rode in the mornings, he eyed expectantly every passing or approaching habit, but Sophy Leigh was never among the early cavalcade, for the excellent reason that she had no horse. Mrs. Gregory, in spite of multifarious occupations as the firm's vice reine, had by no means forgotten pretty Miss Leigh, nor her cousin's emphatic instructions. The girl had failed to accompany her to the Gymkhana dance. Her aunt was ill. She had been unable to leave her. A stereotyped excuse to every invitation. The truth was that Mrs. Krause, after 2 or 3 social efforts, culminating in a large dinner party to her German neighbors, had collapsed with one of her worst attacks, and between nursing her relative and housekeeping for Herr Krause, who was shamelessly greedy and exacting, Sophy had not a moment to spare, and the Madras boy turned away all callers, including Mrs. Leigh's friends, with his mechanical parrot cry, "Mrs. can't see." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mary Ann Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 17. At the Play. Theatrical performances are the chief entertainment in Burma. The Burmese as a nation delight in plays, operatic, tragic, opera bouffe, and ballets, such as the Han Pui, when a number of young girls all dressed as royalties posture and dance with extreme grace, and as their training is perfect, the entertainment evokes unqualified applause. So interested and absorbed do the audiences become in long, drawn-out dramatic performances with interludes of dancing and singing that they will bring their bedding and not merely remain all night, but several nights, according as the play may hold them. As a rule, the background is a palace, and the plot concerns the love story of a prince and princess, which is interrupted by all manner of vicissitudes, some grotesque, others of genuine pathos. To these, the accompaniment of soft, wailing Burmese music is admirably adapted. Po Sine, the greatest actor in Burma, an Eastern star, had recently returned to Rangoon from a prolonged tour, and his admirers, who numbered thousands, were all agog to see and welcome him. The principal theater was established in a large space at the back of the great pagoda, trustfully open to the soft blue night, otherwise strictly encompassed with matting, for in these changed and money-making days there is an official box office at the entrance and no admittance without cash payment. The stage was only raised a foot or two from the ground, and a long row of little lamps threw a becoming red light upon the scene. Here many rows of chairs were arranged for the use of Europeans, whilst the Easterners sat on the ground on mats and folded themselves up in easy native fashion. On the first night of Po Sign's reappearance, the arena was packed to the utmost limit of the matting. In the front were assembled many European residents, who were treated to bunches of flowers, paper fans, cheroots, and lemonade. Also, in a reserved space and on gorgeous rugs, reclined a number of splendidly attired and bejeweled Burmese ladies, princesses of the royal house, a sprightly and animated group. Their flashing diamond combs and long diamond chains made a feature amid the audience. Mrs. Gregory had brought a small party, which included Mina Pomeroy, Robin Close, one of the assistants, and Douglas Shafto, who had never yet seen the famous Po Sign. Somehow Miss Pomeroy and Mr. Close had contrived to get separated from their chaperone, but Shafto still stuck faithfully to his hostess. A puppet play represented the curtain raiser, and as this to Shafto was no novelty, he stared about him at the masses of shining black heads, men with jaunty silk handkerchiefs twisted round their brows, women with their wreaths and golden combs, an undeniably smart audience, all smoking. The stage was open to the dark blue sky, which was sprinkled with stars. Right above them clanged a temple gong. From far down the river came the hoot of a steamer's siren, and during intervals the soft humming of the wind among the labyrinth of shrines. A complete contrast in every respect was this Eastern scene to the last play he had witnessed in a London theatre. All at once there was an influx of people surging in, crafty folk who knew how to avoid the curtain raiser. These included a number of Germans. Among the party in the train of Mrs. Muller and attended by Herr Bernard was Miss Leigh in a dainty white frock and flower-trimmed hat, but somehow looking a bit out of the picture. Her chaperone, magnificent in a Vietnamese toilette, unexpectedly encountered friends who had recently arrived from the fatherland. These she hailed with boisterous jubilation, and as she chattered and gesticulated, listened and interrupted, she entirely forgot her charge. In fact, she moved on, still talking, and abandoned her, so to speak, to her fate. Sophy's fate, luckily for her, happened to be Mrs. Gregory, who signed to Shafto to rescue the young lady and conduct her to a place under her own wing. "How are you?" he said, accosting her eagerly. "Mrs. Gregory has sent me to ask if you won't sit by her. There is lots of room." "I should love to, but you see I am here officially with Mrs. Muller. I'll go and speak to her, but I think she has filled my seat." A hasty word to the chaperone, who had entirely forgotten her existence, released Sophy, and as she joined Mrs. Gregory, Frau Muller said with a shrug, "Oh yes, she is rather pretty in her way. She has got among those odious English. Let her stay with them." Then she threw herself once more into the interesting topic of the latest scandal in Frankfurt. "I am so pleased to see you," said Mrs. Gregory, making room for Sophy beside her. "What has become of you all these weeks?" "Oh, I have been in Cochin and quite safe," she answered, but her smile was not so ready and wholehearted as it had been on board ship. "Aunt Flora caught a chill and has been laid up. Poor dear, she is a martyr to neuralgia." "I know she is subject to it, but surely she does not require you to be with her all day." "No, but Herr Kraus is at home now. The old cook has departed after a fearful explosion, and housekeeping is a struggle. Servants are so difficult to find and deal with, especially by a strange missy like myself. And Herr Kraus is particular about punctuality and the plates being hot, and all that sort of thing. I have to make Russian salads, confitures, and sauces, so I have really had no spare time. Yes, I can imagine your hands have been pretty full. But do you mean to tell me that you run the house? I don't exactly run it, but I do my best to drag it along, and it's rather awkward for my being a newcomer. Pice and rupees are novelties, and everything is supposed to be in German fashion. German fashion, echoed Shafto. What's that? Oh, particular hours, particular food, blutwurst, sausages, Russian salads, cakes, creams, and plenty of them. Well, I must say Kraus looks sleek and well fed. He does you credit. But don't you ever get your Sunday off or your day out? I suppose I do in a way. I have been to dine with one or two of our neighbors, and we had some really first-rate music. And then you see we live at a long distance from the cantonment and the gymkhana. But what about the car? Herr Kraus uses it. He is away most of the day. But you have a horse to ride? Yes, there was one, rather a nice-looking little bay, but soon after I arrived he was borrowed by a man who has taken it up to Prome. Mrs. Gregory had been listening to this conversation, making mental notes and setting down bad marks. Her cousin was returning from Mandalay on the following day, and she determined that she and Milly would wait upon Mrs. Kraus and request her to liberate this prisoner. Mrs. Kraus was a charming, indolent, clinging sort of individual, who had latterly sunken into a somnolent existence and rarely appeared above the social surface. Formerly she had been a brilliant figure in Rangoon society, gave excellent dinners, danced, rode and played bridge, and tennis. But by degrees she seemed to have dropped out of things, and Mrs. Gregory remembered now, once upon a time, when riding together, she had lamented that she had no children and no particular interests, and that her energy, such as it was ebbing rapidly. Of course, she had been too long in Lower Burma. 8 years of Lower Burma, merely diluted with an occasional few weeks at Maymyo, was enough to undermine any woman's mental and bodily state. "And so your aunt has been ill?" she asked, after a long pause. "Yes, but she is much better now and very cheerful. So I was able to leave her and accept Mrs. Muller's invitation to accompany her to this play." "You have seen nothing so far?" "Well, not so much, but there is lots of time." Mrs. Gregory glanced at the girl and, in the searching, electric light, noticed that her lovely color was already fading. The lines of the face seemed a trifle sharper. Beauty is fleeting in Lower Burma. Meanwhile Shafto, sitting so silent at the lady's feet, was secretly boiling with rage. So the fat old German, in spite of his wealth, had made his wife's niece both sick nurse and housekeeper. One of these tasks was ample for any girl. Miss Leigh had been 6 weeks in Rangoon, had never even seen the pagoda. "I know you are fond of riding," he began. "Do you think you could come for a gallop if I produced a pony?" "And a chaperone," supplemented Mrs. Gregory. "I can offer my services and a mount, and I'll call for you at 7 o'clock on Thursday morning. You may come too," she added, turning to Shafto, "and we will go to the pineapple forest." "How delightful and how very kind of you," said Sophy. "I am sure I can manage, as long as I am in by 9 o'clock. "But why 9 o'clock, my dear Cinderella?" "Because I have to interview the cook when he returns from the bazaar. Herr Kraus is something of a gourmand, and rather querulous about his food, and he often brings in 1 or 2 men to tiffin or dinner." "A nice amusing change," said Shafto. "You must find old Kraus a bit monotonous. What does he talk about? Wolfram or sausages? He talks a good deal about my aunt. He really is devoted to her. Well, I'll mark him up one for that. I suppose the guests are his own compatriots?" Yes, they come on business, and are nearly always the same. They talk German all the time, which I cannot understand. Only when they stare at me and say something about Engländerin. After dinner we have music, and Herr Kraus and I play duets. His instrument is the violin. Most of the neighbors are musical, first-rate musicians and so critical. I appreciate that. It keeps me up to the mark. I think among them they all keep you up to the mark, observed Mrs. Gregory. And whatever she was about to add was abruptly interrupted by a loud, swelling, unanimous murmur of "Ah wah! Ah wah!" which suddenly rose from 1,000 throats. This rapturous acclaim hailed the appearance of Po Sign, the star of the Burmese theater, unsurpassed and unapproachable in either tragedy or comedy. Po Sign was nothing to look at, a thin, ordinary little man, but endowed with genius. Even those who could not understand a word he said immediately recognized the great actor. This particular play was a favorite comedy. Shouts of laughter shook the audience and the encompassing walls of matting, and in this Shafto and his companion could not help joining. "I wonder what this is all about," said Sophy. "I know it's very amusing." "What was that funny thing he said last?" she asked, as the shrieks died down. Shafto colored guiltily. Though far from being an expert in the Burmese language, he had caught the drift of this sentence, a coarse double entendre, which he could not possibly interpret to a girl. Burmese plays are not always decorous. This particular performance was an odd mixture of ancient and modern. The lovers, who were, as usual, princes and princesses, played stately roles and moved about with majestic dignity and in gorgeous raiment. Their prototypes dated from the days of Buddha. On the other hand, the clown and the countrymen, who enacted the parts of villains and devils, were essentially modern, as quick with patter songs and up-to-date local events and jokes as the cleverest music hall artist. At intervals, the weird Burmese band, with its clashing cymbals, harps, and clarions, discoursed the latest Burmese operatic airs. It was 1 o'clock, and the great bell in the heart of the pagoda had throbbed out its long, deep note, when Mrs. Gregory rose and collected her party. "I'm so sorry I can't take you with me," she said to Sophy. "I hope your German friends will not remain all night. However, I shall depute Mr. Shafto to look after you. Please tell your aunt that I hope to call and see her very shortly, and do not forget that you are to ride with me on Thursday morning." As if it was likely. Then Mrs. Gregory took her departure, leaving Sophy and her companion to a tete-a-tete. "I think we will move up closer to your friends," he said. "I see 2 empty seats behind them. Our people can't stick this for more than 3 or 4 hours. How have you been getting on? And how do you like Burma?" "Burma suits me down to the ground. I like it most awfully. I've been very busy learning my job. But I've seen a good deal outside business hours." "What have you seen?" "Oh, well, wrestling, tattooing, and cockfights. I have been once up the river as far as Prome, and to several native shows, including a funeral." "How have you managed that?" "Salter, a fellow in our house, took me. The funeral was a strange affair, not a bit like ours. Everyone in gala clothes, great feasting, and a band in the house. Altogether a lively entertainment. When a man is dying, his friends come and gather round and cheer him and tell him of all the good deeds he has done in his lifetime. At the graveside there is an extraordinary business with a silk handkerchief, in which the nearest relation is supposed to catch and enclose the departed spirit, and now in the form of a white butterfly, and dangerous to mortals for 7 days and nights. I have seen a good deal of native life already." "How lucky you are!" exclaimed the girl. "And I've seen nothing but Germans." "Salter has taken me about, and naturally He has extra opportunities, being married to a Burmese. Married to a Burmese? Echoed Sophy. Her tone was incredulous. Yes, at one time it was quite a common thing. Mrs. Salter, her real name is Leigh, is sitting over there, in about the 5th row back, behind the fellow with the scarlet handkerchief twisted around his head. Presently you must turn and look at her. She is a nice, cheery woman, and Salter is an interesting, original sort of man. I dine with them now and then. Leigh is uncommonly businesslike, has a good deal of land and a flourishing rice concern. She has? How amazing! I see you don't know much of Burma yet. No, so far I am only acquainted with the bizarre prices, the gorgeous flowers, delicious fruit, and futurist insects. Well, women do most of the business, and do it well. The men are lazy, loafing lot, very genial and sporting, fond of their cockfighting and gambling, absolutely regardless of expense or debt. Mrs. Salter is rich. If you will look round now, you will see her, the little woman with the yellow fan and diamond comb. Notice her blazing earrings. And yet I have seen the same lady with her petticoats kilted high, standing knee-deep in the rice cart, and diving with both hands into the grain to test its quality. That is a very pretty girl with flowers in her hair beside her, remarked Sophy. Look, she is nodding to you. Who is she? Her name is Machit. She is Mrs. Salter's cousin. Sometimes she drops in when I am here. The Salters live close to my chummery. I have a munchie now, and I am learning Burmese. And I am learning German. How do you hit it off with your uncle? Please don't call him my uncle. Then I am answered. Sophy laughed and colored brilliantly. I suppose so. We do not coalesce. Our ideas, age, and country are different. He is hard as a rock, brusque and overbearing, but amazingly clever and energetic. He seems to hold so many threads in his hands, to deal with such numbers of people. His correspondence is enormous. His office, when he is at home, is surrounded and stormed by all sorts of people. Mohammedans, Chinese, Burmese, all waiting on his good pleasure and his nod. I scarcely see anything of him except at meals, and then he is too much taken up with eating to have time to spare for conversation. But we meet in one spot, Music Land. He plays the violin, we do Beethoven together, and are great friends. Then when the piano closes, she paused. You are enemies? Not exactly enemies, but I do hate the way he gobbles his food and bullies the servants. Then he says such rude things about England. Perhaps it's only done on purpose to make me angry. He declares we are a wretched, rotten, played-out old country, going down the hill as hard as we can fly. He is narrow-minded, too, so arrogant. The Germans can do no wrong. The English can never do right. I am telling dreadful tales, am I not? All the same, he has an English wife, and is simply devoted to Aunt Flora. Nothing is too good for her. It is really funny to see this rough, overbearing man so gentle and thoughtful. But then she is a dear. Oh, is she? You shall see for yourself. You must come to tea on Sunday. I am sure I may invite you. Aunt Flora is so kind and sympathetic, and has a look of mother. I'll come all right, if you think she'll not be derwazabund. No, she is ever so much better, but the last few years has been more or less an invalid. What is her particular illness? Is it fever? Fever and neuralgia. Some days she will lie in a darkened room and see no one except her ayah. She won't even admit me, though occasionally I do slip in. She has had a bad attack lately, but is now convalescent. Oh, I see Mrs. Muller moving at last. Now we shall be going. I'm afraid you found this show a bit dull." "Not at all. It has been a most interesting sight. I don't know when I have enjoyed myself so much." "So have I. It has been a—" Whatever Shafto was about to add was interrupted by Mrs. Muller, who pounced on his companion with a laughing apology and handed her over to the charge of Herr Bernard. 2 days later, Mrs. Gregory and Mrs. Millward called at Heidelberg, and on the veranda encountered Sophy, who was hurrying out to keep an appointment to practice duets with Frau Muller. "I'm so dreadfully sorry," she said, when the first greetings were over, "but I must go. I'll get back as soon as ever I can. Aunt Flora is at home." But when Sophy returned, the visitors had already departed, leaving their hostess a good deal disturbed. Indeed, Mrs. Krause's languid spirits had been violently shaken. Mrs. Millward had remarked on Sophy's changed appearance, and her tone had been hostile. "It is very plain that Burma does not suit her," she said. "I could not believe that any girl would have altered in so short a time. I shall write to her mother at once." "Oh, dear Mrs. Millward, what do you mean?" "I should think anyone could see what I mean," rejoined the lady, who was very angry and had heard the tale of Sophy's heavy cares. "The girl looks ill. I have known Sophy for years, known her since she was a small child, and I can assure you that she has never been accustomed to a strenuous indoor employment, to getting no exercise or relaxation, or ever meeting people of her own age." Her hostess was struck dumb. Her torpid conscience suddenly awoke and condemned her. Mrs. Millward, who was immediately leaving Rangoon and had no fear of retaliation, continued with ruthless animosity. "It is true what you say, that your niece has been a wonderful comfort to you. But will it be a comfort to her mother when she hears that she is merely a hard-worked lady help? I think it would be well to arrange that she should return home with me." Tears now trembled in the culprit's dark eyes, and she fumbled for her handkerchief. "Oh, Mrs. Millward," she said piteously, "I do see what you mean. I have been ill and stupid. My husband has always spoiled me, and thinks that other people are only brought into this world to wait upon me. I realize my selfishness now. Yes, you are right. The child looks pale and no longer flits about the house, singing her little songs. I beg you will not alarm my sister. I will undertake that things are altered, and you may depend on me, dear Mrs. Millward. You have made me feel horribly guilty. I know I am a self-centered invalid, but I intend to mend my ways." And tears, no longer to be restrained, trickled down that worn, cadaverous face of Mrs. Krause. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Marianne Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 18. The Chinese Shop. Chapter 18. The Chinese Shop. The solemn promise Mrs. Krause had made to Mrs. Millward was honorably redeemed, and a new and agreeable vista opened before Sophy Leigh. Her aunt roused herself, as it were, from a long sleep. The little bay horse was recalled from Prome. A Rolls-Royce was purchased. Herr Krause signed the check without a murmur. A highly recommended Portuguese butler was engaged to undertake the heavier forms of housekeeping, and Mrs. Krause once more re-entered society, figuratively leading by the hand a lovely niece of whom she was unaffectedly proud, and who, she imparted to her friends, had given her a new interest in life. Hitherto, she declared, she had felt like a flower that was withering for the lack of sun. Now Sophy supplied the sunshine. Sophy was endowed with a personality that inspired happiness and looked on the world as the abode of joy. And so at last pretty Miss Leigh tasted the delights of the Gymkhana Club and took part in tennis, golf, and dancing. There were boating parties on the Royal Lakes and picnics in the woods. She made many acquaintances and had quite a waiting list of partners. Sometimes of a morning, but much more frequently of an evening after tennis or boating, Mrs. Crouse would drive down to Fair Street. There the shops were on the best European lines and exhibited all the latest articles from London, Paris, or Berlin, tempting rupees out of people's pockets. Mrs. Crouse was a liberal purchaser, whether of European stores, fancy goods, drapery, or jewelry. This generous aunt presented Sophy with a pair of heavy gold bangles, a string of pearls, and an exquisite fan and kimono. These latter were found at an Indian repository owned by a well-known Bengali with a large clientele. Burmese themselves are too indolent to make successful shopkeepers. They much prefer to look on and laugh and bargain. In this and other emporiums of the same class were to be found rare embroideries, ivory carvings, eggshell china, oriental draperies, jade, and piles of Chinese and Japanese silks of the most exquisite fabric and color. Sophy liked to wander round, to marvel and admire, but soon discovered that to do the latter was to be immediately endowed with her fancy, be it an enormous Chinese jar, or a lacquered cabinet, or a mere silver bowl. Mrs. Crouse firmly resisted every denial and excuse. "My dear," she would protest, "do not refuse me. Mine is the pleasure. I don't know how to spend all my money, and never until now have I had a girl to whom I could offer presents. And to give is such a joy. I am a rich woman, with no belongings except you and yours." Certainly I don't deny that this is a big gong, the present in question. It's rather a clumsy affair, but it is old and a beauty. What a deep, rich, melancholy tone. When struck, it seems to tell of some sad, sad story that happened hundreds of years ago. After you are married, dear child, it will be so useful in your hall. On these excursions there was one little shop that was never neglected or overlooked. This was situated in a narrow slum, a long way from the great artery of traffic and fashion. After negotiating various tortuous windings and encountering horrible gusts of stale nappy and the ever-odorous durian, the car halted at a certain corner, and Mrs. Crouse and her companion made their way into a narrow, ill-lit lane, and entered a mean den, kept by a fat, crafty-looking Chinaman and his lean, pock-marked son. There was, as far as Sophy could discern, nothing whatever to interest or attract upon the premises. The stock was ordinary and scanty, a few coarse china tea sets, some teapots and cane baskets, paper fans, lacquer trays, and odds and ends of the cheapest rubbish. But Mrs. Crouse solemnly assured her niece that it was the only place in Rangoon for the real, guaranteed Natsukis, of which she was making a collection. A Japanese Natsuki is an elaborately carved ivory button of various shapes and sizes. No two are alike. They take the form of men or animals, and as a rule are executed with amazing delicacy, and, if signed and old, are of considerable value. Mrs. Crouse, who spoke a little Chinese and was proud of her accomplishment, appeared to know the fat proprietor rather well, and together they would retire into a dim inner recess, illuminated by an oil lamp hanging before an altar, and there examine, bargain, and gloat over treasures. Meanwhile Sophy, who remained in the outer shop, was offered a seat and tea without milk or sugar, in what resembled a doll's cup. By her aunt's express desire, she always accepted this refreshment, although she found the deconcoction unspeakably nasty. It seemed to taste of an evil odor. Sometimes Mrs. Krause would linger for 15 minutes, sometimes for longer, talking over Natsukis and Hong Kong with Ah She. The atmosphere of the place was overpowering. Such a stifling reek of mysterious effluvium, the combination of joss sticks, stale fish, rancid oil, and a sickly taint like the fetid breath of some mortal sickness. It made Sophy feel faint, and after a short interval, she invariably made her way into the street, where the air, though by no means fresh, was an improvement on that within the shop. The street was narrow and squalid, and the houses were dilapidated, even for a native quarter. Passers-by had a slinking, stealthy gait, and cast glances of surprise and suspicion at the young lady who lingered outside the premises of Ah She. One evening, as she waited thus, in the warm, damp dusk, Fitzgerald in uniform clattered by. He caught sight of Sophy out of what is called the tail of the eye, and pulled up so suddenly as to throw his horse upon its haunches. "Miss Leigh!" he exclaimed. "Yes, it is. May I ask why you find yourself among the Seven Dials, or Devils, of Rangoon?" "Oh, Aunt Flora comes to Ashi's shop, hunting for ivories. She is collecting Natsukis." "Natsukis?" he repeated. "Natsukis? Here?" "Oh, yes, and such good ones, the best in Burma. But it's a horrible place, and as to the odors—" She made a gesture expressive of disgust. "Yes, by Jove, the Chinese beat all the world in stinks, but I say, Miss Leigh, try to persuade your aunt to hunt elsewhere for ivories. This part of the world is unhealthy." "I'm not surprised at that. Be advised by me, and make this your last visit to this chinky shop. Well, I must be shoving on," and he trotted away. A moment later, Mrs. Krause emerged, and, by the quivering eye of an electric lamp, Sophy noticed that she looked strangely animated, indeed, almost radiant. No doubt she had secured some wonderful prize. "Who are you talking to, my dear?" she asked. "Mr. Fitzgerald. He was so surprised to see me, and says we ought not to come here. The place is unhealthy, and indeed, Aunt Flora, I wonder you can stand the reek of Ashi's den for so long without feeling horribly sick." "Oh, Mr. Fitzgerald, the police officer?" "Yes, he is right. It is a low neighborhood, and the air is poisonous. But I've managed to get what I wanted." She held up a pocket handkerchief bulging with ivories. "I won't have to come again for ages and ages." Meanwhile, Ah She and son had shuffled off to summon the chauffeur, and the car now appeared round the corner of the street, looking like some crouching black monster with round, fiery eyes. Attended by the two obsequious Chinamen, Mrs. Krause and her niece entered the motor and were speedily borne away. For a considerable time the former did not open her lips, but lay back in her corner in an attitude of contented lassitude. They made their way homewards through the teeming bazaar and brilliantly illuminated Fair Street, with its brave show of shops, offering a kaleidoscopic review of jewelry, glittering silver, cut glass, and brasswork, or masses of rich, many-colored stuffs and silks, each shop with a special circle of admirers. It was the hour when offices disgorge their employees, when idlers come to lounge and stare, and between foot passengers, trams, taxis, and carts, the thoroughfare was almost impassable. During a block Mrs. Krause suddenly roused from her condition of happy contemplation and said, as she opened her handkerchief, "My dear Sophy, I've got such treasures, such finds, real old Natsuki, signed and so cheap. Do look at this delicious rabbit," holding out a beautiful model. "Is it not too perfect, exquisitely carved, and smooth with age? And the tortoise with the little tiny one on its back. What a darling! And she took it up and kissed it with rapture. It puzzled Sophy to witness this extraordinary enthusiasm, and then to recall the cold fact that on her return to Heidelberg, her aunt's interest in these ivories seemed to wane and disappear. Was there not a bowl of specimens in the drawing-room already, consigned oblivion and dust? Aunt Flora's character exhibited an amazing combination of fantastic caprice and invincible good nature. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit librivox.org. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 19. Chaff. It was Thursday, the station holiday. A capital paper chase had recently engaged the entire community. The pace had been unusually severe. The obstacles large and formidable, especially the notorious log jump, and casualties were not a few. Shafto and Fitzgerald, on hot and heaving horses, had only halted for a moment at the hospitable finish, where refreshments were being served, as care for their precious steeds was taking them and their animals home. After an unusually long silence, Fitzgerald exclaimed, apropos of nothing in particular, "So sits the wind in that quarter?" Shafto turned his head and met a pair of knowing Irish eyes. "That quarter," repeated Fitzgerald, indicating the red-tiled roof of the Krauses' bungalow, where it peeped out from amid a solid mass of palms and bamboos. "I haven't the remotest idea what you're driving at," said Shafto impatiently. "Is it a bit of dialogue in a play you are rehearsing?" "No, me boy, that is fiction. This is fact. In my official capacity, I am bound to take notes, and within the last week I have twice met you early of a morning, riding with Miss Leigh. No third party visible to the naked eye. In fact, you were there before the rest of the crowd. And of course the early bird gets the worm." "And which is the worm, Miss Leigh or I?" "Oh, yes, you may try to laugh it off, but there's some reason for these early tete-a-tetes. The reason is as plain as the stick in my hand. No, I beg its pardon. The reason is uncommonly pretty." "Fitzgerald, you are talking most blatant bosh." "Maybe I am, and maybe I am not. And let me tell you, you're not the only string to the lady's bow. She has as many as a harp. There's Fotheringay, the ADC. There's Captain Howe. There's Bernhard." "Bernhard's a beast," burst out Shafto. "Naturally, you would think so. It's only human nature. But Otto is a handsome man, and has a fine seductive voice, and mind you, music has charms to soothe the breast, savage or otherwise. As for your prospects, you may apply to me for a testimonial of character. Steady, sober. There, Fitz, that's enough. Drop it." "Drop it," repeated Fitz, with a laugh. "Don't get your frills out, old boy. I mean no harm. She is by a long way the prettiest girl in the place." "That will do," exclaimed Shafto impatiently. "Leave the ladies alone, or if you must discuss them, what about the little American, Miss Bliss? You danced with her half the night at the last Cinderella." "Ah, now I suppose you think you're carrying the war into the enemy's quarter, don't ye? Dancing is not compromising, like solitary rides with the girl before the world is warm, and Miss Bliss, by name and nature, is the only girl in Rangoon who can do a decent turkey trot. Now, as to Miss Leigh, oh, for goodness sake, leave Miss Leigh alone and talk about something else. Talk about horses." "Talk about horses," repeated Fitzgerald in a teasing voice, "and if he isn't blushing up to his ears. I'll tell you what, young Shafto, it's a treat to see a real blush in this part of the world. Blushing is rare in Burma, and I'd just like to have your colored photograph," continued Fitzgerald, whose methods of chaff were as rude and crude as those of any schoolboy. "Come, don't let's have any more of this, Fitz, or you and I will quarrel." Fitzgerald grinned from ear to ear, delighted at the rise he had taken out of his companion, touched his cap, and said, "All right, Your Honor." But to himself he added, "By jingo, it's serious." Well, well. However, he's as poor as a rat, and that's a great comfort. Comfort was constituted by the fact that, in these circumstances, there could be no immediate prospect of a break-up of the congenial chummery. "See here, Mr. Shafto, on your high horse, if you promise not to trail your coat and frighten me, I'll tell you something that will interest you. I know you've been poking around with Roscoe and diving into queer places. Are you as keen as ever?" "I am, of course," rejoined Shafto, still stiff and unappeased. "Well then, I can show you a quarter where Roscoe has never dared to stick his nose. A cocaine den." "No, really? Surely you couldn't take me in there." "I can so, as one of my subordinates. I am looking for evidence in a murder case. I'll lend you a coat, and all you will have to do is look wise and hold your tongue." "This is most awfully good of you," exclaimed Shafto, "and I needn't tell you, I'll go like a shot." "Oh, I'm good now, am I?" jeered Fitzgerald. "But, joking apart, this will be an experience, not like puppet plays and dances, but a black tragedy." "Yes, I suppose so. I know it's pretty awful." Cocaine smuggling is playing the very devil with the country, and there's no denying that. But can't you do something to stop it? Is it stop it? You might just as well try to stop the Irrawaddy with a pitchfork. And it's growing worse. There are some big people in it, the Hidden Hand Company, who keep out of sight, pay the money, employ the tools, and collar the swag. They have agents all over this province, as well as India, China, and the Straits. Where does this stuff come from? It's chiefly manufactured in Germany, though some comes from England. What, you don't mean that? I always thought it was concocted out here. 'Tis little ye know. It is mostly sent in from Hamburg, and in all manner of clever ways. The smugglers are as cute as foxes and up to every mortal dodge. A lot of the contraband is done by native crews, of course without the knowledge of the ship's officers. Hydrochloride of cocaine travels in strong paper envelopes between fragile goods, or in larger quantities in false bottoms of boxes, under plates in the engine room or in the bulkheads. "But how could they possibly land the stuff?" inquired Shafto. "Easier than you think. There are lots of nice, lonely, sequestered coves where goods can be put ashore of a dark night, or dropped carefully overboard, hermetically sealed, with an empty tin canister as a float, and picked up at daybreak by a friendly sampan. Of course, the customs house officers have to be reckoned with from the moment a ship enters until she leaves port, but sometimes in this drowsy climate a man falls asleep in his long chair, and here is the serang's chance, the serang being the head and leader of the crew. The contraband is quickly lowered in gunny bags to the sampans and carried off in triumph to its destination. However, not long ago, the customs made a haul of 1,200 ounces. Out here, cocaine sells for 6 pounds an ounce. So that was a nice little loss, and yet only a drop in the ocean. For every grain that is seized, a pound enters the market. Oh, I'd make my fortune if I could run one of those foxes to earth." "I wish you could," said Shafto. "Have you no clue, no suspicions?" "Hundreds of suspicions, but no clue. There's a fellow in a sampan who unnecessarily hoists the white umbrella. I have my best eye on him. And there is said to be a broken-down, past-mending motor launch in a creek beyond Kimendine, which I propose, when I have a chance, to overhaul on the quiet. Chinese steamers plying between Japan and Rangoon run stacks of contraband. As soon as one method of landing is discovered, they find another. Their ingenuity is really interesting to watch. The chief smugglers are never caught, only their satellites, who get about 4 months jail and never blow the gaff. If they did, I wouldn't give much for their lives. Do you mean to tell me that their employers wouldn't stick at murder? Cried Shafto, aghast. They stick at nothing. A murder done second-hand is quite cheap and easy. Just a stab with a da or long knife and the body flung into the Irrawaddy. You know the pace of that racing current and how it tells no tales. Well, here we are. You see, for once, I can discourse of other things than horses. And talking of horses, these fellows had better have a bran mash apiece. But once you get me on cocaine smuggling, I warn you, I can jaw till my mouth is as dry as a lime kiln. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Road to Mandalay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Marianne Hadley. The Road to Mandalay by Bithia Mary Croker. Chapter 20. The Pongyi. Late one warm afternoon in January, when Shafto was unusually busy on the Pagoda Wharf, consignments of paddy were coming in thick and fast. Suddenly, above the din of steam winches and donkey engines, there arose a great shouting, and he beheld an immense cloud of white dust rolling rapidly in his direction. "Look out! It's a runaway!" roared a neighboring worker. "By George, they'll all be in the river!" Sure enough, there came a rattletrap hack gharry, at the heels of a pair of galloping ponies. The reins were broken, a yelling soldier sat helpless on the driver's seat, and several of his comrades were inside the rocking vehicle. The animals, maddened with fear, were making straight for the Irrawaddy, and as Shafto rushed forward, with outstretched arm to head them off, they swerved violently, came into resounding contact with a huge crane, and upset the gharry with a shattering crash. Several men ran to the struggling ponies. Shafto and another to the overturned gharry, and hauled out 2 privates. Number 1, helplessly intoxicated. Number 2, not quite so helpless. The third person to emerge was, to Shafto's speechless amazement, no less a personage than a shaven priest, a full-grown Pongyi in his yellow robe. He looked considerably dazed, and a good deal cut about with broken glass. Waving away assistants, he tottered over and sat down behind a huge pile of rice stacks. Shafto immediately followed to inquire how he could help him, but before he had uttered a word, the Pongyi, who was much out of breath, gasped, "Bedad, that was a near shave!" Could Shafto believe his ears? "Whilst! Now, and don't let on," he continued, staunching a cut with a corner of his yellow robe, which he presently exchanged for Shafto's handkerchief. "The fright knocked it out of me." "So you're not a Burman?" "Faix, I am not. I'm a native of Cork, and was born in Madras. And only for your honour, we'd all be floating down the Irrawaddy this blessed minute." His honour found it impossible to articulate. He merely stood and gaped. The Irish Pongyi, born in Cork and Madras, was a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man, with high cheekbones, a closely shaven head, and horn spectacles. "Might I ask your name, sor?" he inquired at last, "and where ye live?" "My name is Shafto. I live in a chummery at the corner of Sandwith Road." "Oh, and well I know. And it's an old compound. They say it's full of gnats, because of a murder as was done there. My name is Mung Ba, at your service, and I'll not forget what ye did for me this day, and I'll call round. Blessed hour! Where's my begging bowl?" As soon as Shafto had discovered and restored his pata, the Pongyi rose, gave himself a shake, and, without another word, stalked away, a tall, erect, unspeakably majestic figure. When Shafto met Roscoe, he lost no time in recounting his extraordinary adventure, and added triumphantly, "So you see, Joe Roscoe, you are not the only man here who makes a strange acquaintance." "I'm not surprised," he rejoined. "I've heard more than once of these white Pongyis. I dare say the chap will be as good as his word and will look you up. I foresee an interesting interview." In about 3 weeks, Roscoe's prediction was verified. Returning home late one evening, Shafto was struck by the unusually impressive appearance and gestures of the fat Madrasi butler, who, beckoning him aside with an air of alarming mystery, informed him that someone is in his room, waiting to see his honor. "In my room?" he repeated indignantly. "Why the mischief did you put him in there? Couldn't he sit in the veranda like other people?" "No, sir, he refused. He would not." Shafto flung open the door of his apartment with a gesture of annoyance, and to his profound amazement discovered the Pongyi, seated in easy comfort upon his bed. He was surrounded by an odd medicinal, aromatic atmosphere. His sandals, begging bowl, and umbrella were carefully disposed beside him, and he appeared to be thoroughly at home. "I thought I'd give ye a call, sir, before I went up country. I'm off to Mandalay tomorrow on pilgrimage." "Oh, are you?" said Shafto, taking a seat, and feeling at a complete loss what he was to say, and how he was to handle this novel situation. "I thought," resumed the Pongyi, "that I'd like to offer ye an explanation of the way I happened to be in that accident." "Yes," assented his host. "I suppose this," pointing to the yellow gown with his stick, "is a fancy dress, for, of course, you're not a real Pongyi." "Troth, I am so," he rejoined with an indignant emphasis. "I've been properly initiated. I know Burmese and the Pali language, and can intone a chant with anyone. All the same, you're an Irishman, and your speech betrayeth you. I wonder you are not kicked out." "Is it kick me out? No fear. For besides being well respected and well liked, I'm a magician." "Oh, come, that's all rot," exclaimed Shafto impatiently. "'Tis not," he rejoined in a vigorously defensive tone, "and 'tis little ye know. This is a queer country. The people are terribly superstitious and weak in themselves, on account of gnats and bad spirits." "Oh, that I can believe," replied Shafto. "Your pals in the gharry could tell you something about bad spirits." "Wait now and I'll explain," said the Pongyi with an intimate gesture of his great bony hand. "Sometime I've sort of an ache to be mixing up with the European soldiers, even if it's only for a couple of hours." After a pause he added in a thoughtful tone, "For you see, I was once a soldier myself." "What?" "It's the pure truth I'm telling ye. A corporal with 2 good conduct stripes. The other week Paddy Nolan had drink taken, and nothing would please him but he must drive. So he turned off the Garrywan and made a cruel bad hand of it, as you saw for yourself. They were a couple of raw new ponies come down out of last drove, and unused to trains and motors, and frightened, dancing mad. Only for you heading them off, we were all as dead as mutton." "But how did you get into the Burmese priesthood?" inquired Shafto with abrupt irrelevance. "It was like this, sir. I was country born. Me father was a sergeant in the Irish Rifles. Me mother was a half-caste, an Anglo-Indian from Ceylon. So I'm half Irish, quarter Singalese. I was left an orphan when I was 7 years old, and educated at the Lawrence Asylum. I always had a wonderful twist for languages. It came as easy as breathing to me to talk Tamil and Telugu. Well, when I was close on 18, I enlisted and put in 7 years with the colours, mostly in Bengal. Then we come over here and lay in Mandalay, and after a bit I somehow got lost. That is, you deserted, sternly amended Shafto. Oh, well, have it whatever way ye like, sir. I was out shootin' in the jungles and was took terribly bad with fever and nearly died. The natives are good-natured, kind, soft people, none better. They took me in and nursed me, and one of the Pongyees doctored me. You see, I was entirely out of touch with Europeans, and when I got cured was just a walking skeleton. Some thief had made away with my boots and breeches, so I stopped among the natives and never laid eyes on a white face for 2 years. I soon picked up the Burmese lingo, which some say is difficult, but to me it was easy as kiss me hand. Then I was received into the priesthood. That was over 7 years ago, and here I am still. Of course, as ye know, I can go or stay as I please, but I stick to the yellow robe as if it was me skin. Still and all, I won't deny that the sight of soldier draws me, and that, he concluded modestly, is my only weakness. I say, you don't mean to tell me that you are a real Buddhist? Why, of course I am. What else would I be? The religion is pure and good and friendly. The other priests know that I'm from India, and that's enough for them. In this country no question is asked, and that's what makes living so nice and aisy. Oh, sure, aren't we Buddhists all over the world? Our doctrines are wise and ancient. We pray and keep fasts and live to ourselves, and there's little differ, in my mind, between us and the Catholic religion, in which I was born and reared. Haven't we the Mass and Vespers and beads and monasteries and Lent, all complete? So then you're a celibate, a monk. And to be sure I am. You don't think I look like a nun, do ye? A water drinker? Well, sor, I'll tell ye no lie, not altogether. I am not a teetotaler all out. I'm a sober man, and I mostly drink coconut water and tea. It's a fine free life, I can tell ye. Fine and idle, eh? I'm not more idle than the rest of them. It's true that I don't teach, and of course it's only the young fellows that do the sweeping, water carrying, and filtering, and all the work at the kyung. I see a heap of the country, and have many friends, who give me small presents and smokes and food. I have a far better time, 1,000 times a better time, than sweating on route marches and carrying around orderly books in Rangoon or Calcutta. And many's the queer tale I could tell ye. Tales about animals and elephant dances and big snakes, aye, and spirit tales that would open your eyes. Well, if it's any comfort to know it, you've opened my eyes about as wide as they will go. What's your real name? Michael Ryan. Me father came from Cork, a real fine country for fightin' men, and I understand that once upon a time my ancestors had a great kingdom beyond the Shannon. Well, sir, now beginning to unfold himself and rise from the bed, I thought I'd just drop in and explain matters a bit before I go up country. That was very thoughtful of you, Mung Ba. I'll be back in a while, and I needn't tell ye, Mr. Shafto, that as long as I draw breath I'll never forget how I'm beholden to ye. I'm vowed to poverty, of course, but I'm a rover and go about a lot, and some day I may be able to put a good thing in your way, and I can tell you one thing, ye have a lucky face. I'm glad to hear it. And now, before you depart, will you tell me something else? How do you contrive to get so much liberty, careering around the town with Tommies and coming to look me up? It's past 7 o'clock, and I understand your roll call is at 6. That's true, assented the Pongyi, but there are exceptions, and I'm one of them. Suddenly sliding off the bed and drawing himself up to his full height, about 6 feet 2, I don't enjoy a very good health, being, as ye understand, no native of the country, so I'm allowed a certain margin and liberty. Well now, I'll be taking leave of ye, but before I go, I want you to accept something I brought you, just a small trifle of a talisman." And from some mysterious receptacle he produced a good-sized dark stone, about the size of a pigeon's egg. "Now, whatever you do, put this carefully away and keep it safe and secure." Shafto took it in his hand, examined the gift, and murmured his thanks. "No harm of any sort can come next or nigh ye," continued the Pongye, "as long as the stone's in your possession, and that's as sure as me name's Mung Ba." And hastily collecting his umbrella and bowl, before Shafto could realize the intended move, the stranger was gone. Nothing remained of his visit but the curious aromatic odor and the so-called talisman. The stone was round, dark, and by no means beautiful, and at first Shafto was inclined to throw it into the compound, but on second thoughts he thrust it into his dispatch box and locked it away. "Evil spirits, a magician, a talisman," he said to himself. "I suppose the poor fellow was discharged from the service as a hopeless lunatic." Having arrived at this conclusion, Shafto changed his clothes and went to dinner in the veranda, where he was well chaffed about his recent visitor. "Been stealing something up at the pagoda, and they sent a beau after you," suggested Fitzgerald. "I must say your new friend is a rum-looking customer. A powerful strapping Pongye. He'd make a grand constable. What did he want?" "Oh, he merely came to pay a visit of ceremony," replied Shafto. "He was in a gharry accident a few weeks ago, and I happened to come to his rescue and pick up the pieces. He called to express his thanks and drop a PPC." End of chapter 20.